All right. What up, folks? We have another hangout for you guys tonight. And what I want to talk about tonight is the abysmal failure of the non-believer's morality. The abysmal failure of the non-believer's morality. When I make that statement, I'm talking about when non-believers do things like constantly appeal to Christian morality. They'll say something like, doesn't your Bible say this, Christian? Are you not following what your Bible says, Christian, about doing things like not bearing false witness, about loving your neighbor? You have non believers, particularly a lot of atheists, who go to that direction all the time, who fall on that particular angle. Now, if you notice, many of these are the same people who tend to hold views of the modern evolutionary theory. A lot of these are the same people who will say, well, if someone who believes in intelligent design is sitting here trying to poke views in the evolutionary theory, that doesn't establish that intelligent design is correct. Well, if that logic holds up, then in the same way, sitting up here trying to poke holes in the Christians' failure to consistently abide by what's said in the Bible doesn't show the atheist morality or the non-believer's morality to be superior or to be the right one. They all the time show when Christians fail to meet the biblical standards, but at the same time, they are never able to establish why the morality of the non-believer is superior. And they'll say all the time, well, if you were true Christians, you would do this. If you were loving Christians, you would do this. And they make these flimsy appeals based on their understanding of Scripture. Now, whether their appeals have any scriptural basis or not is one we can talk about. But the point is that they appeal to the Scriptures at all. More often than not, you don't hear these people being like, well, this is the problem with you Christians and what you believe. This is why what we have in atheism or whatever the non-believer has in their morality system, this is why this moral system is superior. They're never able to, excuse me, they're never able to build a positive basis for the superiority of their moral worldview. It is always constantly trying to find a problem with what Christianity says or does, or what the Christian fails to do. They can't establish why anything should be morally followed. Like when you talk about things like rape, murder, torture, and things like this, they can say anything. Those things should not be done to innocent people. All they can do is appeal to um, things like pragmatism, subjective benefits. These are the sorts of arguments they use. And like I said, if I can sit up here and say that things like evolution is invalidated because I can poke a number of different holes in it, and that by necessity establishes intelligent design. If I can do that, then why will so many who hold the view of the modern evolutionary view object to such a thing? So they seem to recognize quite clearly that showing holes in one thing doesn't establish another thing positively. But when you segue that back onto morality, a lot of the same people don't seem to be making that argument at that point. I find it very, very interesting that atheists so much are interested in what the believer is talking about and what Scripture says the believer should do. If they truly believe that the Bible is a bunch of nonsense, if they truly believe that it's just something that was just written in the Bronze Age, something that was just written by people who didn't have the mathematics or the philosophical understanding or any of the advances that we see today, if they believe that all that stuff is just flat out garbage, then why would they constantly appeal to it? Why would they constantly look at it as something that they think the Christians should follow? If nothing else, they should be like, well, this is why your system fails, because you can't even establish that it works in our society today. You can't even consistently follow it yourself. So interesting that atheists are constantly obsessed with the morality of a God they don't even believe exists. They're so interested in the morality of a book that they think is absolutely without any sort of truth foundation to it. They spend so much time talking about Christianity. They spend so much time talking about the alleged ills of the God of the Bible that they don't even believe in. Out of one side of their mouth, they'll be perfectly um, they'll find it perfectly all right to say you're not a person who's following your book. Look at you, Christian. Look at you trying to speak ill about everybody else, and your book tells you not to do this or this, or wherever scripture they would point to. They will do that while at the same time spitting on the Bible at the same time, talking about how terrible it is. He says, they say to the Christian, you should be doing this according to what the Bible says. But then if the Christian does that, if the Christian is consistent with it, then they'll be like, this is why the Bible is one of the most hateful pieces of propaganda in their worldview on the planet. They'll say the Christians should do this if they are true Christians and following Scripture. Or when Christians do follow Scripture, such as saying things like homosexuality is wrong and adultery is wrong and things like this, then they want to say that Christians are trying to force themselves upon people's lives. They don't want to say that God is this um, malevolent being who should not be concerned with other people's lives. They'll make all these ridiculous arguments saying that if God perfect, if God is without need of human interaction and the human existence, if God doesn't require the adoration or admiration of humans, if God is so amazing, on his own and doesn't need any humans to adore him, then why would he be so interested in what humans are doing? Why would he want humans to worship him? And then they try to apply that as some sort of ill or some sort of bad thing on God's part. So I found a number of different contradictions. And when atheists try to analyze Christians and moral standards, when they try to look at the scriptures, you can't sit up here and say on one side of your mouth that God should not be concerned with the morality of other people's lives, and then out the other side of your mouth say, well, if you Christians follow what God is saying, then it's all of a sudden a problem. They are constantly failing to say why things like rape is wrong. They are constantly failing to say why things like torturing like a little 5-year-old girl for fun is wrong. They constantly fail to positively support their positions. And they think for some reason, and constantly failing to do so, they have some sort of morally superior system. And it gets even worse than that. They'll say that, well, morality is subjective and people should follow what they believe. People should go by what works for them. But the problem is when the Christian is doing exactly what they say, going by what works for them, then they say, well, Christians are getting into other people's lives where it doesn't belong. When Christians do something like just like preach on like a street corner about the gospel, you'll hear all sorts of people getting mad at the preacher. I've seen a ton of videos of people that'll get upset about, someone who was audibly preaching out loud on a street corner about how sinners need to repent. And then they'll say something like, who are you to preach to everybody out here? Why aren't you concerned with your own life? They'll say something like, who are you to say who should love who? Love is love. You need to stay out of people's lives. And all the Christian would be doing is just giving them a message, right? Giving a message of what's in Scripture, giving a message of why sinners need to repent. They're just giving a message. They're not sitting up here like actively being involved in people's private lives. They're not sitting up here um, looking for people to do things like homosexual acts and put them in jail or something like that. That's not what Christians are doing. But a Christian can do something like simply give a message. And a lot of non believers just react to that person like negatively and want to shoot the messenger. There's just so many contradictions and so many just nonsensical inconsistencies with how atheists and other non-believers look at morality, and on top of the fact that they're they can never establish a positive case for why their moral system is superior. If everybody's supposed to do what works for them, then they should respect as well that the Christian is doing what works for them by their own logic. But you can't sit up here and say things like everybody should do what works for them, then talk about how things like religion should be wiped off the face of the earth. There's a consistent, and I'm not saying all non believers do this, but there is a consistent, growing idea that things like religion should be wiped off the face of the earth. I mean, go to just about any YouTube video you can find with something like Christian debates atheists or something to that degree. Go through the comment section and find out how many people will say things like religion needs to die and things like this. Religion has held society back. These sorts of viewpoints and ideas are not isolated. These are very, very common viewpoints that you can find easily in almost any social media platform, any social media medium, if that isn't too redundant, social media medium. but but this is the nonsense that these non-believers engage in. This is the hypocrisy these non-believers constantly. It's just an interesting paradigm. It's an interesting paradigm that they want to throw rocks at the Christians. They want to throw rocks at everybody else. Well, not everybody else. I was right the first time. They just want to throw rocks at mostly the Christians and their morality. I don't know exactly what they're looking for. I don't know exactly what they're getting at, really. Are they saying that things like religion should disappear? Are they saying things like um, Christians should follow their book? It seems like they want to tell Christians to follow their book only in ways that it appeals to their moral biases. So we have Veko in here. He can't be in here for long, but what's up, brother?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to grab the link real quick because I know. Are you gonna invite more people later, or this just
Oh yeah, I'm gonna invite more people as this
Oh, okay.
stream goes on. Yes.
Oh, okay. Cool. I like to pop in if you guys are gonna be around later, just in case, So you won't have to keep giving me the link. So
Well, sounds
yeah,
good.
yeah, man. But I'll be listening as I'm heading off to work. So keep up the good work, brother.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, bro. God
All right.
bless.
God bless.
All right, I gotta step away from the computer for a second, so I'm gonna mute, but I'll be back in about a minute. Also, if anybody wants to come in, you have to ask me for the link either through a YouTube private message or through sending me a message on Google Plus. That's one of the two ways you can come into this hangout. I'm not going to sit here and constantly be monitoring, to keep trolls from out of here because there's no reason why that should even have to be. I mean, I could put the link out there, and I'm pretty good at stopping snipers and stuff like that, but I'm not going to have my attention divided in that way. So if you want to join the conversation, then you can reach me through a private message on YouTube or through Google Plus. But like I said, I gotta mute for a second. I'll be back in a bit. I'm adding some people right now, so give me just a second. If I'm quiet for a bit, that's only because I'm adding people or looking at messages and invites and stuff like that. So just a few moments. If you're listening to this, Silly Samson, I've already sent you to. Excuse me. I've already sent you the link to your private message box on YouTube. So check out those. Check out your message and see if you can get in. Okay, so we've already have Silly in here, and we have Hilarious. I'm just gonna see if I can get a few more people in.
Yo, 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 yo.
Hey, what's up? You guys hear me all right?
Yes, Silly
Yeah,
Samson.
loud and clear, bro.
How you doing, Silly?
Oh, I'm all right. How are you, Zulu?
I'm good. I'm hunting in the jungle.
Oh man, I'm jealous. That sounds exciting.
Mm. I just came off the Atheist Discord. It's actually not that bad.
You're on Atheist Discord.
Yeah, we're talking about diabetes and we're actually learning about what you should eat and what you shouldn't eat and stuff like that.
I think it's like any place. You just gotta be careful where you go and what environment you're in. But some of them are nice, and others can be pretty hostile. But you just gotta, yeah. It's just like I said. It just depends on who
Mm.
you're dealing with, really.
Yeah, because sometimes we tend to forget that these the actual like the normal people sometimes like they actually like talk about other things as well. It's not just the debates and stuff like that. So they're actually cool people sometimes. You just gotta like give them a chance.
But if any of you, I'm pretty sure Silly was listening. But in case you weren't listening, hilarious. I was just talking about how there's this apparent contradiction I'm noticing in non-believers and how they look at morality. Like, for example, they'll say things like, "Shouldn't you Christians be more Christian by following what it says in your scripture, like by not doing things like bearing false witness and things like this, while at the same time saying things like religion should be eradicated off the face of the earth." I mean, how can you say that you think religion shouldn't like be here or religion is holding us back, but tell people at the same time to abide what's said in their religion,
Yeah,
like
I mean,
Christians?
yeah, that makes no sense. If there were no religion, the world would be full of chaos. Because religion gives us order, or not all religions. I'm talking about the Christianity here in the Bible. Like it gives us order. If you look at like the commandments, and it gives us order and the knowing of what we should do, and it builds our law. Without that, we'll be Babylon. We'll be like Sodom and Gomorrah. Just everyone's killing each other, doing everything they want to do without a law.
Well, I mean, I think that having those two discussions in the same argument is kind of silly. I mean, they obviously contradict each other, but I mean, with that said, I don't think that it's too much to ask to expect people to actually follow what they say they believe in and not just turn on it whenever it's convenient in the moment. I mean, we see a lot of that. I'm not saying that either of you guys do it, but there is a lot of hypocrisy out there. I can see why people would get angry about it.
Yeah, that's why there's all these different denominations, man.
I was actually curious to talk about something else that Antonio said in this hangout of his. Whenever he said earlier that atheists can't say definitively that rape is a bad thing. I'd like to touch on that a bit.
They can't.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so just to start off, the way that I figure things is that morality, at least from the atheist standpoint, is basically made up of three different things. It's gonna be a combination of empathy, the need for order, and a person's own, how would I put this? A person's own motives, whatever emotionally they want to do and what they feel. I think that this expresses itself in our law system, where we make the laws because we need to have order. It has to be there in society. We employ empathy in that by trying to make the laws as just as possible. And of course, a person's own emotional motives is sadly the part that's going to corrupt it. It's the human touch, where people are going to come in and make laws that are not so just to specifically help themselves. Now, whenever we look at rape is this instance where it cannot be justified empathically. I mean, to say that rape is an okay thing to do is to completely ignore the woman who's getting raped, the way that she feels about it. It's really a disgusting thing to say. Now you look at actually keeping society in order. Well, if everybody was running around raping everybody else, then basically what's going to happen is you're going to have a lot of mothers that are going to have children that don't have a father. They're not going to get a very balanced upbringing. These mothers are in turn going to be emotionally compromised, and that in itself is going to lead them into all sorts of mental health issues, which then are going to get passed on to their children as they get raised. And these are the kind of kids that are going to go out and steal things. They're the kind of kids that might end up raping themselves. It's the kind of thing that causes just this vicious cycle of degradation in society. So it does not help the order of society. The only possible redeeming factor that it could have, if you could even call it that, would be in a person's own emotional motives. It's a very selfish act. And in looking at it like that way, I think that you can pretty definitively say that there is no good reason to say that rape is okay. I mean, it's just bad across the board. That's the way I see it.
Did you have anything to say on that, Silly? I like to allow other people to comment more, but if you don't, I'll respond.
Oh no, that's enough for right now. I'm good.
I mean, I didn't mean to say silly. You obviously just talk. I mean to say
Oh,
hilarious. Are you there, hilarious?
I understand what you're saying, Siri. Yo, sorry, I was muted and I was talking while I was muted. Uh, yeah, I understand what you're saying, Siri. I mean, maybe that's just you questioning because you're using your empathy to try and feel sorry for this person and, understand that she's got feelings or he's got feelings. But the law is the law, and the law is made regardless of feelings. The law is made because it's the right, it's justice. And if it's wrong, it's wrong. So you can go the route of saying emotions, but then look at death penalty. I mean, there are plenty of emotions in death penalty. The sympathy for the victims, the family of the victims, the sympathy for the families of the convicted. So you can't really make a law based on emotions and based on empathy. So religion would have to play a big part in that. I mean, without the Bible in itself. I'm not even talking about the Quran or the Hindus or the Sikhs or whatever. The Bible itself has formed the law in the world. Obviously, the law has changed over the years. You can the gays getting married, that you can debate if that's wrong or not or whatever. But the general laws which you've had since the beginning of time, the Bible has pretty much formed. If you steal this, you're gonna go to prison. If you do this, you're gonna do this. The Bible, religion itself, formed the law, and without that, there would be chaos. I don't see a world. People say, "Oh, the world would be better without religion." Without religion, I think the world would be far worse. And I know there's terrorism. I know there's radicalization. I know there's extremism in religion, but there's extremism and radicalization in everything. And I don't think it's fair to say let's get rid of religion. I could easily say let's get rid of borders. Let's get rid of tax. Let's get rid of all these things. But there's benefits in them, and there's also disadvantages. So I mean, I'm not saying you've made these broad statements that you get rid of religion, but I've heard a lot of people say, even in my own life, I've heard people say to me also, "Oh, sorry, Zulu, the world would be so much better without religion. I mean, look at ISIS, because obviously there was a current recent thing that happened in London in Parliament, and everyone was saying to us, "Oh, Zulu, the world would be so much better if there was no religion. You see what religion causes." But the thing is, personally, with my religion, Christianity, what I believe in, we don't see that. So, I mean, I don't want to go too deep into it because I know you want to say something, Antonio. But yeah, Celia, I understand what you're talking about empathy and everything, but it's deeper than that because these laws are not made because of empathy. There's definitely these laws are made with order and justice, and it's wrong because the law says it's wrong. It's not even about your emotions at at this point.
What I'm trying to understand in your worldview, silly, is does it suggest that there is some sort of moral ought to not rape anybody at all? Is that there, or is it just arbitrary? Is it just sort of we should do it for subjective reasons? Because I can't see anywhere in your worldview where there's any moral ought to not rape anybody, other than you just merely feel you shouldn't do it.
Well, I mean, as I said earlier, it can be demonstrated that, if we just let people run around raping each other, then society is going to degrade. I mean, that is your moral ought right there. You shouldn't do it because otherwise we're just it's going to be chaos. I mean, that's what you're asking to bring us into there. And I think that, looking at it empathically, looking at it in the viewpoint that we need to keep order, that should be enough for you to say, okay, this is definitely bad. Now, Zulu said earlier that, religion is here to keep order. And he also said that, it's wrong because the law says it's wrong. Now, that is a very authoritarian way to look at things. And I think that we really need to stress that there is a difference between justice and the law. I mean, justice would dictate, for example, that, like, let's say somebody killed your daughter. You go out and you kill that person, you get revenge, and you get your justice because they deserved it. The law, of course, says otherwise. We put them through the system. And that's a good thing, really, because without that, if everybody was just going after justice, then
But
we would
silly,
basically be living in chaos. I mean, we would bring ourselves into anarchy.
but silly.
Yeah.
So not all people think that's justice though. It's just using that scenario. Justice, justice to them couldn't be getting their own back at somebody else. Justice could be the person, getting punished in a way that is sufficient enough to equate to the victim's death or victims. So it doesn't necessarily have to be, justice is that I get to kill them back. That's not justice. That's
Well,
revenge. That's revenge. That's not
why?
justice.
I actually agree with you with this. I mean, I do agree with you. Justice is different from each person. And as I said earlier, that's why if we were to just go after justice, we would have anarchy. We need to have the law in order to give us order, basically. Now, to insinuate that we specifically need religion to give us the law and order, all right. Like let's just look, for example, at the Middle East. All of these countries where by their own religion they treat women like property. They're walking around in the burqas. They're not
It's not
allowed to
all of the
talk or
Middle
anything
East.
like that. Hold on. Just let me get this out here. Those countries do in fact have order. In the three-pronged system that I mentioned earlier, I would personally argue that they do not have empathy. Like, obviously if they used empathy, they wouldn't treat their women like that, the ones that do. But they do have order. Everybody is going with the same flow. They're all keeping to the same rules. So in that way, the law, though it is not just, does give them structure. And see, that is the major fear of religion. I'm not saying that you guys are, crazy people, that you're going to go out there and, say stone gay people, but I mean that is what the Bible says to do. At least in the Old Testament, that's what it says to do. And in the same way that Muslim radicals, read the Quran and twist it to their own motives, then it is potential that a Christian could read the Bible and twist it to their motives so that they could stone children and gay people. And I think that that's really the big issue here. It's not happening, but it could happen. I'm very thankful that most people in our Western society, Christian and atheist alike, are just generally empathic enough to look at that and say, no, we shouldn't do it. But it could happen. I mean, the way that I'm explaining it, the rules we follow have a reason behind them. And the way that you're saying it is basically just follow the book because the book says so. I mean, the big challenge that I guess I would say, present to you guys is in the same way that I explained that rape is wrong. Can the Bible actually explain that rape is wrong, or does it just say that rape is wrong?
It explains and says what's wrong.
Well, here's the thing. I want to go back to this issue about chaos you talk about. Are you saying that we should not want chaos? Is that for survival reasons? Is that where you're getting at?
Yeah. I mean, if we just go into anarchy, then it's going to be a bad time for everybody. It's not going to be a very happy place to live, and all of our survival at that point is going to be in question. I don't want to live in a world where the people that survive are the ones who can swing the bat the hardest. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but without religion.
But that's exactly what many aspects of the evolutionary theory teaches. The strongest survive and the weak perish, right?
Well, see, that's not necessarily true. Whenever they say strongest in evolutionary terms, like the strong survive, the weak die, it doesn't necessarily mean physically strong. It just means the ones that are the best adapted. I mean, look at us, for example, human beings. The way that the evolutionary model puts it out there, we are so successful not because of our physical strength, but because we are so intelligent. I mean, you look at the cheetah. The cheetah isn't successful because it's a big, strong creature. It's successful because it's fast. You look at the chameleon. Chameleons aren't really violent at all. They're just able to blend into their environment and use camouflage. I mean, evolution doesn't necessarily say that the guy that, is the biggest, strongest alpha male is going to be the top dog. It just says whoever is, the best fit to survive is going to survive and pass on their genes.
Well, what states that something like the one is best fitted would not rape anybody as opposed to someone who would? I mean, what about evolution says one is more than the other best fit?
Now, I would actually argue here that at least as far as humans go, rape is a direct evolutionary backlash. I mean, human beings have basically succeeded so well because we work together. We're highly social creatures. It's not like we're the big strong bear stumbling around through the woods. We're the wolf pack. We work together and we succeed because of that. So anything like rape that, as I said earlier, is going to be detrimental to society is going to as well be directly detrimental to our species as a whole. I mean, leading ourselves down that kind of path is not going to do anything but move us backwards from where we are right now.
Yeah, but what if you...
Real quick, and I'll let you chime in, Hilarious. Would you say that human interaction and anything that we do is the product of chemical reactions in our brains? Would you agree with that?
Down to the very basics of it, yeah, I would agree with that.
Well, if that's the case, then what if people who rape other folks are just doing that as a result of chemical reactions in their brains? I mean, it's not their fault, right?
Well, Antonio, I mean, all right. I mean, I guess you're right. It is just chemical reactions in our brain, but I mean, do you personally believe that we do not have some kind of choice in that? I mean, all
Preach.
right, it may be a chemical reaction, but it could also be a chemical imbalance. That's exactly the kind of reason why we have crazy houses and jails. I mean, I would argue that if you're having that kind of chemical reaction, then you are imbalanced. You need
Yeah,
some help.
I have a million responses to that, but I'm gonna go ahead and let Hilarious chime in.
It's interesting how how you're talking about chemical reactions, silly, because when you say that, it kind of changes the whole thing now, because if all these processes and all these decision that are being made in your mind and all these things that you're thinking of to make decisions are just chemical reactions, then how do we know which person has the best chemical reaction to make the best decisions and make the best law? Because then if all are chemical, you see how confusing it is then if you go that route.
Look, I mean, honestly, it doesn't really bother me. I mean, it's a fact. Our brain works through different chemical stimuli. I mean, I really don't have a personal problem with that. I mean, I still have the ability to, recognize what's right and wrong. I can still think. I mean, regardless of whether or not you guys look at it that way, I mean, your brains similarly, the same brains that lead you to believe in God are also just chemical reactions. I mean, I don't think we're just chemical reactions. I think we're people. I mean, come on, man. I really don't see this as being that big a problem personally.
But I think it's more of a you're not gonna believe this, but I think it's more of a spiritual thing as well. Because in order to be a healthy person, you have to have this is actually something that's in if you look on the internet. To the definition of a healthy, full and healthy person is a healthy mental life and a healthy physical life and a healthy spiritual life. So, as someone who does not believe in God or the spiritual world, how would you even have a healthy spiritual life?
Well, Zulu, to be completely honest with you, I'm not sure that any of us have any kind of spiritual life. I mean, I've never actually had somebody explain what spirituality is to me in a way that it doesn't just seem like they're forcing a label on something else that exists. I mean, it's kind of like whenever I was in church, whenever I was very young, I would always ask the pastor, like, how am I going to know whenever God is talking to me? He'd tell me, well, you'll feel this warm feeling inside and get this compulsion to follow it. To which I thought to myself, well, I get that feeling all the time. I mean, whenever I'm happy, I get that feeling. Whenever I see somebody do something wrong, I get a similar feeling inside of me. But that's just my conscience. I don't see any reason to put a label on that and call it spirituality whenever we have other explanations for it. I mean, I guess I'm asking you, Zulu,
Well, if you don't call
what
it
what is
spirituality,
what is spirituality? Like, I'm open to explanations here. I'm really curious on how you guys look at it. What specifically
Well,
is spirituality?
well, if you think about it, I mean, if you look at our history as humanity, we have always worshipped something, whether it be other people like kings, warriors, idols, nature. So worship is something even nowadays when a scientists like to say, there's no need for God because we have all these scientific discoveries. There are still people worshiping, and that is something that is part of us. Worshiping, putting yourself or your energy into a being, into an object, into something. So the
but here's
concept of
my
worship. So the
go ahead and
concept
finish.
So the concept of worship and spirituality is in us. The problem is now when you become an atheist, you lose that sense of spirituality because the only thing you focus on is the natural world and the physical world. Once you separate yourself from that, you've lost the power of you because your humanity, your ancestors would worship something. So you were spiritually filling yourself with something. But now you've taken this position where that there is no spiritual world and there's no spirituality. You have now relied on not the natural, being. But to answer your question and about how would I define spirituality, I'll define it as just like how you define mental and physical health. It's a state where it's something that is immaterial, and it's something that is, working in your innermost parts, like, your mind, your thoughts, the very concept of good and evil. I mean, if you look at how evil has impacted the world, through Satan, and how God represents good, and how that's impacted the world, you can see that there's definitely some kind of factor, making these things to be. Because, how can an atheist or scientist even explain how someone can be born to then grow up to kill another person, or how can you be born evil? The concept of sin, iniquity, or things that we've seen over history, these are things that are spiritual, and these are things that scientists are still, to this day, are still struggling to explain.
Here's my thing, man. I don't understand how you can like object to spirituality, but at the same time seem to be making a bridge in a spiritual sense to when you say things like, well, we're not just chemical reactions. I don't understand how you bridge the gap between saying there are chemical reactions in our brain, but we are not just chemical reactions. It seems to me that seems like whether you understand it or not, some sort of spiritual appeal to me. If you can't like find a way to bridge that, we're not just chemical reactions in your own worldview, without appealing to some sort of I don't know, some basis beyond your non-belief paradigm.
You know what, Antonio? I think that you do have a point there. I mean, me saying that we're just not, not just chemical reactions, it is a bit of a gut response. And I think that largely that's because it is one of those kind of things that I've heard from people before, and it's just a dismissal. I mean, sure enough, our brains work on chemical reactions, but with that said, the way that our brains actually respond to those chemical reactions, the way that we come to those conclusions, it's all built up from our experiences over time. We're shaped by our environment. I mean, I guess you're right. For me to say that we're not just chemical reactions is a little bit reaching, but I mean, as I said earlier, it really doesn't bother me that we are. As to what Zulu was saying about worship, see, the way that I see it is that people worship things that they emulate. They worship the God of the Bible because apparently there's something in the Bible that they see to be good, and they want to be good also. A person might worship Tiger Woods, for example, because they want to be a great golfer. You might worship Shaquille O'Neal because you want to be a big bald goofball. But to say that there's some kind of spirituality there, I mean, I think that it's a jump into the unknown. I mean, like Zulu was saying, it's immaterial. We really can't see it. I mean, even whenever you say things like God has done obvious good in the world and Satan has done bad in the world, I mean, I don't actually see God doing anything in the world. I see people doing good in the name of God. I see people that do bad that are then more or less, blaming Satan for it. Like, oh, Satan obviously had control over him. That's why he did bad. But we don't actually see the God. We don't actually see Satan. We don't actually have any evidence that there's anything there.
We do.
And really, you don't need anything there. All you need is the belief itself to motivate people to do the good. And I mean, I don't see where the jump is to say that there is definitely something there that's invisible that we can't see.
How do you know you don't see the God?
Well, I mean, I guess I don't know that you don't see the God. I mean, if you have, I would love to hear about it. But me personally, I don't see the God. I see good and bad people all the time. I don't see God.
Yeah, because I understand what you're trying to say, like the reasons why people believe in God, and like because motivate them to, you know, say, oh, because there's good in the world, God must have done it, or there's evil, Satan must have done it. But we're not like, you know, we're not, you know, part of my language, but we're not, you know, gullible. We're not like, you know, dumb or anything. We're not just gonna, you know, say, oh, God just did this. Like, people become Christian and become believer in the Bible because it's the truth, and it's a process. Like you find a lot of things that, you know, prophecies that come true, and you know, you see a lot of things in the world, and when you look in the Bible, you see the similarities. It's not just, you know, one of those things where you just wake up one day and say, oh, God's real because, you know, I won the lottery. It's a process, and all these things that you see in the world motivate you and take you to that one religion because if you look at the Bible, if you look at, for example, you said you can't see God. The Bible has an explanation for why we cannot see God and why we cannot see the spiritual world. I don't want to go too deep into it, but in a way, we were kind of separated from the spiritual world, and that's why we always want to, you know, connect to it. That's why, like I was mentioning earlier, we have a longing to, you know, connect with something or spiritually or worship something because we all want a part of that, but then we got separated from it because of sin, because God and sin does not mix. The reason why God will not come in your room and say, hello, silly Samson, I am God, worship me, is because his nature and his being itself cannot coexist in the same room as you or me or Antonio or anybody on this planet because of our sin and because of our nature. It's like an oxymoron. You cannot have something that's all good and all powerful with something that's all bad. And that's why you come into the concept of Jesus Christ becoming God, becoming incarnating as flesh, so that he can coexist with us for the years that he was on here as with the human body. But then eventually he went back up into his heavenly state. So all these things, when you connect the dots, it all adds up. So reason why you can't see God is because his nature, it's not possible for him to coexist in the same room or be in the same presence as you. That's why God will use things like, for example, the burning bush. He will use things, he will use nature, he will use things in the world to, you know, give you signs and show you that he's there, but he cannot physically come to you. It's either you will die because his presence will be too good, or that it's impossible because even if you look at the temples, the high priests, the conditions, they would have to be in mint condition just to even go next to the God, next to the ark. They would have to, you know, wash themselves thoroughly. There have to be no blemishes, no spots, no, you know, diseases, no nothing. And if they were like not like, let's say like they were sinful at that time and that day, and they went into that tent and they were by that ark, they would have dropped dead. They would even have to tie a rope with bells on the coats to check that if they were awake or if they were sleeping. I mean, if they were dead. It's that serious. God's presence is a serious thing. So when people say, "Why can't we see him? Why can't we see him?" Want to show himself to you, it's not going to happen like that.
Well, I mean, I suppose that's fair enough. I mean, I was actually going to bring up the burning bush because, I mean, like as you said, I mean, he could have used the burning bush. I mean, realistically speaking, God himself does not actually have to appear. I mean, like if a tree were to just catch on fire all of a sudden and start talking to me and start telling me stuff that I myself would not otherwise know and I could also not deny to be the truth, then I would probably start thinking that, okay, maybe there's something really going on here. You know, maybe there is some kind of crazy supernatural event happening. Now, on the other hand, as I said, God himself doesn't really have to touch it. I mean, it could be a situation like Sodom and Gomorrah where God himself doesn't really, you know, come down, but he sends emissaries. He sends angels down here. I mean, you know, if angels came down, for example, and were to stop 9/11 from happening, then I would have taken that pretty seriously. I mean, I don't understand why if you cannot, I mean, like you said it yourself, we can't see it. God can't be here. There's no way for us to really for sure say that God is doing this, that there is a supernatural, you know, anything there. So why make that jump? I mean, surely you can understand why I'm skeptical of this.
I can understand what you mean because as a human myself, I cannot see God. I never have seen God. Well, it's not about what you can see because, like I said earlier, I mean, as an atheist, as a, human being, we tend to rely on our five senses, on the naturalistic view of the world. But I mean, even in science, even in the naturalistic world, there's still things that we're discovering, like we're discovering new species of animals. There's all these new things that there's a lot of things that we don't know, but the things that we do know, I think it's best, and things that are in question, or the things that are still controversial. I think it's best for us to put that into account and to put our energy into those things. Because, for example, in the Bible, Judaism, I mean, Abraham, all those things have been there for centuries. They've been there for years, and a lot of people, they take it for granted. Do you know the Bible itself is an historical document? It literally is. If you look at it, if you look at the Old Testament itself, talking about the wars with the Benadad and the Syrians and all the Middle Eastern wars, it's history. These things are actually happened when the king Josaphat, king of Israel, would fight against the Syrians and the Amalekites. All these things happened, and archaeologists saying all these things happened. Joseph going to Egypt, all these, building these containments for wheat and all these things. See, history is one of the greatest things that can prove the Bible history, because you cannot change history. History happens and it stays. It's written on. History is written on stone. You can't change that. So I know it's hard for us to think of a God that we can't see and a God that or you can't touch him. But if his message is clear and he's told you what to do, and he's chosen a select people, to show himself to them, like the disciples met Jesus, they literally met God. Moses met the burning bush, but he literally met God. He's chosen these select few people to send a message to the future generations, to us. We cannot see him. We'll probably never see him in our lifetime, but we are getting first hand, what's the word? We are getting written witness accounts from people that have seen him. That is more than enough, because they have done the most dangerous things just to give us the message, and we have got the message now. So right now, in this present day, all you need now is to look at their witness accounts and take that for what it is. Because I'm sure John and Matthew and all these people weren't lying about what they're writing about. Just like how you would believe in a writer from the Greek times that would write about Alexander the Great. Just like how you believe in a manuscript form with Julius Caesar. These are people writing what they're seeing. I mean, Luke was a doctor. These are people that are writing what they were seeing. I'd highly disagree that you put this as speculation or superstition, because their writings are just as valuable as a writing that was about Julius Caesar from a documentary at that time.
Okay, so just first thing right off the bat, I've actually looked into this subject a little bit. I've browsed around online to try and find out specifically when it was that the New Testament itself was taken into writing, and like the most like conservative estimates that I found put it somewhere between 75 to 120 years after the case. I mean, me personally, I'm not entirely convinced that the John, Mark, Luke, all of those were actually written by the people that they're named after. I mean, putting that aside, though, because I don't think that it's really a big point, the talk about history. You see, I mean, me personally, I don't have an issue with saying that there are things that happened in the Bible that are historical fact, wars and whatnot. It would be silly to expect a book to be written anywhere in the world, at any given time without mentioning some of the things that are happening around them when it happens. The thing is, though, that these wars, the things that have been shown to be historically accurate in the Bible do not just have the Bible to back them up. There are other texts outside of it that, can contribute to it and show that, yes, this is a fact, this actually happened. Now, whenever we start talking about all the supernatural stuff, that kind of evidence isn't really there. I mean,
Why not?
Jesus, for example, there's not a lot of talk about Jesus anywhere outside the Bible.
I beg to differ.
I
What do you mean the supernatural evidence isn't there? I mean, are you saying that um, whatever would be supernatural is necessary or preferential? Like, for example, for you to say that the supernatural evidence isn't there, you have to have an idea of what the evidence would look like. For further example, let's say that we're at a crime scene and we have blood spatter and we have evidence of a struggle and all these other sorts of things which we can typically see in crime scenes. Now, for us to say certain evidence is there or not there, like you could say like, well, there's no evidence that whatever happened here was due to someone having an accomplice. For us to say that there is no evidence of such a thing, evidence would look like, right? So for you to say that there is no supernatural evidence, you have to have an idea of what the supernatural evidence would look like. And is that sort of thing doesn't necessarily follow, or if it's just, or is it just something preferential to you?
All right, here we go. All right, so like I said, we'll use the wars as an example. Like the wars that have been shown in the Bible to actually happen, we have other works that you can look at and have them mentioned in. You know, like you can read another book, for example, and that same war will be mentioned in that book, and it lends some credence to it. But then let's for example take the parting of the Red Sea by Moses. Moses is being chased by the Egyptians. He's running with all these Jewish people. He parts a whole sea, man. He splits that thing open, and I mean, there are all these Egyptians there. There must have been people that have seen it, but for some reason, this story is only within the Bible.
They died. All those Egyptians were in the water. They died. No one would have seen it.
There's not,
and the Hebrews actually are recorded on the. If you go to Egypt, there's a wall, and it says that they enslaved the Hebrews. So I don't know what you mean by the other nations. And you've even got other nations talking about David, the house of David. So there is archaeology out there. It's just that not a lot of people are finding it, because if you were to prove the Bible, then how many people would be Christians? And obviously the world doesn't want that.
But here's the thing, silly. You say there is no supernatural evidence. So you wouldn't just be talking about one particular event. You'd be talking about all particular events which are said to be supernatural in nature. It's every last single one of them. So when you say that there is no supernatural evidence, you have to have an idea of what the evidence would look like. So, and if you can say that you have an evidence of what it would look like, but it's not there, would you say that it necessarily follows, or is it preferential to you?
I do not necessarily agree with the premise that you are laying down right now. In my opinion, I do not need to specifically tell somebody what the specific evidence would be for a resurrection, for example, to be able to say that in ancient text, you know, just this ancient text is not enough. That alone is not enough to believe a claim that big. If there is evidence, I mean, I'm open to have it brought before me, and I'll look at it. But I mean, that's really all I'm saying. You know, I don't need to necessarily say what the evidence would be to be able to point at poor evidence and say that is poor evidence.
You know what that is, though? You know what that is? That's an appeal to ignorance. That's exactly what that is, because you have no idea of what the evidence would or wouldn't look like, but you can say it's not there. That's an appeal to ignorance. You can't say that it's not there, but you don't even have an idea of what you would look for to say that it isn't there. All you're doing is just appealing to ignorance to make your claim. So you can't substantiate and sustain your argument as sort of ignorance.
And it's like silly. It's like you're saying, I don't understand what you're saying, like all these like parting of the waters and the resurrection and all these things and turning water into wine. If those actual things, evidence that you could see these things happening now, it would kind of, give you more clearance. But the fact that you're not seeing those things happening that's not supporting the scientific theory is kind of, making you unwary about it. But the thing is about supernatural events and these times when God is intervening, this is God intervening. You cannot try and scientifically part the waters with man's own understanding and technology, because only God did that. So when
You
God is doing
said
something, when God is intervening, it doesn't mean it's possible with the scientific law, with the physical laws that apply to human beings. God has no physical laws apply to him because of his all powerfulness, because of his omnipotence. So he is intervening in that specific event to part those waters
now
because he
what
is
the
God. So the thing now you would have to do, C.D. Samson, is prove that there is no God for me to then prove that the waters is not possible. It's not possible for the waters to part. But because there is a God, that means he could depart. He could part those waters. So there's no refuting there at all, because if he's God, he can do it.
but real quick, the honest thing for you to say would be is that you just simply don't know what the evidence looks like. But for you to say that there is no such supernatural evidence, it's just illogical.
All right, so uh, just to comment real quick on what Zulu said about me having to prove that there is a God. I really don't have to prove that there is not a God. I mean, just from the very start of the Bible, in the beginning there was God. I mean, the whole Bible starts off with a claim, and then that claim is built upon to prove itself without ever actually proving the first claim that there is a God. That's a side point though that really doesn't matter. Now, I think that we're ignoring the fact here that there is evidence of the resurrection, and that evidence is the Bible, and that is poor evidence.
It's
We're
not
not,
poor
I mean,
evidence.
well,
Let's-
hold on. It's not like I'm sitting here saying that I don't believe in this because there's no evidence. I'm saying I don't believe in this because the evidence I have been shown is not good. And that is not an unreasonable thing to say. For example, if my brother were to drive over here right now and come inside my house and tell me that on his way over here, he had eaten Taco Bell and he had a Taco Bell bag in his hands, I would believe him. Even if he didn't have a Taco Bell bag in his hands, I would probably believe him just because I know my brother loves Taco Bell for some crazy reason. Now, on the other hand, if my brother were to drive over here and whenever he came in my house, he were to tell me something like he ran over a Bigfoot, then I would expect evidence. And if I walk outside and I look at his car and there's not even a dent in his car, then I don't believe him. I mean, I'm not entirely sure what the Bigfoot evidence would be, but if there's no evidence, there's just no good reason to believe the claim.
Well,
Okay,
hold
but
on.
come on, Antonio.
Let me handle it. Let me handle this. Hilarious. Okay. All right. Go ahead and respond, hilarious, and then I'm just going to ask him a series of questions after you're done.
Oh, sorry, man. Just he was asking, he's talking about what I said earlier. But yeah, yeah, I understand what you're saying, silly. But the thing is with that is, first thing you're gonna have to do is when you look at the Bible itself, when Jesus died and resurrected again, you know, a lot of people didn't believe he resurrected, even in the Bible. I mean, even his own disciple didn't believe he resurrected. He had to physically touch his his palms and touch his side to then believe. And Jesus said something very famous, like, if blessed are those that believe without seeing, because they believe. That basically, in that own sentence itself, is saying that, you know, you're believing in God without seeing Him, and He's blessing you because, I mean, there is evidence, but it's one of those things where, you've established that He's real. Why not believe that He can't do? Because, I mean, for example, Thomas saw Him do these miracles prior to His death, saw Him, being the Son of God, doing all these things, but yet he still didn't believe in Him. So if someone that was that close to Jesus couldn't even believe that He could resurrect from death, knowing that He was God in human form, why now someone that doesn't even believe in God, that doesn't even know the power of God, is doubting that He can resurrect Himself from death? So the point I'm trying to make is, now, You're saying all these supernatural events, they're so far-fetched and like could never happen, and there's not really any evidence that these things could happen. But the point I'm trying to make is these things are happening through spiritual intervention. So the only thing you can do is refute the claim of God. If you cannot refute the claim of God, those things are still open. Because humans cannot do these things. These are things done by divine intervention. You have to then refute that claim of God. If you cannot refute the claim of God, these things are still open. And just because the Bible is the only evidence or claim that you have doesn't mean that these things didn't happen. It just means that the Bible is the only truth out there. Because it says in the Bible, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. You're not going to find this in Islam. You're not going to find this in Hindu. You're not going to find this in any other religion. So these things are happening in the Bible because it's specifically the truth itself. The Bible itself is the truth. And all it's down to is your ignorance that is doubting it. Because if you can still, if scientists in this 21st century can still say we have no evidence that there's no God, why are you now you're saying there's no religion, there's no nothing, if they're even admitting there's no evidence that there's no God?
Now, real quick, when you say that this evidence isn't good, I want to know one thing. How do you even establish evidence can occur in your worldview?
I'm sorry, I don't entirely understand the question. Could you rephrase that, please?
Like for example, for you to argue that something isn't sufficient good, like say you say evidence is good or evidence is bad or evidence is not there. For you to say that evidence is bad or good or it's not there, you have to have some sort of baseline standard from which evidence can occur in your worldview. Now, as a non-believer, how do you even establish that evidence can even exist in your worldview? How do you even establish that you can make judgments upon anything to be good or bad or insufficient in your worldview?
All right, well, just right off the bat, I will say that a lot of this comes down to me trusting my own good sense. The standard of evidence. I don't really have a chart here or anything to exactly tell you whenever you need better evidence versus whenever you don't need a lot of evidence. But I mean, I'll just basically put it that the criteria for evidence is going to be directly related to the claim itself. A less crazy claim, for example, is going to require less crazy evidence. Going back to what I was saying earlier about my brother, for example, whenever he walks in with the Taco Bell bag or without the Taco Bell bag, I don't necessarily need a lot of evidence to believe that he would stop to get Taco Bell, because it's not an extraordinary thing. People stop and they get Taco Bell all the time. There's not a whole lot of reason to lie about that. Now, whenever you look at the Bigfoot, for example, like he hit the Bigfoot, that is an extraordinary claim. It's a thing that, as far as I know, is impossible. I've never personally seen a Bigfoot, so of course, whenever somebody says that they hit a Bigfoot with their car, I am expecting some serious evidence. I'm talking DNA here. Like to tie this in with the Bible, for example, whenever you say that a man came back to life after he died, that is a big claim right there. That for sure, if it did happen, does not happen every day.
Was he just a man, Samson?
By what your book says, no, he would have been both man and God, which is
so why
in
is it
itself
impossible?
No.
But hold on. I'm not saying that it would have been impossible for him. What I'm saying is that, like, as far as I've seen, it's impossible. I mean, I've never heard of a man coming back to life other than Jesus. I've never seen it. I have no explanation of how it could even happen. And so just based on that, it's not an unreasonable thing for me to be skeptical about. And it's certainly not an unreasonable thing for me to expect, good evidence. And all right, whenever I say good evidence, for example, let's not even talk about the resurrection itself, because there weren't really a lot of people there to see the resurrection. Nobody saw it. Some women came across the cave and found it empty. They found Jesus later on. They talked to him. The apostles did. But let's talk about just the crucifixion here. The crucifixion is an event that happened in front of thousands of people. You know, Jesus was paraded through the streets. He was hung up on that cross in front of so many people, and yet we don't have any writings from any of these people. You know, it just happened
What?
in the book. Well, hold on. I mean, dude, actually, Zulu, do you know of writings?
I
I
know
know.
plenty.
Hold on.
I know plenty of sources. That it's even why didn't we use AC and BC? Jesus' death on the cross is one of the most definite things that even the most atheist or anti-theist person can admit.
I wasn't even
So,
finished though, but I was just waiting for Silly to get done speaking his point. Are you
Well,
finished?
almost. Let me just wrap it up. I'm sorry to cut you off, Zulu, but I mean, I'm just saying, man. We have the Bible that says the resurrection happens. We have the Bible that said that the crucifixion happens. Thousands and thousands of people saw this happen, and yet we don't have any individual writings from these people. You take into account, for example, that even nowadays, eyewitness testimony is like considered to be the worst testimony that you can have. If you have a camera or something that actually catches the crime, it will be taken preferably over the eyewitness each and every single time. Now,
so
we have this quote unquote eyewitness testimony that a man came back to life after he died in ancient times, whenever people did not understand science. They could not even accurately tell if somebody was dead or not back then. There were a lot of cases where people were buried alive. I mean, I'm sure we've all seen those old pictures in Europe where they would build those little bell towers above the caskets just in case somebody got buried while they were alive. They could ring the bell. I mean, it's the evidence that we have for the claim that we're making. I just don't find it sufficient myself.
All right,
see,
hold on, bro. Hold on. Okay, you said a lot there, but um, you start off this whole thing by talking about you use your senses when you establish a basis for evidence, right?
Yes.
In your worldview, how do you know your sense perception is reliable?
Well, I mean, mostly just experience so far. I mean, whenever I see the cat fall off the fence, I don't look back 5 minutes later and see that I was wrong. The cat actually fell off the fence. I mean, whenever I smell an apple pie, I usually smell an apple pie. I mean, I trust my experiences. So far, I haven't really been proven wrong so far. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I
But
trust myself.
but your experiences can be the result of random occurrences, or it can be the result of order. And your experiences, you have no difference. You have no way to tell the difference between the two. Like, for example, anything that we experience can be the result of something random which occurred. And you would not be able to tell the difference between something which is the product of randomness behind the scenes as opposed to regular order, non-randomness. So when you tell me that your experiences, you can like trust in, you have no way to verify whether your experiences are due to randomness behind the scenes or due to regular order. So you can't appeal to your experience.
That's not entirely true, actually. I mean, that is specifically what the scientific method is there for, to be able to test occurrences over and over again to figure out whether or not this was just a random thing that happened or if there is some kind of order to it, and then to discover what that order is. I mean, I don't know, Antonio. I mean, I guess I'm not really seeing how this works into the conversation.
But you,
silly.
in order to build that very assertion, you have to assume certain laws of nature. You have to assume that certain things in nature are regular. Do you not? Like, for example, if you get out your bed every morning, you don't expect to just fly up into the ceiling and be slammed across the room for no reason. You expect that whenever you get out your bed every single morning, that you're just going to be able to put your feet on the floor and go in the bathroom, brush your teeth, and all that jazz. Now, for you to make your assertions, would you not have to assume that nature is regular and consistent?
Well, I mean, I guess I would have to assume it. I don't think that that's really an assumption, though. I mean, whenever you get up out of bed in the morning and you don't fly off into space, it's not a faith call. I mean, you're backed up by every other experience that happened before that. You have a reasonable expectation that you're not going to fly off into space. I mean, I personally do not have an issue with this idea. I mean, especially whenever we're talking about death here. I mean, I really don't think that it's an unreasonable thing for me to say that whenever you're dead, you're dead. That's just how it works.
But you can't appeal to past experiences, because how would you be able to establish that you won't just arbitrarily just fly everywhere across the room when you get out your bed, as opposed to what happened in the past? You cannot know that. So appealing to past experience is illogical, because you cannot show that that will always happen. Just because it hasn't happened in the past does not mean that's how it will always go.
Well, I mean, I guess you're right, but given that I understand the laws of gravity, the idea that larger bodies of mass draw other bodies of mass into each other, I mean, I think that I have a pretty okay expectation that gravity is going to keep on working here. I mean, it's not like I'm just assuming that I'm not going to fly off into space. I understand why I'm not going to fly off into space.
But you just admitted to me that you can't prove that that won't happen. So you are making an assumption of the regularity of nature.
Antonio.
No. I'm not done. Let me handle this, Hilarious.
No, I just want to ask you a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Is it okay if I can speak after you've done with him? I want to ask him something as well.
Yeah, but just let me get into this.
Yeah. But
like I said, you're assuming the regularity of nature in order to make your position. You have no way of proving this will always happen this way in your worldview. You have no way to establish that. So when you tell me about evidence, when you tell me about anything in your worldview, it relies just on your own inherent assumptions. Now, anything you can actually establish. And therefore, when you tell me what is good or what is bad evidence, you're simply relying on your own subjective assumptions. You even admitted yourself that you trust your senses, but all this is just built upon your own assumptions.
What's the point to all this, man? I mean, I gotta wonder what the point to all this is. Do you personally really think that it's unreasonable for me to expect there to be some kind of coherence in nature? I mean, do you personally really expect that it's a realistic possibility that we are going to wake up tomorrow and just fly off into space? I mean, I get what you're saying, but I mean, I have no problem with it. I have absolutely no problem with making some assumption that the world is going to keep on working the way that it always has been, especially whenever, as I said before, we have scientific models to explain it. It's not just me. I mean, on a day-to-day kind of, thing, obviously, I'm not constantly thinking about science like, oh, well, gravity is going to keep me on the ground, because it's so wildly unrealistic to expect gravity to fail. Just as it's so wildly unrealistic to expect people to come back to life from the dead, man. I mean, if you're going to say things like this, I mean, how is gravity actually going to fail? I mean, I don't understand what you're really trying to get at.
I'm telling you what I'm telling you is that you cannot even establish the world can work in any sort of way because you have no way to verify if these things you experience are just the result of consistent randomness or regular order. It could be very well possible that things can randomly happen yet still benefit you, as opposed to things which are regular order that's benefiting you. Like for example, I can win the lottery, right? But the chances are I would win the lottery are very, 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 very small. But I can win. It can benefit me, right? But chances are that I won't win the lottery. But when we're talking about how do you use your sense perception to account for the laws of nature, you have no idea that what you are experiencing is the product of randomness benefiting you or regular nature behind it all benefiting you. You have no way to verify that in your worldview, yet you trust it without question at all, but yet expect this sort of out the sky arbitrary standard that you don't even consistently apply to how you look at the evidence for the resurrection of Jesus.
Okay, Antonio, do you have any evidence whatsoever that we're just keeping our feet on the ground right now because of some kind of random crazy thing happening and that it's not actually gravity? Do you have reason to believe that?
Well, the basis for why I would say that we just won't just arbitrarily fly all over the place and nature is regular, the basis I would say that is the Christian God. But if you, of course, if you deny the Christian God, can you establish a better basis in your worldview? If you can either
Yes.
accept that or you can reject it. But because
Well,
like the Christian God doesn't change, the Christian God, he his mind is a logical. He's the ultimate source of rationality. He's the ultimate source of intelligibility. How anything is possible. Given his unchanging nature, I can be rest well assured that I'm not just gonna be flying outside, everywhere in the room when I get out of my bed in the morning. But as far as you're concerned, all you can do is just really assume that things around you are regular.
No.
Your worldview, there's no way for you to verify whether those things are regular or whether those things are random, because it's very possible that randomness can occur over and over again and benefit you, as opposed to regular order. But you can't verify either way in your worldview. But you trust.
Hold on. You mind if I step in real quick?
Sure.
Okay. So I think that predictability is a really important sort of thing to talk about right now, especially whenever we're talking about gravity. I mean, you're saying that we don't fly off into space because of God, and I'm saying that we do not fly out into space because of gravity, and because, once an object has so much mass, it draws other objects with smaller mass to them. Now, whenever you look out into space, for example, and you look at other planets, you can calculate their mass and you can calculate the sun's mass, and you can basically tell how fast they're going to go around the sun. You can, for example, calculate how long it's going to take Halley's Comet to go around the sun and then come back to the Earth because of that same exact principle. I mean, you see what I'm saying? It's not like it's random, and we can prove it's not random because whenever you go in and you look at the math, it makes sense. It follows the order that we've, come to expect. And then you say that God is the one keeping our feet on the ground. And I have to ask, how do we know that? How can you actually show us that? Do you have the same explainability that the theory of gravity has in this example? Because, I mean, I really don't think that you do.
But you still have not established how what you experience is not the product of randomness or where is the product of regular order?
No,
You still haven't established either one of those things. You just simply asserted, these laws of gravity, but you haven't established in your worldview whether these laws, whether you experience in your life is the result of randomness or the result of consistent order. You still haven't established that because you can't know that in your worldview.
Well, I mean, I just explained how you can, Antonio. If it was random, then you wouldn't be able to predict things like Halley's Comet returning. If it weren't following some kind of consistency, then you wouldn't be able to make any kind of predictions at all. I mean, for example, if I were to take an apple and hold it out in front of me and drop it, then if life were random, then it could just fly off into space. But instead, it doesn't fly off into space. It will fall to the ground. Not only will it fall to the ground, it will reach what is called critical, no, not critical mass. What is that term? Shoot, I can't exactly remember it, but there is like a top speed that any object that you drop will reach, just by gravity, and it will not move any faster. And that happens because there's only so much force that gravity can exert itself because of the size of our planet. On smaller planets, that speed would probably be slower, and on heavier planets, that speed would probably be faster. But because we are following these laws and it's not just random, you can predict that you're not going to be able to go any faster than that. You see what I'm saying? Oh, what is that term? I can't remember what it's called. But I mean, that's all I'm saying, man. We have predictability. It's not random.
It's possible to produce one particular instance by the result of randomness multiple times. Like, for example, I can flip a coin, and it's possible to produce tails 5 times in a row based on just the randomness of flipping a coin. Mm-hmm. But I can also just sit a coin on the table 5 times. I could do something regular by actively sitting a coin on the table on one side or the other 5 times, or I could flip a coin and it could just happen to be tails 5 times in a row. What I'm telling you is, how do you establish in your worldview that consistent regular occurrences are not the product of chance as opposed to regular order? All you can do is assume that what you are experiencing is the product of regular order, but you don't know that it isn't just consistent randomness happening to benefit you. You can't show that.
Well, I mean, I think that I've given a pretty good explanation so far. I mean, me personally, I would even go so far as to argue that the coin flip isn't really what you would call random. If, hypothetically speaking, Antonio, you were to have God knowledge, like you personally understood everything about physics, and you could hold that coin in your thumb and look at it and see exactly how it's tilted, I believe that with the right amount of knowledge, you could probably predict each and every time exactly how that coin is going to land, depending on how hard that you flip it. I mean, I don't know what to say here, Antonio. I don't really think that what you're saying is all that strong. I mean, you're right. I cannot know for 100%, but I have plenty of good reasons to come to the conclusions that I come to. I'm not just consistent. I'm not just throwing at the dartboard here.
Can consistent beneficial results be the result of randomness? Yes or no?
I mean, I guess technically, yeah, it could happen.
Okay, so how do you know that you getting out the bed every morning isn't just the result of consistent beneficial random results rather than the regularity of nature?
How do you know? How do you know, Antonio? I mean, how do you know that it's not and that God isn't really there? Do you actually know that?
Well, he's revealed it in Scripture.
Has he come down here and told it to you personally? Because I mean, that book of yours wasn't written by God; it was written by people.
Well, he doesn't have to literally audibly tell me. He's not limited by whether he can audibly tell me things. I mean, he's omniscient. He's omnipotent. Just telling me things audibly. He can very well communicate things to, not just very well, he can communicate things to me in whatever way he wants to. You seem to think that because he doesn't audibly say something or he doesn't audibly show something, that he can't communicate his message, all the same.
I'm not saying that necessarily he cannot do that. I'm saying that if he does not do that, then thinking anything otherwise is just an assumption, man. I mean, you're right. I do not know for a fact that whenever I get up tomorrow morning, I am not going to fly off into space. But to that same extent, neither do you. And we both have to rely on the evidences to decide whether or not we believe that we're going to or not. And I put my standard of evidence on what can be, actually displayed, and you put your standard of evidence in what the book says. That's the whole issue here, man.
Wait, hold on. You said you put your evidence on this, on what can actually be displayed, but you just told me that you don't even know if it's the result of consistent random occurrences or regular nature. So how could you display anything if you don't even know or can't even prove
Antonio,
it to you?
Are you not listening? I've been arguing this whole time that we have models that can show us that it's consistent, that it's not just random. Though. Man, I mean, we can display it. I mean, if you don't understand it, then there's nothing I can say about that, man.
No, you can't do. I just asked you the question, how would you know that what you are experiencing is not the result of just consistent random occurrences that are benefiting you?
Because I can use the information that I have to predict what is going to happen next, because I can track the comet, man. And if it was random, then you just can't do that.
You don't know.
Why is it that Halley's Comet doesn't fly by, 5 years from now, and then after that it'll come back in 2 months, and then after that it'll take it 400 years? It doesn't. It takes 76 years each and every time because it follows a specific law, man. I mean,
you still don't know that that's not consistent random occurrences benefiting you. You still don't know that.
Well, I would ask you to prove that it is random then. Prove it to me that it is. Yeah, I mean, prove that it is.
Well, here's the thing. How can I prove anything to you when, number one, you admitted quite clearly that you can't prove this thing is like the result of randomness. So it isn't the result of randomness as opposed to regular order. So you can't build something from that point on. Now, you want me to ask you to prove something to you, and you can't even establish something as basic as you can't even get out the bed every morning.
Are you not listening, man?
You can't even establish something as basic as that. But now you're trying to ask me to prove something to you. How in the world would proof be possible in your worldview at all?
Dude, I mean, I've been explaining this. I mean, are you not listening? You can predict what's going to happen next. Not random, obviously. I mean, if you think that it is random, then I would like to see some evidence.
But that you know what each coin flip is going to be, heads or tails.
Oh, no. We're not talking about the coin flip. We're talking about gravity.
So what?
I mean, we're talking about gravity right now, dude. I mean, we were talking about the resurrection to begin with, and that went off track the moment that I pinned down the fact that there's no evidence for it.
But wait a minute, you told me that you could not predict that because you don't know what's going to happen from one moment to the next. All you can do is say that, well, I think this isn't going to happen based on my past experiences, but you cannot know that.
Neither can you, Antonio. Neither can you. I mean, this is just going around in circles now, man. I mean, I'm giving you the explanation of predictability.
How do you know I can't? I don't have the same worldview you do. I don't come from the same worldview you do, bro.
Do it then. Prove it's random. Put up or shut up.
It's very, very simple. The Christian God is the basis for anything, whether it be intelligibility, whether it be reason, whether it be logic, anything. If you deny the Christian God, then you have no basis to establish anything. And the Christian God has revealed himself to us in three ways: through natural revelation, through innate revelation, and special revelation. Now, you don't have to accept that at all. You don't. But in rejecting those three forms of revelation, you have no way to establish anything in your worldview is true.
Well, that's not true. As I said, we have the scientific method. We can actually test things and repeat them and find out what is the most likely thing to occur each and every time. I mean, that's a perfectly valid way to figure out what's going to happen.
And you still haven't gotten past how can you possibly know that these things aren't the result of consistent beneficial random occurrences as opposed to regular nature. You still haven't gotten past that.
Well, Antonio, I mean, if it's consistent, how can it also be random?
Well, like I said, you can consistently get like one side of a coin flip, and it can just be just the result of randomness. You can get one side of a coin flip 100 times in a row. That's very possible to happen.
All right.
In your worldview, you have no way to establish whether your world is based on either constant beneficial randomness or regular occurrences in nature. You just don't know. So anything you try to reason is based on your own assumptions.
It's
your own
not
subjective assumptions.
Now hold on here. See, I'm sorry, Zulu. I don't mean to cut you off. Well, you go ahead. It's been a while since you got to talk.
Yeah, go ahead, Hilarious.
Now, do you want to answer Antonio's question first, or?
Sure.
All right.
Okay. All right. Shoot. What was I gonna say? I totally forgot where I was gonna go with that. I mean, first off, it's not really subjective. Again, let's talk about the scientific method here.
You said your own senses, bro. That is subjective.
For gravity, man. For gravity. And I've already established that it is not at all unreasonable for me to expect gravity to keep on working the way it always has. I've been demonstrated over and over and over again that it happens. Not only me, so have you. I doubt that you've ever flown off into space. I doubt that Zulu has ever flown off into space. Together, we can all come together and agree on that. We can share our information. Oh, all right, well, that's not fair if you're an astronaut. I mean, that's not fair. But anyway, as I was saying, it's not just me, dude. I mean, you're painting it like I just personally think the gravity is going to work. And that's not true. Everybody does. Just in the same way that whenever you use a scientific method, it's not just you coming to conclusions. That's the whole reason why we have the testing, you know? It's so that I cannot put my bias into my own theory. Other people get to test it. They get to come to their conclusions. They can agree with it or disagree with it. They can show whether or not it's true or false. And we can basically all work together to come to as solid of a conclusion as we can. Now, granted, we are human beings. We could be wrong. Our information is limited. But given that we're really the only people that we have to work with, I don't have a big issue with that. That's just inherent to it. We could be wrong about science, but the beautiful thing about science is that it's always looking for the answers. So chances are, if we are wrong, we're going to figure it out sooner or later. I mean, I don't have any problem with that.
But tell me something. I can tell you that because of the Christian God, because of his consistent nature, because he doesn't change as revealed in Scripture. Without him, I couldn't reason at all. Without him, I couldn't even exist at all. I couldn't even breathe. And all things are regular in order because of his very nature. I can account for that in my worldview. In yours, you just can't.
Well, I mean, that's
Can I?
sorry, Zulu. What's up?
Do you want to answer this question, or do you want me to answer? I'm going to answer you a question.
Yes.
Yes. Well, no, I can speak.
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead,
and-
man.
Oh, okay. Sorry, because I don't want to like cutting off. You've already got a flow going on. Yeah.
All right.
Anyway. Earlier you were talking about how there's no evidence for Jesus dying on the cross or being resurrected, or evidence of these things happening in the Bible. But my question for you is, can you give me evidence for Julius Caesar, for Alexander the Great, or any of these other people around that time that were documented? Can you give me evidence for them?
That's a great question, because you talked about like conservative estimates, like, I don't know, you said like 125, 130 years or somewhere around there, you said, but the evidence is for those historical figures is way, way beyond that. You're talking about anywhere from 500 years plus to like 2,000 years or so. So,
And it's not even that. It's like the Bible has more manuscripts than evidence for Julius Caesar. We know Caesar existed because in the Bible Jesus mentions Caesar. It says, "Give to Caesar what's Caesar's, and give to God what is God." So that from there, already from the biblical standpoint, we know Caesar existed. Putting that into account, can now you give me evidence that Caesar actually existed, based on any evidence that Caesar existed?
All right. This is a good question, I think, and it goes right back to the standard of evidence. I mean, me personally, like, I get what you're saying, Zulu. You are right. There's not a whole lot of evidence that Julius Caesar as a person existed. But whenever you look at Julius Caesar as a person, we're not really making any crazy claims about him. He was an emperor of Rome. He got killed by Brutus, was it? I think he got stabbed to death. Was that Caesar? I think that was supposed to be Caesar.
Caesar got killed by people. A group of people just stabbed him.
Right. Yeah, he was turned on. But we're not making any kind of crazy claims about Caesar. He's not doing anything in his stories that are at all beyond something that a mortal man could have done. So is it possible that Caesar did not exist? Yes. I mean, I guess that it is possible. But given the kind of claims that are being made for him, I don't really see any reason that we shouldn't take the texts that we're given as being evidence, with a grain of salt, because history always favors the winners. The people that write history always like to skew it towards their own views as best they can. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is Julius Caesar didn't come back to life from being dead.
Yeah,
So
but that's not answering the question. I'm asking. You don't even have to talk about Jesus, silly. I'm asking for evidence for.
Well, I mean, I guess that's really all I'm saying then, is that you're right. There's not a whole lot of evidence for Caesar, but I don't think that the claim itself is so unreasonable that we should discount the evidence that we're given.
Well, the thing is, you keep saying, I've never seen anyone being resurrected or a mortal man. Like, we keep trying to drill this through people's heads. I mean, when you look talking about Jesus Christ, Jesus of Nazareth, he was not a normal man. He wasn't even born through the normal way of conception. He was divine, spiritual being. He was God himself.
I know
why you now? I keep saying this. The only way you can even say it's a bit of a bogus claim is if you to prove that he wasn't God, which you cannot do. He was not a mortal man, so you're making it impossible for someone that is not a mortal man.
I'll be honest with you, Zulu. I have been trying to tiptoe around this subject a little bit, just because. I mean, whenever we start talking about whether or not Jesus Christ was actually God or not, then we're going to open ourselves up to this whole argument of whether or not God exists. And I'm just trying to keep the conversation on track here. You know what I mean? Like whether or not Jesus Christ was actually God, I think that we can all agree that the idea of somebody coming back to life after they died is miraculous. You know, that's why it's a whole big deal in the Bible, right? Because holy crap, Jesus did something that nobody else could do, right?
Because he's not a man, he's God.
Well, I mean that's the claim. I would ask you to prove that.
Well, he
I
spoke.
can.
Let me respond to that real
There's
quick. I think
plenty of
that
prophecies
Let,
in Isaiah.
matter of fact, let me get. I got a bad reception here. Can you guys hear me?
oh, I can hear you quite clearly, man.
Yeah, I think that when we look at the narrative, whether if you believe it's historical or it's not or it's figurative, there's still something that's being conveyed here. And each of us is understands that being a Christian and also you being an unbeliever, that there's some things that we don't know. Would you agree to that?
Yes, I would agree to that.
Right, and so there are some things that are random. Storms are sometimes, but there are some things that are not random, things that just happen every day. It's just occurrence of these things just happening every day. You are correct. If you wake up tomorrow, um, or if your children wake up tomorrow, this earth will always live. The universe will always be in existence because the Bible teaches that just as well too. So I will say that that's going to happen, but but we know that because we have some type of promise. But what I do want to say is this: do you can you hear me? I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. I want to make sure I'm clear.
Oh yeah, you're loud and clear, man.
Okay. As now you you were talking when you said rules and you said laws. The way you was talking, you was referring to those things in nature. Do you believe that nature have rules and laws?
Um, I believe. Yeah, how exactly do I want to answer this? I mean, right on the face of it, I would say yes, but I would also put a little caveat on that and say that whenever we use a word like rule or law in this, it's really just describing consistency. You know, it's saying that things are going to react this way every single time. You know, it's not like we're saying that there's some kind of prescribed order, which I guess there is a prescribed order. It's I'm sorry, I'm having a
Right.
little trouble with exactly wording myself here. But I mean, I guess I'm saying that whenever we use the word law to describe what's happening, it's not in the same sense that you would use the word law like, to describe jaywalking or something.
Right. So it seems to me that there is a system that is at work here, and we are objects within that system. Would you agree to?
Um, yeah, I mean, I would agree with that.
Right. So what I'm getting at is that you can relate to the natural world by classifying certain things in the natural world. For instance, you said gravity, but there's a system that we see that's in play. So what we might call gravity might not be called gravity, but we call it gravity. But we can both understand that it is a force that is at work, and we have
Yes.
classified it as gravity.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And the reason why I'm saying this is because we can relate to things in the natural world, you know, and because how we have relation, how also how we also make from what has been, you know, world. We take substance from what we see in the natural world. We want to understand it. So what we do, we examine it, we experimented on it, we study it. We want to know how it moves, how it functions. And so we can relate to it, how it functions because we are, basically putting forth some type of intelligence to understand it and also to putting forth data to understand it. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I think that information is very important. The whole universe is made up off of information. We understand it by information. And so if it keeps doing the same thing over and over and over again, there's some type of rule that has been set, some type of order that has been set. So, if a person has set this system up, or individual, or has set this system up, whether if you want to say it's nature or whatever the case may be, whoever house it is, and whatever order this being there, that order. If we don't follow that order, then we know what happened when we don't follow that order. Just go and jump out of a plane and not follow the the laws of gravity, what we see. You know what I'm saying? And I just
Yeah.
wanted
Oh, sorry. I was just
I just
saying.
wanted to
Yeah,
bring
I
that
get
out.
you. Okay. Like shoot. I mean, I think I see what you're saying there, and I guess I don't know. I mean, are you insinuating that there's order because there's a mind behind it? I'm sorry. I'm trying to exactly figure out, the core of what you're saying here.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was in it. No. Can you ask that question again?
I was just wondering if you're insinuating that the order is there because there's a mind behind it.
Yes, definitely. There's definitely a mind. That's how we can actually relate to it.
All
And
right.
I think that for the most part, as you get a little bit higher up, then you get a little higher up, and up there, then you will realize that they know that it is a mind behind it. It's just that in other words, you're trying to, when what you're looking for is if you knew the source, just go get it. You know what I'm saying? But because you don't know the source and you don't know the cause or the purpose, you just trying to figure it out. And it seems to me to where, like for instance, like you if it's figurative about Christ, or this is a historical. I mean, when you say this person is figurative or this person didn't exist, well, let's look at what he said. What do you think about when he says that man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out the mouth of God? What do you think about that? We understand that you don't. I
Um.
mean, well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I mean, to me personally, I mean, it sounds like that particular bit of scripture is saying that you have to have God in your life. You can't just go about living in the world. You have to have spirituality. I mean, that's what I would say that's saying. I mean, to me personally, it doesn't really mean anything. It just kind of sounds like a bunch of hooey. I mean, not trying to insult anybody here. I'm just
I
saying
understand.
personally, it sounds silly.
Right. And see that's the that's the, because your name is silly, right? Now here's the point. Now let me get at this so you can understand this. Now it's odd. Are you an atheist?
Yeah, I would call myself an atheist.
Right. Now it's odd that what upsets me about atheists is because they don't deal with anything that's really relative to the world, far as relationship wise. They'll say science this and science that, but when it comes to how you have a relationship with somebody in the world, because you are an individual where you consist of love, passion, desire, hate, all of these different passions, a word to say man should not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out the mouth of God. That's not relative to you, but it should be, because the very things that we see in the world is man living by bread alone. When you see scientists, they are using science to basically depopulate the world. They are using science to take over other nations by evolution of weaponry, evolution of intelligence to overcome each other. Because now that the brain is the model that is that supersedes everything that's in this world, now we have the ability to outthink each other, and we can take over the very natural things that is used to preserve the natural body. So what am I saying here? This is relative, and this is a conversation that need to be looked at, because people are fighting over inheritance. People are fighting to preserve themselves. So when we look at what you're saying, there's nothing relative about what you're saying. You're saying, well, we can prove that this world, we can prove this scientist, or we can test this. But what about you as being an individual as consisting of not just material, but something that is beyond material, which is consciousness, because those two things work together. So if Christ say man should not live by bread alone, right? He's saying that you are a natural being. You are a material being. You are sustained by food. You are natural. But there is something also that is spiritual about you, that is rules and laws, which is your moral code, your morality, your conscience. So if you're driven by food alone, means alone, you'll do anything for natural means and basically corrupt your conscience. So do you understand what that is saying now? Like, you should not just live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out the mouth of God, who is the architect of the very world that you're living in.
All right. Okay. Well, where do I want to start off with this? First and foremost, I don't think that it's really fair to blame science for all the atrocities that are going on in the world. I mean, before we had science,
No, hold on. Before you do that, wait.
All right,
Hold on. I understand.
all right.
Wait. Hold on. Before you do that, I'm not blaming science, because first of all, I just want to get that straight. I'm blaming the people who don't hold a morality to govern themselves when using the science. There's a difference there. Go ahead, proceed.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. I don't really disagree with you necessarily on that. I mean, me personally, I think that human beings in general, myself included, sometimes are pretty self-absorbed and pretty careless towards others. I mean, I don't really see that as having changed anytime soon, but to sit here and to say that we have a spirituality in us and that is what causes our conscience, that is, what causes the good in us, basically, I don't think that that's a very good explanation. I don't think it's a very good explanation, especially whenever you can directly show that, the way that you are raised and the experiences that you have in your life directly impact the way that you view morality. I mean, for example, if you were to grow up in the hood and grow up with a bunch of drug dealers and whatnot, and just never have the chance to really, be taught empathy or to have it enforced in you, then it is infinitely more likely that you are going to grow up to be some kind of drug dealer rather than if you grow up in a suburb somewhere with a loving family. I mean, I think that you're putting the word spirituality on a thing that it just doesn't need to be there. You're putting this label on something that we already have a label for. We already have explanations for that. Now, as far as God being there in the world and being the one that basically makes the whole thing run, I want you to imagine it like this, like the way that atheists look at things.
What's your explanation for consciousness?
Hold on.
Your natural explanation for it.
I'll answer that in just a second.
Okay.
Let's hypothetically say that there's a landslide that occurs. And whenever this landslide occurs, it knocks 3 boulders loose. One of these boulders is 3 feet in diameter, another one is 5 feet in diameter, and yet another one is going to be 10 feet in diameter. And as they roll down the hill, they are going to follow this track that has been dug out by a stream centuries earlier. And that stream is going to lead them down to a fissure in the earth. And that fissure starts off narrower at the beginning and very slowly gets wider. Now, whenever all 3 of these boulders roll onto that fissure, just by the nature of their size and gravity and whatnot, as they roll over it, the 3 feet boulder is going to be the first one that falls in and gets stuck. The 5 foot is going to be the second one, and the 10 foot is going to be the third, and so on. Now, this kind of thing, just by the nature of the objects, you could predict that this is going to happen. You can show that there is some kind of logic in why this occurred, but it doesn't ever actually have to have a hand in play. It's a totally natural event that could occur. And I guess that's really the way that atheists look at the universe, that we have all these laws and stuff, but it's just intrinsic to the way that things.
All right. Well, let me ask you this question, because I think that is the most ridiculous thing you just said, especially when you're explaining natural when you're explaining the world or the universe within itself, because with that question, right, you said did it made this track that was there earlier. Well, let me ask you this. Why we don't find that when we look at molecules, when we look at DNA and RNA? What we find is, did it? Are you going to tell me that it's going to knock 3 boulders down every time? They're going to roll down this hill
Oh
every
no,
time the same way?
I'm not saying that it's every time the same way. I'm just saying that the fact that this could happen. I mean, you would agree that this hypothetical scenario is possible, wouldn't you?
But listen, that's what I'm trying to. That's why I say the model that you guys present is the most horrible model in my life. Like, I can look at the natural world and say that this brother just said that this hill rolls these rocks down it, 3 of them, but then the next time it happened again, it's rolling through.
Oh, dude, hold you're missing the point. You're
And then and so
missing.
that what we and so let me finish.
All
And so
right.
this is the argument that you arguing, and it's like an argument that's like a child would argue. Anybody can look and say that in this world, in the natural world, when we look in RNA, when we look in DNA, when we look at the subatomic level, that these things are doing things as like a record, like duplicating, like it's recording. So I would say that there's a level of intelligence that's there. Not saying that this is some type of random or natural occurrence. That a rock probably falling down could have been something that was natural, but to do it over and over and over again, no, brother, it's like a broken record, like a CD.
Okay.
Somebody put that together.
Hold on, easy, man, easy. You're kind of missing my point here a little bit. See, that was a metaphor. The rocks themselves falling is not the important part of the metaphor. That is very simply to show that this is a kind of thing that could be set in motion without any kind of intelligent hand. It could just be a landslide. Now, those rocks roll down the ravine, and they're going to fall into that ravine at different times, specifically because of their size and shape. And that's the metaphor for basically the laws of physics. It occurs with some
Okay,
kind of
well
predictable. Hold on. It occurs with some kind of predictability. I'm not saying that the rocks explain everything. I'm saying that that's a very crude way to look at how atheists look at everything.
well, but let
Now,
me ask you a
you
question. When that rock,
hold on.
okay,
Now,
okay.
you're gonna come in here and say that it's a horrible way to look at the world, to assume that nature just works a certain way. But I mean, you're telling me it's God. Your whole argument is a God of the gaps, man. You're trying to find this spot that we don't know something, and then you just
I
shove
haven't
in
mentioned
God in there.
anything about God. Now, hold on. I haven't mentioned anything about God with your analogy. Now, first off, would you agree if that rock rolled down the hill, it would have took some type of force, some type of energy?
Yes, I agree with that.
Right, according to the physics that you're talking about, right?
I gotta throw something in here real quick, and y'all can continue on. For you to throw a charge at him of a guy that guess is very hypocritical, when I pressed you over and over again, and you admitted quite clearly that you cannot know, right? You cannot know that what happens when you get out of bed is the result of regular occurrences of nature or the result of randomness. And you don't know that there's consistencies in the past means that the same thing is going to happen in the future. And then you want to charge people with a gaps argument. Then all you'd be doing right there, if you assume without any sort of I don't know, any sort of justification whatsoever other than your own
Now,
assumptions, is you throwing gaps in your own
hold on.
assumptions.
Antonio, you're right. I did say earlier that I do not know for sure whether or not whenever I wake up or not gravity is going to work. But
You
that's
don't
not the
know,
only thing.
therefore
Hold
nature. You
on.
don't know,
Hold
therefore
on.
nature. That's a
We
gaps
we
argument too.
we had
So you have
we
no room
talked
to
about
throw gaps arguments to people.
Antonio, we talked about this for almost an hour. That is not what I said. You are grossly oversimplifying what I said right now. You're quote minded me. You got me saying that one thing, and you're going to focus on that and ignore every single other thing that we said in explanation of that right now. I mean, I got to be honest with you, dude. You're not treating me very
What
fairly right now.
what I'm telling you, dude, is everything else you said was predicated on your own unjustified assumptions. That's the point.
Oh, they're not unjustified though. They're justified by my previous experiences. And as I said, thanks to the models that we have in science, which is not just me. Those are several different scientists working together to build up one theory. It's not just me, man. I mean,
Past
Right,
occurrences.
but
Come
you
Past
even
on.
using,
occurrences.
you're
Past
not
When it
even
comes to
using, you're not even going by the model that you even speaking about. Because if you was, you would never said these rocks rolling down a hill, using that as an analogy.
Hey, past occurrences does not account for what will happen in the future. It's just
Well,
your assumption to
it
the
is an assumption.
future.
It's a tentative assumption, but it's one
No,
that's worked
it's
in the
not.
past and will continue to work in the future until it's shown to not.
You don't know
So it's
that it
reasonable.
will.
So it's reasonable to hold that belief.
You don't know it
Right,
will
right,
continue to work.
that's
You don't know that.
No. We base that fact, or we base that belief on prior experience, and it's reasonable to hold that belief until shown otherwise because it has been so consistent
Reasonable based on what?
who is
on
this?
prior
Dragnet?
experience.
Is this Dragnet?
No,
Oh, you sound like Dragnet a little bit. Well,
So
I would agree with that.
right.
Prior experiences establishes what's going to happen in the future.
No, it's not a guarantee. It's just it's reasonable to believe.
But that's just a gap you're throwing in there. If you just
I don't know what you mean by
assume,
gap.
look, he's trying to
Right.
posit that
But see what he did, Antonio. He said, notice he said it's a reason to believe. Well, we got a
No,
reason to believe.
reasonably,
Just like
reasonable to believe.
okay, it's reasonable. Okay, but you still use believe. That's bottom line.
Well,
So
knowledge,
what? Hold on.
knowledge is also a belief.
Wait, hold on. Well, hold on. You said a reasonable to believe. So listen, why
Right.
is it not reasonable for us to believe what we believe? And an intelligent designer. What's wrong with that?
Well,
exactly.
depending upon the belief, it could be reasonable to hold. You can actually hold a belief reasonably and still be wrong.
Like
Right,
yours,
and that's
right?
fine. And
Well, that's
that's
what you
fine.
claim.
And you know what? That's fine because
No,
I
no,
would
no, 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 no. You said you can reasonably hold a belief and still be wrong. What I'm saying is that can apply to you too, then, correct?
Yes.
right. Can that
Yes.
apply to you? Yes. And
I never claimed it wouldn't.
and right. He's been saying that
Right. I was asking you to verify that. Right. Go ahead, G.
he's been saying that, and so well. Here's the thing, atheists will look at us and that we just throwing some stones back and say like we ain't got no type of reason to believe what we believe when it's clear that y'all missing some things just as we supposedly supposed to be missing some things, and we both think each other
Exactly.
wrong. But how we view the world as being relative is something that we see that atheists don't do. Atheists don't do that. In other words, they don't they how they view the world is so different between how a person that is spiritual view the world, because we view it as cohesive. Science and also spirituality is cohesive. It's something that the ancients historically never separated it, but now you got this new breed of atheism, and they separate it.
Exactly.
But
Well,
the global
that,
elite don't separate it.
that's a
The
bit of
global
Exactly.
a
elite don't separate
broad
it.
brush because I know atheists who claim to be spiritual and believe in ghosts and spirits.
So let me
So,
ask you this question, Van.
so
Van the
they're
man.
not,
That's
so
what I'm
they're
gonna
not
call you,
strict
Van the
naturalists,
man.
then, right?
I only heard. I didn't understand that.
I said so. They're not strict naturalists, then, right? These atheists you're talking about.
Probably, yeah.
All right, go ahead, G.
Right. So what I just want to get to is that I think that, we talked to the brother here, the brother Silly, and he contradicted himself a couple of times, and Antonio came in and where he and I sat there and I listened the whole time and I watched the contradiction, but bottom line is there's some type of force and consciousness that's moving everything in this world, and we gather the information and the data to even understand this world. And
Uh, that seems
so
like an awfully big assertion that I don't think you have. I don't think anyone can
okay, well
back up.
let me ask you a question, Van the man. Listen, is there a force behind the existence of the universe?
I I don't even know how to parse that question out. Do I think that there's a force behind the existence of the universe? I
Yes.
mean, I'm
Force
having some difficulty
forces,
parsing that out.
Okay, listen, force of see because the reason why you do not because you have this how can I say it, this mindset of how you're going to argue your view. So you know that there's fundamental forces. Is there fundamental forces behind the existence of this universe?
No, the fundamental forces appear to be expressions of the universe. So I don't see how you could say that any of the fundamental forces are responsible for the existence of the universe.
No, I didn't say responsible. I said behind the universe. In other words, the universe is operating by these fundamental forces, which we
What do
call
you mean
force.
expressions?
Well,
We
the
call,
four
What do you mean
fundamental forces appear to
expressions?
be intrinsic parts of the
Wait, hold
universe.
on. Oh, hold on. What do you mean expressions of the universe? Are you
That
suggesting
was
that the
probably a
universe
poor
is
choice of words. They appear to be intrinsic to the universe.
right. So we have what we call the four fundamental forces:
Right.
gravity,
Electromagnetic,
electromagnetism,
strong and weak.
strong and nuclear, strong and weak. Yeah. So we have those forces. So we can agree that the universe is being ran by forces. Can we agree to that at least?
I think that might be a bit of a leading phrasing.
How's it leading? I mean, what does it lead? It's
Well,
leading
it
you to
appears to
forces, right?
operate. It appears to operate in accord with those forces.
Right. The whole universe we see is operating by force. In other words, this is a system, and we are objects in the system. And when we break down the system, we break them down into four fundamental forces, and we break down those four fundamental forces. You just stated what they are: strong, weak, electromagnetism, and gravity.
I don't think they're separate from the universe. I don't think they're separate from the universe. I think they're an intrinsic part of the universe.
So we're working in a system that has objects, and we're objects of that system. Would you agree to that?
Well, we're part of the universe, yes.
Right. So I mean, that's we're objects, yeah. So we're objects of the system. I don't know if you think I'm trying to lead you in some type of trickery question because.
Well, no, I'm just trying to follow you.
Right. Because you know I know you got your way on how you answering it, but I'm not trying to lead you into no type of tricky question. I'm just trying to show you that it's clear that we both agree that this is a system and we're objects in the system, and that this universe is operating by some type of forces or force within itself, and we see it all in the universe.
Okay.
So when we see that force is there, that force clearly has brought consciousness into existence. Do you know what consciousness is? Do we have a natural explanation for consciousness?
Got 1 second.
Do you know what conscience is? There's two words there, consciousness and conscience. So you know which is consciousness, both pronounced the same, but.
Sorry, I stepped away from my keyboard. I couldn't really be heard. I know what I think of it when I say consciousness, and I know what I mean when I say conscience. Are you
Okay?
Are we operating under the same thing though?
Right. So did nature bring conscience? Because you're gonna say nature, and that's fine. Did nature bring conscience into existence?
Now, it seems pretty easily to be both. Yes.
Right. And so is consciousness is just relative to the brain, or is that it?
To the best of my knowledge.
Right. What do you think about the article that they just got wrote about, talking about how mode is able to operate with some type of intelligence that's attached from the brain? I mean, sorry, that's detached from the brain.
I have no idea about that article. I need to see it.
All right, let me put this article in the back.
I am away from my keyboard at the moment, so it'll take me a minute to get to it.
All right, so that's fine. But yeah, go ahead. Y'all can continue on. Let me find this article real quick so I can.
Hey Van, just a quick question. Do you think that my metaphor earlier was a bit clumsy?
You have to remind me which one.
The rocks rolling down the hill.
I was involved in a conversation in the external chat at the time, so I wasn't following it very closely.
Oh, yeah, as I said, that's cool. I mean, it was basically just, a landslide occurs, 3 rocks roll down a hill. They roll over a ravine, and the larger rocks will be the last one to fall into the ravine because of their size and the size of the ravine. But basically just an explanation that you can get consistency and predictability in nature without actually having to have an intelligent force put things into action.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way you could. I don't think there's any way you could justify saying that there's intelligent force there. I don't really think
Right,
there's
but
any
when he made
definite proof. I don't think there's any definite proof that you can say that there isn't one. But
right, but
there's
I don't know why.
reasonable to believe it's reasonable to say there wasn't unless there's evidence for it.
All right.
Right, but I disagree with when he made that analogy, because he's making that analogy as if that we actually see that going on, in nature. When we don't, what we see in the material world is that in the material world we see a occurrence of something happening over and over again, which he agreed when he talked to Antonio earlier. So
What do you mean
if you
occurrence?
agree that, in other words, it's doing it over and over the same time. When we look at DNA, we look at RNA, it's transcripting almost, if not the same thing, duplicating something. If it's some type of copying error there that we say is, but it's still something is there, is being looked at and also registered the over and over again. So that right
I
there
didn't
leads
follow
to
that at
look
all.
at it as some type of rules or something. Up or anything? Did I break up?
You not really. I mean, I wasn't able to follow that. I mean, we're
Okay,
looking at
well,
DNA
listen.
and seeing
Does
breaks.
hold on? Does rocks fall down the same way all the time?
Pretty much so, yeah.
No, I'm saying I'm sorry, that with that analogy that he used. Let me rephrase that. Every time is 3 rocks gonna fall down?
Well, like I said earlier, I didn't really hear the analogy he used earlier. I saw him go over it just a moment ago. I don't know if that's how he went over it before, but if for somehow 3 rocks start falling, are they going to fall the same way every time?
Yes.
No, I mean, I basically gave you the analogy exactly how I explained it to him. I mean, the number of the rocks really isn't important here. It's the fact
It's
that they'll
very
fall.
important.
Well, no, I mean that's not the important part of the metaphor. The part of the metaphor that's important is the fact that, like whenever the rocks roll over the ravine, the smaller rocks will fall in first and the larger rocks will fall in last because of their inherent shape. I mean, I'm not saying that 3 rocks are going to fall every time. It could be 5 rocks. It could be 100
But you
rocks.
giving that analogy for what, though? Why are you giving that
It,
analogy for what?
it's just to
I'm actually not
display
sure
that
I would agree with the analogy.
I
Hold
mean,
on. Why? Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Why are you giving the analogy? Why did you give that analogy?
the whole point of the analogy is just to show that you can have, coherence and predictability in nature without having to have a mind behind it. Like regardless of whether or not a person pushes the rock down the hill or the landslide happens and it's a natural occurrence, the rocks are still going to react the same way whenever they reach that ravine. It doesn't necessarily have to have a mind behind it. That was the whole point of my analogy. I'm sorry if it's got mixed up in there.
Right, but see that's the same reason why I use your analogy, because the whole point of your analogy, it makes no sense. For instance, I use your analogy because you said it might be 2 or 3 rocks that might fall. 2 or 3 rocks may fall. But what we're seeing in nature, in the material world, is the complexity. Did we see some things is complex? That these things are repeating itself over and over again. We know it's gonna fall, but when you start using counting rocks, saying 2 or 3 rocks, yeah, I'm gonna count with you, because that's what we see actually when we start looking at the material world. We see that these things are calculated, some of with precision, but there may be some things that may have some copy errors that may not duplicate how they should, or copy how they should. But for the most part, still seeing that there is some type of sequence that's there. Your analogy that you're given to explain the material world, this is not something that's just, oh, a random that's happening. No, this thing is happening over and over again. So it's kind of weird that it's happening over and over again. So now I'm starting to even calculate and look at the look at the data and be able to explain the data and give a natural explanation for it, because it's doing the same thing and we can test and repeat it. It's doing the same thing over and over again. So therefore, the analogy that you've given of this type of randomness is kind of weird to me, because you know, you even counted you even went so far to count the rocks and made the road even paved to where it's going to do this the whole time. That analogy is just still using intelligence behind it. So we understand the material world by intelligence, because the
Well,
material world has intelligence in it.
Well, it has intelligibility in it. I think you're kind of stretching to say intelligence.
I think
I'm not even stressing it to say intelligence.
I mean, I think you're kind of missing the whole point of the analogy here. I mean, really, the number of the rocks does not matter in the analogy. I mean, as I said, it could be 100 rocks, it could be 10 rocks. The whole point here is that whenever they reach that ravine, the smaller rocks, no matter how many small rocks there are going to fall into the ravine first because of their size, and the larger rocks are not. I mean, that's the predictability. The whole reason of the landslide was just to show that it doesn't have to have a mind behind it. And I mean, it's a little bit of a stretch, I guess, the analogy. I don't know. I mean, I'm just trying to show that
Right.
atheists can believe in nature
when
having.
referring to the material world, don't use that analogy, bro. That's a poor analogy. You're gonna have to come a little bit better.
I'm not sure I followed the analogy either.
What I'm still trying to understand is, why do you keep using predictability when you can't even show that what you are predicting is the product of consistent random occurrences that just happen to be beneficial as opposed to regular nature?
Well, in prior experience, we have noticed that, so we are able to extrapolate that and infer that it will continue in the future. This could be wrong. This opinion is held tentatively, or the belief is held tentatively, but it's still reasonable to hold.
Silly, are you an atheist?
Can I say something?
Silly, are you an atheist?
No. Go ahead real quick, Black Pack. Yeah.
No, I asked Silly a question. Is he an atheist?
No. You just ask. Just hold your question. You can ask him after Black Pack goes. He hasn't spoken the whole time.
Well, I just want to know what his worldview was. That's all.
And how do you know your experiences are valid?
Right.
How do we know our experiences are valid?
Sure.
How do you know that your senses are not defective? How do you know it's working exactly, perfect, an accurate experience?
Well, I know my senses aren't perfect. I'm colorblind.
Well, yeah, that's just a side issue, but you understand the general.
The issue is not the perfection of the senses. The actual basic basic concept of the question is, are your basic senses reliable? Not, are your senses perfect?
They certainly appear to be, based on my continued existence.
Silly, are you an atheist?
Yeah, I am an atheist. And just real quick, are you Darth Dawkins? Because you sound just like that guy. All right.
Yeah, he has a sexy voice, but I sound a lot like him.
Yeah, I'm sure. Oh yeah, I'm an atheist.
So as an atheist, are you an atheist because there's no evidence for God?
I'm an atheist because I'm not convinced by the evidence that I've been presented.
Okay, is there no or insufficient evidence for God?
In my opinion, there is insufficient evidence, yes.
Okay, is that an arbitrary criterion that you use, or are you consistent on that?
It's not arbitrary. It's based upon the claim. Bigger claims need more extraordinary evidence.
I said, okay, that's not an answer to my question. What you did give me was a Carl Sagan cliche. So I'll ask the question again.
Cliches are cliches for a reason.
Okay, are you
they fit really nicely.
Are you consistent on your criterion that you just stated in order to believe that something is the case?
Yes, I am. Extraordinary claims need extraordinary evidence.
Okay. Well, that's a Carl Sagan cliche. I don't even know what that means. Now,
Carl Sagan's a smart guy, dude.
Okay, yeah, well, Carl Sagan also was a liar. He claimed he wasn't an atheist, but in his documentary, The Cosmos, he explicitly stated that the cosmos is all there is, ever was, or ever will be. That's an absolute. Don't overtalk me, okay? Because I'm a moderator in the room.
Oh, here we go. He's threatening to boot us.
No, don't overtalk me. Or
I need to go ahead and say my goodbyes.
You're going to be removed from the room.
Y'all have a nice day.
It was fun, Antonio. It was fun, but I'm not dealing with this guy.
Okay.
Peace.
All right. Well, you see, I haven't been rude to you. Okay. You see, so basically, these guys ran with their tails between their legs because they wanted to troll. Now, did you? He saw the line of reasoning that it was going down, that he has to have sufficient reasons and sufficient evidences for the things that he believes in. And then he wants to give us a Carl Sagan cliche, such as extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. What the hell does that even mean? Now, he was spouting to you about how the material world works in a certain way. Well, how could he know that? Is he going to make an appeal to his sense perception or his experiences? Because if he does, then he'll just be begging the question. Because you see, the little sliver of human experience that he has, including collective humanity, cannot logically necessitate that the whole of physicality operates like the sliver that he experiences. So he has no evidence or sufficient reasons that things work in a certain way. So why do you think I asked him, is that criterion an arbitrary one, or is he consistent?
Right.
See, the reason why he fled, is he knew he was going to be very quickly painted into a corner by his own words.
Right, and I asked him over and over again earlier before you came into the room, how do you establish anything? When you talk about like predictability, or like when you get out of bed every morning and put your feet on the floor, that you're just not going to just be thrown around into the room because things aren't regular. How do you establish that those things happen consistently is the product of regular occurrences in nature that are now random, as opposed to random chance that just happen to benefit you over and over again? I kept asking him about that. He was never able to deal with it.
Yeah. Well, you'll notice then the man who is somebody who is a bona fide troll, that when I was speaking to Silly, he wanted to overtalk me. And then he left because I told him I wasn't going to tolerate him overtalking me. He wasn't treated unfairly at all. Now, you'll notice that the answer that Silly gave when I asked him, is your criterion for believing in things a non-arbitrary one? And then he wants to give me this Carl Sagan slogan.
Yeah, but Antonio,
what evidence does he have that nature operates in a law-like way? The answer is he doesn't have any.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, we've had him here for the past like 2 hours or an hour, and like me and Antonio, we've really had any problems with him. We argued.
Hey, hilarious! Don't put the blame on me.
No, I'm not blaming you. No, Didi, I know these guys, they don't like arguing with you.
The reason why they fled is because it wasn't because I was doing something wrong. They fled because they know I'm going to ask them specific and clear questions about their statements, and they know that they're in deep trouble. That's why they fled.
No, I agree, Didi. I know that they're scared of your arguments, and I know a lot of these people don't want to argue with you, but sometimes maybe like you go and jump on a bit too aggressive.
How was I too aggressive?
Like, for example, like the conversations that we're having before were pretty chilled. The questions that we're asking and talking about were more relaxed. But now you're jumping on now with the deep stuff with about how nature works.
So they just asked some basic questions.
Well, wait a minute. Hilarious. Was not Silly making claims about how physicality operates, and were not his reasonings predicated on the claim that nature works in a certain way? Yes or no?
Yeah, but I know he was making, the same guy was making claims that Jesus didn't die on the cross, even though there's historical evidence for that. Doesn't mean I'm gonna jump onto him, like, you know, and stop him and say I'm a moderator. I can have the authority to kick you out and all that
No,
stuff.
well, first, okay, hilarious. Maybe you should respond to what actually transpired. Okay, Van the man is a regular troll in the atheist rooms. Okay, I was speaking to Silly, and Van the man started talking over me, and I told him I wasn't going to tolerate him over talking with me.
Right.
That's when his panties got into a twist, and he ran off like a scared Girl Scout. So don't try to put the blame on me because I entered the room. The blame goes on them because they're little spineless jellyfishes.
Right. You did notice he started to talk over for a sec when he asked Silly a question, right?
Are you familiar with Van the Man, Hilarious?
Van,
I am. Yeah, I've had extensive experience with him. He's a known and regular troll. He will troll people when he thinks that he's at a distinct intellectual disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, I know, but like, Antonio, what was your view on Silly, like, today? This, like, the arguments that we've been having, like, today. Like, do you think he was a good guy? Like, do you think there was any need for him, for him to, like, leave or anything?
Well, I didn't make him leave. He left on his own, and he was very respectful and cordial while he was here. I'll give him that. But I pressed him over and over again to show how him getting out the bed every morning is, the product of regular occurrences in nature, as opposed to random things that just consistently is benefiting him. I pressed him over and over again, and he was never able to deal with that. And I think he outright admitted that, yes, I assume it, and then tried to, claim that I assumed, the same sort of thing, which he had no basis to justify that either. And when DD comes in the room and asks him simple questions, he just leaves, because the fact of the matter is, DD is way more effective at asking these types of questions than I am. And he knows how to paint people into a corner more effectively than I do. He's had more practice at this than I have. And I find it very telling when people don't want to deal with simple questions. And like he said, he's absolutely right that Van did start to talk over when he was asking silly, basic questions. It's not his fault, man.
Yeah. So you see, when people want to make any statements about how nature operates, at the same time they're an atheist, then they're irrational when they do so. And here's why. It's because they're an atheist because they don't believe that certain things are the case if they don't have sufficient reasons or evidences to support that belief. Well, what are their evidences or sufficient reasons that nature operates in a certain way? Because if they appeal to their sense perception and the consistency of events that they have been observing, because of what they assume that the uniformity or that nature operates in a law-like way is producing these consistencies. But a chance universe can produce those consistencies as well. Doesn't matter what the improbability is. And so how does the atheist, such as Silly, actually distinguish and differentiate between any sequence of events, be they consistent or inconsistent, whether they're the product of chance or nature operating in a law way? The answer is he can't. He assumes that a long series of consistencies without any exceptions is the product of necessity and a law-like nature. It's a grand assumption for which he doesn't have evidence for. And so hold on, let me just give me 10 more seconds. So when an atheist spouts that nature works in a certain way, they're being irrational. because they're being arbitrary in their criterion for what they will believe in and won't believe in. Go ahead, Ecclesiastes.
All right. Van said he would talk to you if you didn't have your mods and it was moderated. He would talk to you right now.
I don't. Well, first of all, Van is on my troll list, and I was talking to Silly. I wasn't talking to Van. Van has behaved very badly in the past, acting as a troll, especially I'm in the room.
I was just going to say you're running.
He's welcome to come back in the room, but what I'm not going to tolerate is him talking over me when I was speaking to Silly.
Exactly. And there are certain people which come in the room that I give mods to. I usually give mods to Emmanuel. I usually give mods to G-Man. And I give mods to Didi. There's certain people who come in here I give mods to. That's just how I run my room. People don't have to like that, but that's how I run my room. Don't like it, don't watch my hangout, point blank.
Yeah, don't be fooled. The rest of you here are probably not, excuse me, you're probably not as familiar with Van the Man's track record. He's quite a consistent troll. Now, what he does is he turns his trolling on or off depending on who he's talking to. And you saw it right there. I was talking to Silly, and he was deliberately over talking me, and then he rage quits. Don't be fooled by Van the Man. He's not a sincere person.
I saw it. I mean,
he's not sincere at all.
All I know is I just saw what happened right there. I'm not going to judge the totality of his character because I don't know him quite as well as you do. But I do know what I saw right there.
I've had many run-ins with him, and in the beginning, he wouldn't troll. But as the conversations progressed over time, and he saw that he really couldn't intellectually respond, that's when they turn on the obstructionism and the trolling. Now, you may not have witnessed this with Van the Man. I have.
This is a soap opera.
Well, yeah. You see,
it doesn't have
what
to
the
be.
atheists want to do is when I'm in other rooms, atheists want to come in, they want to pile on, they want to gangbang, they want to troll, and then when somebody like myself fights back, okay, and is assertive in a debate, well, then they have a hissy fit. It's amazing how they cry for civility, yet on many occasions, excuse me, I have hiccups. They're very uncivil when they're outclassed in terms of a debate situation.
That was happening to me yesterday. I was getting muted and booted, and I got booted. I got muted and booted. It's, sometimes people, sometimes people
who booted you.
I don't know, but sometimes
and for the record, I don't know who did it and what the reason was for. So that if for whatever reason you may have thought it was me, it wasn't. I don't know who did it.
No, I don't think it was you, but I'm just saying sometimes people lose their cool and do things that they're not supposed to do. I don't judge their whole character, but I judge that moment. That's a poor moment.
I didn't know you could mute people.
That's true. Mooted and booted.
Mooted and booted.
Mooted and booted.
How about mute and butte?
Mute and butte.
It's down. Yeah,
mute and butte.
I think some people feel like Antonio, like you let DD like do it. He will not run their thing, but like you let him do what he wants. Like you never like tell him off. But I don't know. Was that true? Or?
No, that's not. I told him many times yesterday when I disagree with something he said, and I've outright hidden him on more than one occasion.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me correct you on that one. You've actually hidden me from the broadcast on at least a dozen separate occasions.
Right. So Antonio is not some bootlicking lackey. If he feels I'm really out of line, he steps in as the owner of the room. But just because there's a verbal fisticuffs doesn't mean I'm to blame.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off earlier, Darwin.
No,
I
it's okay.
think
Go ahead,
yesterday,
Dan.
I think yesterday we had like a great, before we got back into the whole presuppositional stuff, we had a great conversation on games. Like, you know, that was a great conversation we had
That
yesterday.
was fun. That was fantastic.
Yeah, you know. So and Darwin, when we've spoken about the movies, Star Wars movies, how you like Rogue One, things of that nature. I think there's so many other things that we can talk about that are entertaining that, you know, sometimes we can, you know, may want to just stay away from this topic. Not now, because this is obviously hang out about.
Well, that's a false dichotomy. That's a false dichotomy, MP.
Oh, that again.
I'm still not going down that road because I cannot convince you, Sal.
I think DD proved that point pretty clear yesterday.
It's all good. We don't have to go down that road again.
It is what it is. Yeah.
You still disagree with that?
I do.
No. Hold on. I'm not trying to elicit that conversation. I'm just teasing MP. That's all.
Yeah, Didi was just joking.
Yeah,
I'm for sure.
Yo, this Trump thing with North Korea is starting to get a little scary, man. But I kind of like it. I kind of like him coming out saying, "Yo,
yeah, it's going to get a whole hell of a lot more scary when this nutbag puts a nuke on top of a intermediate ICBM."
No, I'm agreeing with what Trump said.
It takes out Hawaii or Los Angeles.
But let's not forget, though, I think this has a lot to do with the Russian connection. But I agree with what he's doing. I agree with what he's doing in Syria. I agree with what he's doing with North Korea. You got to go. You know, I don't want them to have a bomb. So
what is he doing? What's going on? I don't even watch the news.
Well, with North Korea, you know, they shot a missile going in the Sea of Japan toward Japan. So Trump said all options are on the table. He's not leaving nothing out, and he's not letting them get a bomb.
I would ask, why is Trump even butting his nose into what North Korea and Japan have going on? Why are we in that?
Because we protect Japan. The reason why Japan
we're not the only protectors of Japan. I thought China protects Japan too.
Nah, China's actually the one who's propping up North Korea.
Oh, okay.
South Korea.
Yeah, North Korea. My bad. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what we're talking about.
Still, that's not our issue, man. I wish America would stay out of some wars, but
as Didi, do you want this maniac in North Korea with a ballistic missile that can hit the California coast? I don't.
Well, he's working on it.
Why?
Because they're nutbags in North Korea.
No, I'm saying. Well, never mind. I was going to go down.
While the South Koreans are prospering, North Korea is a hellhole.
Yeah, I know.
Even China has given up on full-blown communism to embrace at least partial capitalism to save their butts.
Yeah, they had no choice. They had no choice.
Yeah, you're right. They had no choice. It was either that or starve to death.
What about the UN? What are they doing?
The UN's a cesspool.
Trump said he's willing to go it alone. He said he don't need nobody.
Go at it alone.
Yeah. He ready to go at Syria alone too.
We just got done with Iraq. I mean, and all of that. Afghanistan. We're go at it alone, huh? American lives again for what?
But listen, my father served, my grandfather served, my brother served. I should have served, to be honest with you. You know, I just, you know, if you love the country, you do it, but you do it for the country. You're not doing it for yourself.
You're not getting what I'm saying, though. What I'm saying is I think we should stay out of certain things sometimes. I don't think America needs to butt their nose in on every conflict in the world.
Of course, that's true. But the thing is that if you're talking about somebody who's making ballistic missiles to carry nuclear bombs to kill your people, that is something I think you got no choice but to kind of intervene in and say, if this guy gets to level X, then we're gonna go get him. You know.
Well, hold up,
if he gets the bomb that can hit your city where you at, and he got his finger on that trigger all day and all night, I don't want him to have his finger on a nuclear bomb that can kill me.
Last time I checked, though, China, we're in debt to China, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we're in debt with China, and they're basically in cahoots with North Korea. So if we go to war with North Korea, what do you think about the breakout with China? Maybe.
I'm not saying war. I'm just saying we got to protect the people here and their families. If you're okay with that guy getting a nuclear bomb, and his finger being on the trigger, then That's I don't know if I'm okay with that.
Look, well, we can thank Harry Truman for this current predicament.
Harry Truman.
Right?
Do you think he
Yeah,
should have bombed the
yeah.
Chinese? Do you think Harry Truman should have?
I think when you are attacked unprovoked, that you obliterate your enemy. Okay, you destroy them militarily, just like we did with Japan, right? Now, the North Korean communists attacked the South because they wanted to turn the whole peninsula into a communist gulag, right? Well, MacArthur wanted to finish off the North Koreans, not in terms of wiping out the total population, but the North Korean military when they were on the run.
He had them beat. He had North Korea beat.
He did. He had them run. Now, I'm not an expert on the Korean War, but we had the distinct advantage. You don't let your enemy have an out. Okay? It's called war.
But remember, the Chinese sent 250,000 men over the border, and that's when he said he wanted to use nuclear bombs to bomb the Chinese, and that's when Truman,
No. The Chinese already had fighters in the war, and we were still kicking the butts out of the North Koreans. And MacArthur wanted to finish the job off, and Truman just wanted to, just stop and have a ceasefire. Big mistake.
I don't know. You gotta admit that's a hard call. Do you use a nuclear bomb on China, or do you?
No, you didn't necessarily have to use a nuke on the North.
But that's what MacArthur wanted. MacArthur wanted them to use tactical nuclear weapons on China.
But you are conflating. Hold on. You are conflating MacArthur advocating using of nukes with MacArthur also wanting to finish off the North when they were on the run. They're not the same thing.
Is this Darwin's deity?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Darwin.
Can't you tell by my sexy voice?
What's going on? Hey, Darwin, what you think about when we look at Genesis 4:26? Well, not 4:26, but Genesis 4 when it talks about them basically evolving weaponry. Started dealing with rocks and smelting and stuff like that until where we get to the point to where we at now, where we're using these metals or using these different ores.
I don't understand your question. I don't understand your question.
He's talking about the evolution of weapons in the Bible. Genesis 4:23.
Genesis 4:23. Yeah.
And Lamech said unto his wives, I don't see. For I have slain a man to my wounding, and a young man to my hurt.
Well, no, that's not it. It's the one where they start making all types of metals and smelting irons and blacksmiths and stuff like that.
You think that's like a sort of professorial, if that's even a word? It's sort of like a prophetic thing to what's happening today, you mean?
I didn't hear you. What you say again?
Do you think that's sort of a prophetic thing that's relating to what we're seeing today?
Yeah, definitely. Because when you start looking at how we categorize, for us, the different when dealing with chronology and archaeology, we say the Stone Age. We may say we have the Bronze Age, and these are workings of metals. And we may say we have the Iron Age. And there's different divisions of the Stone Age, as well as the Bronze Age, as far as the Middle Ages of that period. And so when you look at people just working these metals, mining.
Hold on.
And
can we have 3 seconds of silence for the grand entrance of Veckel?
Hey, it's an entrance, not a death. What's going on, Veckel?
I see it. It's Genesis 22, Genesis 4:22, and Zillah, she also bare Tubal-Cain, and an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron, and the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah.
Right, and the reason why it's very important because how we build our how we evolve our weapons is through, you know, what we see today for us chemical processing and also elements, you know, of that sort. So, you know, dealing with compounds and learning the how these energies react with each other. And so even dealing with nuclear fusion and fission, one
Look,
of them.
there's a very simple solution to this North Korean problem, right? Trump just needs to send a communique to Kim Jong Un, and just let him know that he's dead serious about this. That if they don't stop, we will be sending them Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah, and she will eat him.
That's a good point, though, G. I don't know if you.
And if they
Right.
still don't,
Right.
and if they still don't stop, we'll be dropping off Rachel Maddow.
Yeah, those are all reserves for World War III.
Oh, hey, I gotta share some with you guys when you're done. A real interesting video I saw the other day.
Go ahead and share it now.
Go ahead.
Okay, I don't know if you guys have heard of him. I think his name is Gary Gutfield. He has a conservative talk show, and I don't know what time to come on, but I always catch it on YouTube. And he had a little play on words regarding Rachel Maddow, but all factual. For example, Rachel Maddow, when she came up with the alleged nothing burger with the tax forms.
That was hilarious.
Right.
That was so
It was a
bad.
big
Yeah.
joke, and you know why? It's because she was born on April 1st, 1973. So
April Fool.
So she's born on April 1st, 1973. So that's one. Number two, the place that she was born was a place called Castro Valley. Okay, we all know what
Castro
Valley, in California.
Wow.
Right. It's named
Castro
after the
Valley,
dictator.
wow.
Right, named like Fidel Castro. Okay, and guess what? This Castro Valley is located 73 miles away from a place called Russian River.
Goodness gracious.
Right, man.
What are the odds of that?
Yeah. So there's more. All right. So we got that right now. The number 218 is significant because I think in Putin's thesis on the economy, it's 218 pages long, right? But on Maddow's 218th show, she has Anthony Weiner as a guest on his show. So, and then on December 24th, she puts a post on Twitter saying that she could really kill for some kielbasa right now, which we all know means wiener, right? It's wiener. It's the Russian term or a European term for wiener, right? So some places call it kielbasa, other places call it kielbasa, I guess. So there's that. But then the fact that she says kielbasa, right, which is, I guess, a Russian term for wiener, she said it on December 24th, which is the day after a guy named Mikhail Kalashnikov, inventor of the AK-47, was killed, died at age 94. So, when the Democrats or the liberals want to bring up all these wacky conspiracy theories, we can play the same game and do the same thing with them regarding people like Rachel Maddow, for example. So just wanted to bring that up. I thought it was kind of
Very
funny.
interesting.
Yo, Becco, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you see, a Muslim friend of mine, his Christian father cut ties with him because he wouldn't accept Jesus. He contacted me. He contacted me to ask you if that was biblical.
Wait, he cut ties with who?
His son. His son is Damon.
Well, is that the whole picture, or is that just the story you're getting?
That's what he told me. He told me that he like contacted me on Facebook yesterday saying that my father cut ties with me because I went and accept Jesus as my savior. He said,
Right. Well, you do know that when people have family conflicts, they don't always tell the whole story.
If that's what happened exactly, then
Maybe that's the case.
That's wrong.
But maybe there's more to the story. People like to focus on one aspect of the story and leave out 80%.
"Oh, okay. I'll go ask him more about it." Okay.
But I mean, you can look at it like this: if that's exactly what happened, then that's wrong. But if that's not exactly what happened and there's more to it, then that goes into what Didi just said.
I mean, like, for example, if he was a Hillary Clinton supporter, I could see never talking with him again.
Right. Like that's just a given right there.
Right. You know.
What do you think, Fickle?
I'm in a place where there's a lot of music in the background. So
yeah.
Hey, quick
Are
question.
you at the square dance again, Feckle?
Hey, I don't even know how to square dance or round dance.
Hey, did you hear the little weasel silly before he left? He wanted to say, when I asked him if his criterion for believing in God was an arbitrary one or whether was he consistent? And then he says, well, extraordinary claims require ordinary evidence. He wanted to give me a Carl Saganism.
I like that call.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means because I hear atheists say that a lot. What do they mean when they say that?
Suppose there's a discovery. Suppose there's a scientific discovery that a certain particle travels faster than the speed of light. Now, that would be an extraordinary claim, but it wouldn't require extraordinary evidence. It would just require evidence. Repeatability, observation, repeatability, and testing, and to make sure that all of the data set was correct. Just like, for example, a couple of years ago when they thought a neutrino passing through the Earth went faster than the speed of light. And some people were convinced that it had. They went back and they examined all of the data and the equipment, and they found that some of it was faulty. So an extraordinary claim does not require extraordinary evidence. It just requires just regular evidence for things.
Yeah, it just goes into a point that I made a while back.
Okay, this is what the atheists do. They like to give cliches and slogans.
Right. It just goes to a point I made a while back. Like, there was this guy who fell. I can't remember how many stories. I want to say it was like 40-something stories, right? But he survived. I think it was like 47 stories.
Was he trying to parachute or something like that? Was it a parachute accident?
No, him and his brother cleaned the windows. And they both fell off, but one of them died and the other survived. But if someone came up and tell you that they fell that many stories off a building and that they survived, and then they're asked, well, that seems to be an extraordinary claim to make. You fall that many stories and you survive. I don't want evidence for that, but what if the only evidence you showed them was, let's say, a news story? Because it was a mainstream news outlet that did a story on this. And, the doctors talked about it and they couldn't conceive of how the man even survived and whatnot. That doesn't seem to be extraordinary evidence, but yet confirms.
Well, there was a skydiver whose parachute actually did not open up. He hit the earth and he survived. And the reason why he did, he landed in a very swampy, muddy area. Now, when he made impact, it broke a lot of bones and he was severely injured, but he survived.
Right. So if someone makes a claim like that, that could be subjectively deemed as an extraordinary claim, but you wouldn't say that the news story, which corroborates it, would be extraordinary evidence to back it up.
You can't be distracted. Don't be distracted by the atheist cliches and slogans. The bottom line is this. to profess oneself to be an atheist and then to turn around and talk about science is irrational, because when one is arbitrary and inconsistent in their criterion for believing things, that's irrationality. If you say you don't have a belief in God due to that there's no evidence for God, but then you turn around and you espouse ideas and concept that there's a uniformity of nature, well, what's the evidence for that? See, they don't have any. It's just, it's a concept that they hold to from their secular worldview. It's a starting assumption, because no observation can confirm the uniformity of nature.
MP?
And they're saying all this stuff about
I don't know what started the universe. I don't know where the laws of logic come from. I can't, if I can't answer that question, I just don't know.
Well, first of all, when you say I don't know where they come from, what laws of logic, MP?
The ones that you quote all the time, low excluded middle.
No. Well, you see, I'm coming from the Christian worldview. And this world is the product of the God of the Bible, whose mind and being operate according to the law of non-contradiction. It's a part of his immutable character and nature. He then creates a world that comports with that nature, and he has revealed those types of things. But when a non-Christian talks about the laws of logic, what laws of logic? You see, if they're going to be consistent that they only believe in core beliefs for which there's evidence, then they're not going to be able to espouse anything about science. What laws of physics? You see, they want to talk about physics as though it's prescriptive and not descriptive. Why should we, when we're in a conversation with atheists, grant them any supposition? Right? I'll say, well, the God of the Bible has revealed himself in human history, ultimately through the person and work of Jesus Christ and the Bible. And they say, don't accept that. Okay, fine. You don't start with that's the case. Well, then what do you start with?
To be honest with you, I don't know if you don't start with the God of the Bible. I don't know if there's some other explanation. And unfortunately, I don't know what happened before the Big Bang. It's just, it is a question that I just don't know the answer to. Now, you have asserted a proposition. You've asserted that this God existed. Now there's the causal connection. Hey, I don't have to believe that until you provide sufficient evidence to show me that connection. Just because I say I don't know, doesn't mean I have to accept your explanation.
Well, the Bible is the sufficient evidence.
That may be sufficient for you. If somebody told me they had a pet dog, sufficient evidence is that they just told me. I would believe that claim. Just
okay, that's fine.
If somebody told me, hold on. If somebody told me they had a pet dragon, then I'd have to maybe see that dragon and to believe that. Right. So
here's the problem.
I don't believe all claims are just treated equally.
Okay, here's
my evidence
the
for
problem.
one claim that makes it right.
Here's the problem. And I'm not trying to insult you, but you are a walking, talking conglomeration of contradictions, because your reason for belief is insufficient evidence, right? You believe that there's insufficient evidence that the God of creation, the God of the Bible, has revealed himself, right?
Is there insufficient evidence?
Is that the case? You're not a Christian.
I'll say from my personal view, there haven't been shown any evidence that would be convincing to me.
Okay.
Because the evidence that would be convincing to me is different than evidence.
What's your evidence that the laws of logic are absolute and universal?
What's my evidence that they are absolute
right?
Universal?
If you are going to employ,
hold on. You just asked me about. First, you asked me about How would I know about God? And now you're asking me about universal absolutes. I don't know.
No, I'm trying to demonstrate your inconsistency. Right?
All right, so demonstrate it. I'm not following.
Right? You're saying that you use your reason to conclude that there's insufficient evidence. Could you conclude that there is insufficient evidence without reason?
I don't believe so. I don't
Okay. Does reason occur for no reason at all, or are there preconditions for reason?
I don't know. Maybe this is.
Well, then, on what basis can you reason then?
It's like someone saying, "Do you know the rules of driving?" And I say, "Yes, I can drive. I know the rules of driving."
You're not. You know what? You're
and then
not.
They ask me, hold on. And then if they ask me, well, who made those rules? And I say, I don't know. That doesn't mean I can't drive. That means I don't.
You do this. You do this. You do this every time. When I ask you, you see, this is okay. I'll be extra patient because you're a nice guy. Okay. Even though we debate all the time and stuff like that, you're not a troll. You're a fairly sincere person. Right. When I ask you a specific and clear question, I don't want the answer to be an analogy. Analogies don't prove anything. Now, you told me you reason that there's insufficient evidence. Does reason occur because there are certain absolutes, certain things that are unchanging? Or to put it another way, in the reverse, could you reason if everything's the product of chance?
You could. I don't see why there would be any reason why you would not be able to.
So in other words, you could have rational thoughts if all events were just simply the product of chance. Is that what you believe?
Just like I could fly, and I can do this. There's a possibility, but that possibility is so minute that it doesn't happen. The world I live in is. How do you
know?
Not randomly.
See, I want to stick to the question of reason without going down rabbit trails. How do you know what is or is not possible?
How do I know again, when you say no,
right,
are we saying knowing absolutely in all places and all times? Because if you're asking me, how do I know?
No, you just said you said some things are possible. How do you know that anything is possible?
All right, when you say knowledge,
how do you know that anything is impossible?
Because I got to be very careful. Are we talking about absolute knowledge in all places, all times, everywhere? Then I can't know anything.
Okay, good. Now,
I can't know what's going on in the Trappist one. I can't know what's going on the other side of the universe. I just don't know.
Okay, so must the laws of logic hold in all times and all places in order for you to be able to reason outside of your experience?
So now must the laws of logic be consistent all times and all places? So we're talking about in a black hole, on the other side of the universe.
Contradiction.
Again, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's quite clear that it does, man.
Okay, if you don't,
I can assume that.
If you don't know that, then on what basis can you reason that there's sufficient evidences that the God has himself in and through the?
So again,
because that claim, your claim that
develops, then I can't use it. I don't.
No, you're not understanding this. Your claim is that you're reasoning that there's insufficient evidence that the God of the Bible exists and has revealed himself.
No, my claim is I can use reason now. Your claim is because I don't know where reason comes from, then I can't use reason now.
Does reason require?
It's just like I can drive now, just because I don't know.
Well, first of all, when you say drive, you're presupposing the uniformity of nature. Now,
again, yes,
does reason require? And I'm talking about the way that you reason that there's insufficient evidence for the Bible. Does reason require that some things in existence must be absolute? Like truth?
I don't know. I don't know if that's a requirement.
Well, if you don't know an answer to these basic questions about the preconditions for rationality, then why should we believe that you can reason.
You're asking me to give you an explanation for the preconditions of reality, to the beginning
Right.
of the universe.
You're claiming you can reason, right? Can you reason?
Hold on. Just let's put this in perspective. Do I know what happened at the beginning? Do I know what's the fundamental basis for reality? I do not know these questions. If you guys know these answers,
I didn't ask you those questions.
I do not know. I do not.
I didn't ask you these questions. You have a nasty habit of going down rabbit trails.
Fair is
no. It's called Rufus.
Answer.
It's called a conversation.
Well, you two go back a lot. Why don't you ask some questions, Rufus? Multiple and Didi goes back.
Yeah, you're free to jump in. Anyone's free to jump into the conversation. I'm just simply pointing out that Multiple wants to claim that he's being rational and employing reason to claim that from his point of view, there's insufficient evidence and reasons that the Bible is the revelation of God. But that presupposes that the necessary conditions for reason exist. And I asked him, do they exist? And he goes, oh, I don't know. Then if you don't know, then how is it that you can reason?
It's like
I think we all presuppose that the universe is rational. Oh, sorry.
No, I don't. Say that again.
I think everyone presupposes that the universe is rational.
That's a global statement, right?
Sure, it's an assumption.
Okay, right. So why should I accept any assumption you make?
You have to make an assumption to get anywhere, to reason anywhere.
What does that mean?
It's the same with you.
Why do I have to?
Because then you cannot reason without an assumption.
Oh, okay. Let me ask you this question. Are you suggesting that everyone has to start from basic core assumptions and then build on them?
Yes. Everyone makes assumptions.
Okay, good. No. That was not the question I asked. I said, does everyone start from basic core assumptions about the nature of reality? I didn't ask you, does everybody have assumptions? Okay, so does everybody start from the same basic core assumptions that cannot be justified?
You can never ultimately prove. Everything will come back to an assumption. Yes.
Okay, good. Now,
same
I'm going to ask you a seemingly unrelated question, but trust me, it's directly related. Is it possible that the Christian God exists?
Of course.
Okay, good. Now, the definition of the Christian God entails that he has constructed this world in a certain way, in terms of laws, regularity. He's constructed the basic mind of man, known as the image of man. Okay, so when Adam became conscious, he didn't need to assume the laws of logic. It was a part of his being made in the image of God. Okay, now that's by definition in the Bible, right? Now, if it is the case that the God of the Bible exists, will the global or universal claim that everyone must start from the same core assumptions be false?
You've already assumed it. You have to assume reason before you can even make sense.
You're not answering my question.
Repeat your question.
If it is the case, from your point of view, if it's the case that the God of the Bible exists and has therefore endowed mankind's mind with certain innate ways of thinking due to being made in the image of God, will your global statement that we all have to start from core assumptions be false?
Will it be false? Unsure about that.
Well, the answer is yes. Your statement about global assumptions, the core assumptions, would be false if it is the case that the God of the Bible exists, right? Now, you hold to two contradictory views. You told me globally everyone must start from basic core assumptions and then build on them. But then you told me it's possible that the Christian God exists. And the Christian God's world entails one where mankind's mind does not start from assumptions, but starts from certain innate ways of thinking, such as the law of non-contradiction. So how do you explain to us here you're holding to these two contradictory ideas. One, that it's possible that the Christian God exists, and that we all must start from core assumptions. Those are two contradictory views.
Your propositions require reason as a core assumption.
You're not answering my question.
What exists?
You're not answering my question. If we have a barrel of pennies, if we have a barrel of pennies, and they're all copper colored, and you make a global statement, all of the pennies have a copper appearance, right? That's a global universal claim about the appearance of all the pennies in the barrel. But then I ask you, is it possible that several of the pennies are blackened and don't appear to be copper? And you say yes. Well, those two affirmations are a contradiction. You understand your problem? Because when you state, in fact, we all have to start from basic assumptions about the nature of reality, but then you verbalize that it is possible that the Christian God exists, then
as in you can make that assumption, yes.
Yeah, in the case that the Christian God exists, which you have not only not ruled out, you said, oh, it's definitely possible. That will conflict and contradict your universal claim that we all start from assumptions.
No, it just changes your assumption.
No, here's
the
the
assumption now is
mistake.
that God exists.
No, here's the mistake you're making. If your statement is correct, that we all must start from core assumptions about the nature of reality, then the God of the Bible does not exist. Do you understand?
No, it's just a different assumption.
No, you're not understanding this. I'll explain it again. If it is the case that we all indeed start from core assumptions about the basic nature of reality, if that is the case, then the God of the Bible does not exist. This is not a controversial point.
How? Well, sorry.
See, you don't understand biblical.
Did I say?
You don't understand biblical theology. The God of the Bible is defined as constructing the mind of man, the basic operational functioning of the mind of man. Correct?
Oh, I'm not great on theology.
Okay, well, that's what the Bible. This is a totally uncontroversial point. It's called being made in the image of God.
Well, I know there's a huge debate over what that actually means.
Okay. Well, actually not when you read the Bible. You see, God's mind, okay, for example, we have a mind, a will, and emotions. The Bible teaches that God has a mind, a will, and emotions. God's mind is logical. He cannot contradict himself, nor can he speak contradictions. That is the law of non-contradiction. We have been made mentally in the likeness of God in terms of our basic operational structure of our mind. This is not a controversial point.
You're just giving me assumptions. Yeah, but you're still just giving me assumptions.
No, I'm not. Okay, hold on a second. That is what the Bible. That is what the Bible teaches. What you see when you say
and
just prove it, that's a dodge what you just said there, because you still have not addressed your two contradictory positions. Because if you assert that we all indeed absolutely start from basic core assumptions about the nature of reality, then just let me finish my statement. If it is the case, if you are correct, you see, I've had to explain this 3 times to you and you're not getting it. If it is if it is the case that we all start from core assumptions about the nature of reality, that means that the Christian God does not exist then.
I don't see how that follows.
Okay, then I'll have to explain it to you again. The Christian God is defined by who and what he has done. For example, if I were to say to you, if human beings did not live on planet Earth, would the Christian God exist? Well, the answer is no, because the Bible defines that he has made human beings on this planet. You understand?
I understand.
Okay. Now,
do you understand that you are making an assumption?
That's not an argument that you're making. Now, what I am saying to you is, okay, do you know what cognitive dissonance is? You are holding to two mutually exclusive concepts. On the one hand, you believe that we all indeed, in fact, start from core assumptions. But you also believe that it is possible that the Christian God exists. If it is possible, and it is indeed the case that the Christian God exists, because you have not stated that the Christian God does not exist. You said that it's possible. If it is the case that the Christian God exists, then our basic mental operations are a form of divine endowment and revelation in terms of our state of mind where we employ the law of non-contradiction. So our usage of the law of non-contradiction would not be an assumption about the nature of reality. It would be a revelatory endowment by the God of the Bible. Now,
but you still have to make the assumption.
You can't have your, you see, you're not getting this. You can't have your cake and eat it too. If you were to say to me that it is not possible for the Christian God to exist, then everything that follows from the Christian God exists wouldn't be problematic for your position that we start from basic assumptions. But when you say that our core states of mind are universally or globally assumptions, that negates that those basic states of mind are a form of innate revelatory capacities by the God of the Bible. You understand now?
Do you understand you're making an assumption?
Everyone in the room, I just explained it to him 6 times. I laid it out clearly to him. He obviously, either he does not comprehend it or he doesn't know how to rebut what I'm saying.
You know, listen to it like this. Maybe this may help. Let's say, for instance, all of us in here speak the English language. We all speak the English language. I don't know where the English language came from. I don't even know who the first person was to speak it. But just because I don't know, and I don't know all the rules to the English language, but just because I don't know where it came from and who wrote it and all the rules, doesn't mean I can't speak it coherently. And I think that's kind of how we're understanding it, Darwin, because you're saying if we don't understand where these laws of logic come from, then we can't make logical statements now, or you guys can't trust it. So I'm trying to understand, just like with the language example, how does me not knowing where English came from or who spoke it first or all the mechanics of English, why doesn't that mean I can communicate with you coherently?
Reason is predicated that for all states of affairs or events that they are, or entities, that they are self-identical and they cannot equal their negation. Right? Now, if it is not the case that the law of non-contradiction holds at all times in all places, then when you reason outside of your experience or your sense perception, you're going to be employing the law of non-contradiction. How will you know whether it holds or not?
Hey, Didi,
you see,
let me say this real quick. Tell me if I'm wrong. Okay, he used the analogy about English. Now, is it right to say, okay, just to use his analogy, the atheist is the person that denies that man is the one who made English what it is, and they're saying, hey, it may be a rock or it may be something out. They're going out on their assumptions. Does that make sense?
Well, everything about the atheist worldview from their point of view is an assumption. Everything.
It's always yours.
I think it's
always yours.
Okay, well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Then, okay, hold on a second. Now, notice, how do you say your, by the way, how do you say your name?
Who?
Ruif.
Ruif? Okay, because I want to make sure I say it correctly.
But I don't want to lose Ecclesiastes.
If you see, when you say "so is yours," you're committing the tu quo que fallacy. Say you too.
Yep.
Okay. Now the problem with that is this.
We're on the same boat.
No. Okay. But you see, the mistake that you're making is that you don't realize your mistake. Because if I say to you, from your worldview, everything it starts with an assumption and builds on it. Therefore, whatever your logical sequences are, it ultimately comes back to you assume, right? And if you say say to me, and you too, then that statement, that declarative statement that there's a certain state of affairs, ultimately rests upon an assumption.
Yes. What is your basal assumption?
Okay, so do you understand? I don't have basal assumptions. I have innate ways. Hold on. Okay, you asked me a question. All right, I'm answering it. Don't interrupt me. Okay. I don't have certain basal assumptions. That's a philosophical concept. What I do have is I have certain basic states of mind, which are an endowment by the God of creation, who has made mankind in his image. That means our basic ways of thinking, right, are like God's. They're not identical, but they're like God. God's mind, God's mind is non-contradictory, right?
Can you prove that, or is it an assumption?
Okay, well, first of all, that's another issue, all right? Now, when you say, okay, watch this, everybody. See, he thinks he's a smarty pants. When you say, can you prove that? Are you presupposing in that question that proof is possible for anything?
Can you demonstrate it to beyond a reasonable doubt?
I asked you a question. Oh, so proof now is beyond a reasonable doubt? Is that what
proving
proof is?
stuff? It will come back.
Okay,
to assumption.
Beyond a reasonable doubt is a legal term. Okay, sure. And by the way, and you know what? Beyond a reasonable doubt. See, I don't know what country you're from, but in the United States, that's a principle in criminal court. But you see, in civil court, it's a preponderance of the evidence. So why are you invoking a principle from criminal court? We're not in criminal court. Okay, and so what you're saying is something is proven as long as we don't have reasonable doubts. Why are you interjecting a legal criterion? And by the way, do you know why that principle is there in the judicial system? The reason why it's right there is because we don't want to send innocent people to jail. That's why that standard is not employed in civil court. Now, when you say prove, what you're saying is that somebody persuades you to some degree of confidence. But does that definition of proof that you're advocating entail that you could be wrong?
With whatever definition of proof that you want.
No, I'm asking you your definition of proof. Yeah. You are the one who raised the word proof. Does your definition of proof entail that there's a certain degree of confidence in a belief or a conclusion, but that you could be wrong?
This is what happened last time I spoke to you, is that you would not answer a question. Every single question I asked was returned with a question.
Right, but you see, your question is loaded with a presupposition that proof can be had. So in order to answer your question about what can, in order to answer your question about what can or cannot prove, I need to know what you have in mind, what proof means. So when you say, can you prove it, do you mean, can I persuade you with a degree of confidence, but I still could be wrong? Or do you mean prove something to demonstrate that something is the case in such a way that you can't be wrong? Which way are you using the word proof?
Quickly, what are the two alternatives you said then?
The first definition of proof would be where that you have a belief with a certain degree of confidence, but you can be wrong. The second way of using it would be that you demonstrate that something is the case that you can't be wrong about.
Absolutely. Okay. Can you prove absolutely that God?
You haven't. You still haven't answered my question. You haven't answered my question.
I just did.
What was the answer? How are you using the word proof?
As an absolute proof, so that you cannot be wrong.
So you cannot be wrong. Okay, good. Is that possible?
Worldview. I've already said my worldview comes back to assumptions.
No. You said, can you prove it?
Yours.
You see, in my world, with my worldview, that the God of the Bible has to exist first. That has to be your starting point in order that something can be proven.
Starting point?
You see,
sure
for example, let me ask you a question. Are you reasoning with me right now? Well, of course you are. Are you employing the laws of logic?
Of course I am.
Okay, can you prove it?
What? When you said starting point,
can you prove the law? Okay,
that.
you have a nasty habit of not addressing my questions. Can you
Oh,
prove that
that is
the
rich
laws of
coming from
logic
you.
are absolute and universal? Can you prove the laws of logic?
Wow. Have you answered a single question?
Can you prove the laws of logic?
The absolute absurdity of otherwise means no, you can't.
This is a side note.
Okay, good. So, but let me ask you this question: Is it one of your core states of mind that the laws of logic hold?
It's absurd. You have to assume laws of logic.
I didn't ask you whether it was absurd or not. I said, is it one of your core states of mind that the laws of logic are absolute and universal?
I don't know what you mean by absolute universal, but yes, laws of logic hold. What
it means is when if you make a positive statement about a state of affairs, for example, outside of your sense experience, that its negation could not coexist. Okay.
Let me throw something in here real quick. Do you have a core state of mind? Let me get the question out. Is it your core state of mind that the laws of logic are true at all times in all places?
Yeah, I have to. Yeah.
Okay, can you prove it?
Prove it.
In the same way you asked me, can I prove it in the Bible?
Exactly.
Wait, hold on a second. You see, you're dodging this line of questioning, and I understand why you're dodging it. Because my position is this. My position is this: is that if you don't affirm that it is the case, if it is not the case that the God of the Bible exists, and you rest upon that, then nothing can be proven. In the same way, if you don't affirm that it is the case that the laws of logic hold, then can you reason?
So you're making the same assumption. You're making an assumption.
No, I'm not. You're making see what you need to do is listen. In order to make this conversation productive, you need to stop using vague generalities. I try to be very specific in my questions and my objections. So I'm going to ask you the same question you're asking me. You hold to the laws of logic as a core state of mind. Can you prove it?
No, I have to assume laws of logic, and I have to assume rationality.
Oh, okay. So let me ask you this question. I want everyone to notice here. Is it your criterion in order to believe in God that God must be proven?
No, now we're talking about sort of preponderance of evidence and beyond reasonable doubt stuff. That's a subjective.
You see, you have a nasty habit of not answering my question. Yeah, you're giving me a verbal response. It's a tap dance dodge routine. Is it your criterion in order to believe in God that it has to be proven or sufficient evidence has to be brought forth?
Sufficient evidence, yes.
Okay, good. Now, are you consistent in that criterion when it comes to core beliefs about the nature of reality?
As in, am I consistent at the point where I get back to my basal beliefs? Yes.
Okay. No. You have a nasty habit of not answering my question. I'll repeat the question again.
Wow.
Is it your criteria? See, I'm very blunt. You see, I'm not going to pussyfoot around. Is your criterion in order to believe in God an arbitrary one? Yes or no?
Is it arbitrary?
Yeah. Is your criterion that you have to have evidence in order to believe in God, and God would be a core belief about the nature of reality, would he not?
I would think my assessment of the evidence would be whether it leads to
belief in God, would that be a core belief about the nature of reality?
You gotta stop dodging the question, man. man.
Yeah, every time I ask you a simple and clear question.
Like, can I talk to Antonio for a second? Antonio,
Sure,
I've
sure,
asked
go ahead.
I've asked Antonio 10 times
Mm-hmm.
whether DD holds a basal assumption that God exists, and he has refused to answer it. You can see that?
Well,
No,
well,
I don't.
well,
I don't
have
have.
said
I
from
don't
the
have a
well,
basal.
well,
I don't have a basal assumption
well, here's
that
the
God
thing.
exists.
Here's the thing. Let me address what he just said. In your worldview, why should he answer anything?
I've already said from the outset, my worldview comes back to assumptions.
But why should he answer anything in your
Okay, so
worldview?
why
should he answer any question?
why should my states of mind acquiesce to any of your assumptions?
Right. That's why I'm asking. Why should he
Yeah.
answer any question?
And then we can get back to
You're
my
saying-
question.
Yeah, you're saying your worldview does not come back to assumptions.
No, why? No, I asked you a question. Why should he answer any question you ask him in your worldview? Why?
What do you mean, why? Are we
Yes, why should he answer
not
any question you
reading here?
ask
All right.
him?
All right. Well, you're going down the road of ethics there.
This is the
Antonio.
question I
Yeah,
ask
I'm
atheists
okay,
all the time. and they often-
Ruith, I'll
Yes.
ask a
No,
question
I'm asking
again,
this for.
and
I'm asking
either
this
he's
for a
going to
reason.
answer it or he's not. Is belief
Well,
in God?
wait, Didi, I'm asking this for a reason. I want to know why.
Why?
Yes, why should
Why am
we
I
answer
asking the
any question? Why should we answer any question that you ask us in your worldview? Why?
Oh, I'm not forcing
is
you.
there
What
any
do you mean?
universal
I'm sure what you mean.
What you say, Beckle?
What are you getting at, Antonio?
I was just kind of piggybacking off
See,
of
you're
Antonio's
just
question.
letting
Is
him
there
off. You're
any
just letting him
universal
off.
obligation?
We're just letting him off the hook here. Okay.
Well,
He's already been dodging my questions.
I want to hear him answer the question. Is there a universal obligation for any Christian to answer any of your questions?
Right.
I'm unsure what you mean. Are you being forced to answer the question? What are you talking about? You don't have to answer the
I don't
questions.
see how the question.
Okay.
I don't see how it's.
All right. So let's get back to my question again. Is belief in God a core belief about the nature of reality?
A core belief or a basic belief? I don't think it's a basic belief. no.
I like to use the term a core belief as opposed to believing that my favorite ice cream is in stock at Baskin
I'm
Robbins.
sorry, but
Okay.
well, my point is.
No, I want to show here. I want to show how he's arbitrary and inconsistent, and we shouldn't let him off the hook.
Well,
He
we're not letting him
believes
off the hook, though.
he believes that there should be evidences in order to believe that God exists. Is that
Right.
correct? Okay, now,
Sure.
is that an arbitrary criterion, or are you consistent that there should be evidences for the core beliefs that you have about the nature of reality?
Evidence about about my core beliefs.
Do
What
you
evidence that God
employ, this is like pulling teeth. Are you consistent in your criterion for believing in core beliefs?
Core beliefs are an assumption. It's. I mean, they are validated.
You're not
experience.
answering the question.
Goodness gracious. dude.
Okay? I mean, you're embarrassing yourself. Do you have a consistent criterion for the core beliefs that you have about the nature of reality?
Criterion to believe them or criterion to accept them as assumptions? You're not being clear
Do
in the
you
question.
have a consistent criterion that you use for any of the core beliefs about the nature of reality? Is it a consistent criterion, or do you
They
have
are
arbitrary ones?
Validated by experience.
You're not answering my question.
I just did.
Is your criterion an arbitrary one, or is it a consistent one that you use for all core beliefs?
They are consistently validated by
I
experience.
didn't ask you if it was validated. You see, hey,
That's an answer.
dude, you're being intellectually dishonest right now.
Dude, you got to answer the question.
Come on, champ.
Do you
I've answered the question.
employ an arbitrary criterion in order to believe in God, or is your criterion to believe in God the same criterion that you use for other core beliefs about the nature of reality? Is it arbitrary, or is it a consistent criterion?
I will tentatively answer consistent because I've used that word in my previous answer.
Excellent. Thank you. That took us almost 30 minutes to get that answer out of you. Well, here's where you're wrong. Do you require evidences to believe in God? Yes or no?
Yes, of course.
Okay, good. Do you believe that the laws of logic are absolute and universal?
I'm not too sure what those two words mean.
That
laws of
all
logic have
entity.
to
Okay,
exist.
yeah.
You
The
know
laws of
what
okay,
what they
I'll
mean.
explain. The laws of
You-
logic are the law of identity. A equals A. The law of non-contradiction. A cannot equal not A at the same time in the same sense. Do the laws of logic
sure, yeah.
exist at all times and all places?
Of course.
Okay. Do you have evidence for that?
No, it's a core assumption. We've been through this.
No, I didn't ask. I didn't.
The absurdity otherwise.
You're not answering my question. Oh, you did answer. You said no.
I did. I said yes.
Right. That's
I said yes.
no, my mistake. You said no. So notice he doesn't have evidences that reality operates. Yes. Oh, you do have evidence for the laws of logic?
No. I do accept them as.
Oh, okay. So you believe a reality consists of operating according to the laws of logic, right?
I think they're descriptive.
Okay. Are the laws of logic, are they true at all times and all places?
You're getting back into a circular thing. Like you can't.
Okay,
even
you're not answering my question. When you continue to
Yes.
dodge like this, you're making yourself look really bad on YouTube.
Your question
Now, do the
is
laws of
circular.
logic hold at all times and all places?
Are they true? You're saying, are the laws of logic true?
Right. Do they hold
That's
at
a
all
fact.
times and all places? Is the law of non-contradiction true at all times and all places?
That's a circular question. It's impossible to answer that. You have to assume what true and false
You've
are.
got
You
to
have
be
to know what they
kidding.
are.
Okay, hey,
No,
dude. Hey,
You gotta
dude.
be joking.
This is
Really?
This is embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself. I'm asking you legitimate, fair questions, and you're giving me double talk back. Is it the case that the laws of logic hold at all times and all places? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, do you have evidence for that?
It is the core assumption without which you cannot reason.
Okay, you're not answering my question. I
consistently
didn't
validated
ask
by my
you. I didn't
experience.
ask you a question that would elicit
So
that response.
your
I
experience
asked
is
you,
evidence?
do you have evidence that the laws of logic hold universally?
They are
The only
validated
way that
by
you're
my
gonna have
experience.
Notice his intellectual dishonesty here. One more time. Do you have evidence that the laws of logic hold universally? Okay,
you don't.
what is your
They are
means of
validated.
acquiring that evidence? Is it through your sense perception?
That's a different
Yes.
question. That's a different question.
Okay,
Okay.
okay,
No,
okay.
it's not. No, it's
He's asking
not.
No, it
about
isn't.
the
No,
evidence.
it
Can
isn't.
you-
No, it isn't.
Not the means they're
No,
acquiring.
it's not.
Hey, MP,
No, it's
just
not.
hold back, please. You're gonna ruin it, MP.
I will.
So,
Go ahead.
Ruith, how do you have evidence that the laws of logic hold universally? Is it via your sense perception?
Yes, which is also an assumption.
Okay, well, what percentage of entities that exist? Because remember, the laws of logic deal with entities. A equals A cannot equal not A. What percentage of entities can you observe?
As in the observable universe. What are you getting at here?
You told me you have sensory evidence that the laws of logic hold universally. What percentage of entities, and entities we'll call A equals A cannot equal not A. What percentage of entities have you observed?
0.00001%.
Okay, good. So basically what you're doing, are you using inductive reasoning to generalize that the tiny part that you observe, that the whole is like the part that you observe? Is that your reasoning?
No, because you cannot reason without the laws of logic.
Okay.
You cannot reason about.
Well, that's not an
99.99%.
answer. That's not an answer to my question. I didn't ask you, could you reason without the laws of logic? I said to you, what is, you see, you are dodging. Now I'll ask you again. How do you verify that all entities can never equal their negation via your sense perception?
Because it's absurd otherwise.
Assumption.
That's not an answer to my question. I'll repeat the question again. How do you verify that all entities can never equal its negation via your sense perception? Because you told me that you have evidence via your sense perception of the universality of the laws of logic. Okay? So the question is, how do you verify that all entities are self-identical and never can equal their negation? Through your sense
Using
perception.
your sense perception. Yeah. Sense
How do you,
perception is also.
okay, do you observe all entities?
No, but you have to trust your senses. Otherwise, you can't read.
It has nothing to do with trusting your senses. Let's assume, for the sake of discussion, right here, that we're not questioning the reliability of your sense perception. All right, that's not in question at this moment. So, how do your reliable sense perceptions verify that all entities can never coexist with their negation universally? How do you verify that through your sense perception?
It cannot be otherwise. It's.
How do you know that? How do you know that? Wait a minute. How? Okay, stop right there. Okay, it can't. Is that an absolute?
I refuse to use that word.
Is that? Oh, you just said can't. Can't means it's not possible. Is that an absolute?
You refuse to use it, but you're doing absolute things.
When you say something cannot be, when you say something cannot be, you are invoking an absolute. Is that an absolute?
What I just said was I tend not to use the word absolute because everything will come back to an assumption.
Okay, good. Then why are you here spouting your assumptions? Why should we care about your assumptions?
Right, is stuff an assumption absolute?
You know what? How can you be dogmatic about it?
Wait.
Yeah, isn't it amazing how dogmatic he is about his own assumption?
I'm cutting in. Okay,
when
you say
got a second, I want to say something too. Go ahead.
Right. Okay. When you say things are an assumption, is that an absolute, or is that statement to an assumption?
Is it I don't even know what you mean, Antonio.
No, look, it's very simple, man. You say you've said in this conversation at least 3 or 4 different times at least that we start from certain assumptions. Now, is that statement an assumption, or is it absolute?
It's reasoned to. I get there by reasoning that you guys make assumptions as well.
You're not answering the question. Why don't you answer questions people put to you?
I just did.
Is that
no, you didn't. You're playing footsie here.
No.
Do I assume that you guys make assumptions?
When you say that we all
start, the bottom line is he wants to come to the table and he wants to reason with us. But you see, everything he reasons is an assumption. Why should we care about any of your assumptions?
Why should I care about your assumption?
See, you're not answering my question.
You refuse to say you're making an assumption. I'm not forcing you to be here.
No. It has nothing to do.
He's a troll, guys, if you haven't figured it out.
You see, Rueth, every time we put a question to you, you go down some semi-related rabbit trail. The issue has nothing to do with forcing people to be here. Okay.
Right. Here's
the point. Here's the point I wanted to drive home. You claim that you don't believe in God because there's no evidences for God, but you believe in the laws of logic, but you don't have evidences for it. You claim that you have evidences via your sense perception, but that would be begging the question because you would be using inductive reasoning. Are you using inductive reasoning to justify that your sense perceptions verify the laws of logic? Are you using inductive reasoning?
I take the laws of logic as a given.
You didn't answer my question. Hey, Rueth, one more time. Are you using inductive reasoning to conclude that the laws of logic are universal? Yes or no?
No, they have to be.
No, you didn't. Why does it have to be?
No. I said no.
This guy.
Okay, you're a walking bag of confusion. Why does it have to be? Are there any absolutes that demand that?
Any absolutes that demand what?
You says it has to be, so then there has to exist. If something has to be, then something is necessary, right?
It is absurd otherwise.
Okay, well, who cares? Well, maybe existence is absurd.
What do you mean it's absurd otherwise?
Wait a minute, Rueth, wait a minute, hold on a second. Rueth, you made a declaration. It has to be.
Exactly.
Is that an assumption?
Exactly. That was just
nothing makes sense without them.
Hold on, Antonio.
Nothing makes sense.
Why
So
should
what?
we
Okay,
that
okay.
assumption.
So why do you choose? Why do you choose that existence makes sense? Why?
Exactly.
I have to.
Why do you wait?
It's a
Excuse
reason.
me.
Who
No, you
says
don't
that?
have to, because you told me everything is an assumption, so you don't have to.
Exactly.
Yeah, I have to assume that reason
No,
is
you
possible.
don't.
Okay, I'll ask you a question.
You
When you
deny
say,
Then we're just
absolutes.
wait a
chaotic
minute,
like nothing,
Antonio,
right?
hold on a second. I got him trapped. If you say you have to, that presupposes that something is necessary. Is that correct?
Or the opposite is that it's just an absurd.
No, we're
chaotic
not talking
reason.
about the opposite right now. We're talking about your statement. You said you
Let's
have
call
to.
him Bojangles.
Are you presupposing that something is necessary when you say you have to?
No, I'm saying that without
Oh,
making that
okay. So
assumption,
it's not necessary,
nothing
then
makes
you
sense.
don't have to.
If you don't,
Exactly.
nothing makes sense. You can't reason.
Well, wait a minute. When you
You deny absolutes.
listen, hold on a second. When you say if you don't, nothing makes sense. Is that an assumption?
that
Here it
sentence
comes.
doesn't make sense.
Wait
if
a
it's not
minute.
an assumption.
Wait a minute. In order for you to make that statement, when you say if you don't, then nothing makes sense. Are you employing the laws of logic when you say that?
Yeah, I have to assume them.
Okay. Oh, okay. So in other words, nothing makes sense because you assume it.
Exactly.
Nothing makes sense if you don't assume the laws of
All
logic.
right. Well, that's a very lovely assumption.
Yeah, and he
Do you
doesn't
have
even know that anyway.
Wait
He
a
has
minute.
no
Wait a
way to
minute.
back
You
that up
can you
anyway.
can you
Right, exactly,
prove?
exactly.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let's use his criterion, folks. Can you prove that assumption?
It's an assumption, of course not.
Wait a minute. Didn't you ask me to prove
Yes, you
that
did.
the God
You
of the
certainly
Bible? Didn't you
I
ask me
did.
to prove that the God of the Bible had revealed himself in history? Did you ask me to
Yeah,
prove
and if you
that?
can't-
Okay,
if you
good.
can't,
So good. So when you're asking me to prove something, was that a sincere question?
yeah, I'm trying to get you to accept that you've got an
Okay,
assumption.
good. Can anything be proven?
Proven, I'd say mathematics can, but again, it all comes back to a basal assumption. that you
Oh,
can
okay.
reason.
Mathematics.
Excuse
You didn't
me.
say nothing about
Mathematics would be
mathematics, dude.
mathematics would be an analytic a conclusion. It would be definitional.
You didn't say anything about mathematics earlier when.
Right. And by the way, we're not even
None.
talking about mathematics. So I'm going to ask you right now: can something be?
Close.
Wait a minute. Okay, Ruif, can something be proven?
Only to the point where it comes back to your basal assumption.
Can something be proven, Ruif?
Yes, back to your basal assumptions.
What can be proven, Ruif?
I don't know everything.
Okay, and how would you be able to prove you don't know everything?
That was real easy to prove, by the way.
Hold on a second. Look, he doesn't realize he's painted himself to a corner again. Are you employing the law of non-contradiction when you assert that you don't know
Yes,
everything?
and I have to assume. that
Right,
laws
but
of
you're
logic
assuming the
exist.
law of non-contradiction, right?
Darwin,
Yeah, because it's absurd to not.
One
Okay,
thing.
well, you see, so what? So what if it's absurd?
Exactly.
Well, exactly.
So
That's
what?
fine.
Okay,
Maybe-
wait, hold on a second.
Go ahead.
Are you objecting to something being absurd because it can't be absurd?
No, I'm saying if we don't make that assumption, it's
okay. So in
entirely
other
possible.
words, well, maybe existence is absurd.
Yes, maybe.
Oh, okay, good. Then why? Yeah, well, see, but you see, when you said it'll be absurd, you're giving us a preference. You don't like things being absurd. So what if it's absurd?
Exactly.
It
You
may
see,
very well be.
if you can't establish that there are any absolutes, then how can you say anything is anything?
Because it comes back to an assumption. From the start, I've always said this. My worldview comes back to assumptions. Can you demonstrate that yours does not?
Yeah. You demonstrate it by accepting the revelation of the Christian God, because he's not going to give
you have to assume that's true,
he's
though,
not.
right?
No, you don't, because you see, the Bible declares that God has made his existence self-evident. You have a choice. You can either accept that the creation is evidence of God, or you can suppress that truth and turn and create your alternate universe, that the material universe is your creator. Do you believe that the material? Do you believe? Hold on a second, Ruif. Do you believe that the material universe is your creator?
But I got one question for you, Darwin.
Yeah,
Rule
hold that,
answer that-
MP. Hold on
answer
a
that,
second.
Darwin,
MP,
just
hold on a
listen.
second. MP, hold on. I'll
But
get
I
to you
will-
momentarily,
Go ahead.
MP.
Go ahead, Rule
Ruth, is the material creation your creator?
I don't even know what you mean. Did the universe create
Well,
me, or what?
do
Am I part of the universe?
do you exist because some material stuff has existed and there's a cause and effect sequence? Is that why you're here? Or
Yes,
are you
my
here because
parents had
God
me.
created you? I didn't ask you about that. I said, are you here simply from the product of cause and effect of material succession without a creator such as the God of the Bible?
Yeah, the God of the Bible exists.
Right. Okay, so what's your proof that material cause and effect can even account for your existence? Is there cause and effect?
I believe so. It's validated by my experience.
No, that's false. You don't validate by the experience. You have certain assumptions according to what you told us, that you draw a correlation between a conjunction of events, that because one event precedes another event, and that there's a correlation, that therefore event A causes event B. It's not validated by your assumption. It's an imposition of what you assume is true about the nature of reality. That is, that there's a law of cause and effect.
And how
So
is
you see,
true?
do you know who David Hume? Ruth, do you know who David Hume was? He was probably one of the great atheist philosophers of the 18th century. Hume nailed it. He said, you cannot demonstrate cause and effect by reason. It's an assumption that you have from your worldview.
You can appeal to experience.
Definitely.
No, you can't. No,
You can
you're wrong. You can't appeal to experience. And here's why. Here's why. Is because how do you justify that any entity that is chronologically prior to another event is caused by that? How do you justify that?
You can make predictions, and again, it just validates itself.
No,
It's
guess
not a
what? I
point,
can
it's
make
validating.
I can roll a pair of dice. Ooh, I'm rolling that. Boom, double sixes.
I've had a
I got
question
double
for you,
sixes.
and I know
You see, here's the mistake. Here, hold on a second. When you say make predictions, Rohit, what you are presupposing is the uniformity of nature. Are predictions possible without the uniformity?
Well, hold on. You're going into another question. I want to ask you a question.
MP,
let me ask him one question.
All right, go ahead, multiple.
What I'm asking is, Darwin, your whole argument seems to be predicated on sense perception. Now, if we had no sense perception, how would we receive God's revelation with no sense perception?
Okay, I said no such thing. I don't know. You have a very vivid imagination.
No, but I'm asking.
You need to go to the pharmacy and get your earwax cleaned out, because I said nothing of that kind.
You refuse to answer any questions. If you had no sense perception, how would you receive God's revelation?
Okay, MP. We've been down this road before, MP. You're repeating the same thing I didn't say.
Sense perception to get the revelation.
You're not understanding it, MP.
So I'm asking you, without any sense perception, how do you receive this revelation?
MP, I'm answering you.
Do not answer this question.
I'm answering you, doofus. I'm answering you. I'm answering you.
Answer it then.
Okay? I'm answering you. You have raised this objection many times before. I have not asserted or argued that we are without sense perception. You totally misunderstand and misconstrue. You know what? If you don't stop, I'm not going to talk with you any further. I'm responding to you.
All right, I'm cutting in. Stop. I'm cutting in. I'm stopping you. Stop. Everybody stop.
You're a motor mouth, and you don't understand even the basic things that I'm saying. I said nothing about the absence of sense.
Everybody stop right now. Stop right now. But to be fair, multiple, you've asked this question multiple times before, and he's never answered it.
I just answered it.
Didn't answer it just now either. You're avoiding it.
Okay.
Multiple. This is the question.
Shut your mouth. I'm going to answer it. Multiple. You have listen. You're going to have to trust me on this. I am truly not trying to insult you or talk down to you. You have comprehension problems. I said nothing about a situation where we didn't have sense perceptions, okay? This is about the 12th time You have misunderstood and put words in my mouth that I have never said. Okay. Wow. Okay. You are really thick. For somebody who claims to be a graduate of law school, such as yourself, you have very poor listening skills.
Because you know what? Because I won't let you bullshit me, and you're going to answer the question.
Okay, I'm done. MP, I'm done talking. Now you're being even more convoluted than Rufus is.
If you cannot answer a question, then what are we doing here? I asked you a valid
just answered you.
To answer it, and he wants to call me dumb, but he doesn't answer the question.
Yeah, because you constantly misrepresent what I say.
The question, just to avoid the question.
Stop.
Why is it so bad for you to answer it?
Stop. What is the question?
The question is, Darwin is saying that since we have to rely on our sense perceptions, because that they could be wrong, then we really have no justification for believing the laws of life. That's
you are.
So hold on. Let me finish. If I can't finish, keep talking. You won't let me finish. I know you want to step behind that computer, but listen. Stop being a keyboard warrior and listen.
No, you're stupid. I didn't say that.
All right. It's only what I'm saying.
I'm gonna hide you both. If y'all don't stop attacking each other right now, I'm gonna hide you both.
I just told him I didn't say that, and he keeps on repeating that I did.
Can I please finish what I'm saying?
This is like dealing with a 13-year-old.
I'm 13. Again,
so when Darwin makes these claims
that we cannot rely on our sense perception, you said we may not be able to rely on this sense perception. So I've asked you, if we had no sense perception, and you're saying this revelation of God is the reason why you know absolutely sure that God exists, I'm asking you, how do you know that if you had no sense perception? Because you have admitted, and I've admitted that yes, they are assumptions, that my senses are correct. So you're saying that I don't need them to understand this revelation. So answer that question, and I know you won't answer.
I'm answering you. Okay, MP, if you ask me this question ever again, you're going to get dead silence. I will answer it again for the 13th time.
All right.
I have not discussed that we don't have sense perception. I wasn't even discussing the issue of
Let's move on.
basic. Okay, you know what? You know what? If you don't shut your mouth, you're going to get ejected from the room. Okay? You're a big motor mouth and you don't listen. Now, I'll explain it to you again. Okay? I did not raise the issue that we don't have sense perception. I did not raise the issue in this conversation about the basic reliability of sense perception. Now, that is a topic that I have debated and discussed. But in my conversation with Rueth, I did not raise the issue of the basic reliability of the sense perception. If you had listened more carefully, what you would have understood is that I was pointing out that the sense perception that, from his point of view, that we are in possession of cannot justify universal or global claims. And the reason why you can't is because we're not omniscient. He's using inductive reasoning where he's taking a sense perception of a part, and then he's arguing that the whole is like the part. Now, that problem has nothing to do with me questioning the reliability of basic sense perception or that sense perception doesn't exist.
Now, can I respond?
Rueth, when you stated, no, you know what? Okay,
can I say one thing? Don't leave.
No, I'm not leaving. I'm hiding over. Rueth, when you stated we can make predictions, if chance governed all events, could I make predictions as well?
You haven't answered this question.
After you left, please. But
okay, Rueth, could I? The fact that you can make predictions and those predictions might come true does not logically necessitate that the uniformity of nature exists, because a chance universe can produce those same identical sequences. So the fact that you make predictions and they come true does not logically necessitate the uniformity of nature. So the bottom line is this, and I'll just wrap this up. You are arbitrary and inconsistent. You demand proof and evidence in order to believe in God, yet you believe that there are fundamental laws of logic which are absolute and universal, for which you don't have proof or evidence for, and you also believe that nature operates in a law-like way outside of your sense perception, and you have no evidence for that. Go ahead, Ed.
For the record, Didi, he was trying to tell you was right, man.
Yeah, man. I was going to say that actually you're right. I was arguing a former position because what you were arguing now was different.
Okay.
So, but
So
you know,
the point is this is
forecast.
the point, Ruick. The point is this: is your position as an atheist is an inconsistent one because you believe in science and you believe in reason, which is predicated on the laws of logic, but you don't have evidence for the laws of logic, and you don't have evidence that nature operates in a law-like way. So why do you believe in them?
I'm
Didi,
waiting for you to
answer-
answer MP's question.
What was that?
Wait a minute. So
You to
you
answer
don't.
my question.
MP, will you shut up?
No, that's
Hold
what you
on.
left said. That's what he
Hold
said.
on.
I didn't.
MP, shut
Hold
up.
on.
Let him
Hold
Stop
speak.
saying.
Hold on.
You know what, MP? You're pissing me off.
Antonio,
I'm
please
gonna
tell
start
me.
hiding some. I'm gonna start hiding people.
No, I ejected him. Go ahead. Repeat what you said, Ruth.
I'm waiting for you to answer MP's question.
I did answer his question.
I didn't hear an answer. How do you justify the revelation without trusting your sense perception, without assuming that your sense perception is trustworthy?
Because God has given that revelation. You see,
Right.
I don't.
That's it.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I don't assume that my basic sense perceptions are reliable. That is the way the God of the Bible has constructed the mind of man to operate innately. So it is not a voluntary assumption. It is an innate way of thinking that cannot be avoided. Okay? From a secular point of view, okay, sure, that's fine. You see, this is the same problem we run into with MP. He has very poor listening skills. He has poor reasoning skills. And then he asks questions from previous hangouts.
Well, I think it was just some miscommunication between you two, quite honestly.
No, there's no miscommunication on my part because I strive to be very clear and circumspect in what I say. MP regularly and frequently doesn't understand simple statements.
Right. Let me say this real quick because I think that we spend too much time defending and not really being in a position to be in an offensive position to, and so we have to make sure
I
that
was
we
on the offensive.
No, I'm talking about in regards to revealing the God of the Bible to these people. Because
Right.
I think
And
that
do you realize what I just did? I showed
Right.
him. You see, he desperately wants and thinks that the world makes sense. But he's basically, without conceding, recognized that apart from the God of the Bible, nothing can make sense because he even admitted that everything's an assumption. So even when he says that, well, it has to be that way, or it can't, or well, that would be absurd. Everything is an assumption. So you see, the penalty you pay when you deny the God of the Bible who has revealed himself because you say, prove it, is that you're shown to be arbitrary and inconsistent because you see, the things that he believes in, he doesn't have proof, nor does he have evidence for the things that he believes in. So he is inconsistent and arbitrary when he believes the things that he does about the nature of reality because he doesn't have evidence for it.
I just want to know, when saying
Yeah.
that, if you say everything is, if you say we all start from the same assumptions, is that an assumption or not?
Right. What I mean
No,
from what I mean
I
what
have
I,
reason to that belief.
what I mean by that is like I'm going to be doing a show every Wednesday night, right? And it's going to be dealing with it's going to be dealing with evolution. It's also going to be dealing with eugenics and all of those the different conspiracies, also historical content of what took place with scientists. You know, how people went into certain countries and took people that were dealing with science and began to make those work for them to invent all types of evil inventions. Somebody need to mute their mic. They moving around in the back or whatever. So I think that what I mean by that is revealing we spend time always on the defense, you know, when it comes to talking about God. But we need to get these people really, what is this Bible saying, God? Like if you notice earlier, I said I spoke on the evolution of weaponry, and I pointed a scripture out in the Bible to take it that way, so people can look at the Bible and we can manifest the deeds and wickedness of the world and how people is using the science more so for wickedness, more so than for good.
But we can show
So that's
them.
what I mean by.
Okay.
But we can
okay,
show their
G.
wickedness. We can show their
G.
wickedness in a different way.
Okay, G, let me ask you this question.
Right?
G, let me ask you this question. According to the Bible, what is the primary reason why somebody is in a state of unbelief? Is it due to insufficient information or positive evidences? Or does the Bible teach they are in unbelief because of their rebellious heart?
You say what? I didn't hear you. I went in and out. I'm sorry, I'm on the highway. What'd you
Okay.
say?
Suppressing the truth.
Are people in unbelief due to insufficient evidences, or are they positive proof for the Bible, or are they in unbelief because they're in rebellion? Well, the answer is the Bible teaches that they're in unbelief because of rebellion. So
Right.
you can present. Okay, you could present. All right, just give me 20 more seconds, Ruth, and then I'll just hand the mic over to you.
Okay.
Consciousness. You could present all sorts of positive probabilistic cases to unbelievers or skeptics, but that's not going to change their unbelief until they repent. They need to be shown that their very reasoning in unbelief, that they don't think is unbelief, is literally incoherent. Okay?
Right. And I understand that. I understand.
Go ahead,
I understand that. But what we're showing them is that the stuff that they're doing is even unreasonable how they have relationships with people. So if we're in here and we're talking with them, you know, and we're, you know, doing the very things that they're doing, then we have to point out what's going on in the world, the mindset of man, the lust of man, you know, the lust of the flesh and the pride of life, and point those things out and point in the Bible. And we have to be always in a teaching mode. And I understand your method, how you're doing it, but we're doing this too much with these guys, and we're not really opening up the Bible. Like, just be honest, who cracked open the Bible one time in here and said the scripture?
Okay, G, what you missed, what you didn't understand is I'm pointing out to Ruth the very first verse in the Bible. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And what that means is this, is everything that exists from nature, physics, logic, reason, meaningfulness is contingent upon the God of Genesis 1:1. And when you don't accept the God of the Bible, then your whole world becomes incoherent because you can't make sense of it. And Ruith has basically conceded to this without realizing it, because he said, well, everything I believe is an assumption. Welcome to the wonderful world of incoherence. Go ahead, Ruth.
Right. And see, that's what I'm saying is this.
Fairly
We can
incoherent.
sit up there, we can battle with these guys every day, but we need to expose the works of darkness and show them why it's like that.
That's
because
what
we
I'm
want to.
doing, G.
Right. Hold on. Listen. I understand that's what you're doing, but you got to understand this. You sitting here yelling, getting upset with people, running your blood pressure up, and you need to calm that down, man. And I'm trying to say it as possible as you know, as I mean, as good as possible, but you need to stop doing that, man, because it's not correct. We getting on them about doing that already,
really
and then
great
you
to hear.
doing it. You know, so you need to stop doing it. This is about. I don't mean to disrespect you because you're older than me, but I've spoken to you
Gee, I
privately
didn't hear you with your speaking up about the MP's chronic interruptions and misrepresentations of what I was saying. I didn't hear you say that. I didn't hear you speak up Every single time I asked a very simple and clear question to Ruif, and he kept on playing the dodge and tap dance game. I didn't hear you speak up over that.
I've been speaking up. Hold on. I've been speaking
Okay.
up to the atheists.
All right,
Just
I'm
as
done.
well.
I heard you. I heard
Right.
you. Go ahead.
All right. Well, let
Rufus.
me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. I've
All
been
right, good.
speaking up.
I'll take a break. Go ahead, talk.
I've been speaking up to the
Jake on
atheists.
as well.
Right. I got you. I've been speaking up to the atheists already about the very same thing. So it's not nothing that I ain't screaming to them that I'm talking to you about. And that needs to stop, man. It's more so you trying to win an argument than present the gospel. Nah, bro.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that, G. For the simple fact is,
Ruif already knows the gospel.
Let me finish. Like when we ask basic questions, and then they intend on playing these games and dancing around them and avoiding them, people are going to naturally get frustrated, man. And I'm pretty sure you've gotten frustrated naturally with atheists when you've asked them basic questions that they didn't answer, right?
I mean, yeah, definitely. You know, that time, as I stated before, this brother about to have a heart attack. No, brother, that's not the way. If you got to get that angry and that mad, you need to calm down for your blood pressure. For you get be in the hospital somewhere, stressing, arguing with atheists, which don't believe in God anyway.
I do agree that we need to keep our anger under control, but I mean, it does get to a point to where you gotta be just straight up.
Hey, G, do you have children?
Yeah, I got 3 of them, so I definitely know.
Okay, do you ever get angry with them?
Yep, I get angry with them.
And why do you get angry with them?
I get angry with them because if I tell them to do something, they don't do it.
Yeah, you're getting angry because they're behaving like children, right? And that's what's going on when we deal with these atheists online, is they behave like children, not adults.
Corrections.
Anyway, Ruif, you wanted to speak. Go ahead.
About sincere disbelief. Like obviously, you believe of me that my disbelief in the Bible is not sincere. Is that correct?
Who you asking me that?
Your disbelief is of a suppression of the truth.
Right. What I want to say is it's basically a conversation killer. Like I can just say to you, you don't really believe the Bible. Deep down, you really know that the Bible's false. And where are we?
But you won't have any basis for it, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not surprising.
You see, every time you come to me, you're presupposing a world that you can reason.
Yes.
Right? What's your proof that the physicality that you exist in, that you can reason?
For it, it's an assumption. I mean,
okay, good. Then why did you ask me to prove the God of the Bible?
Exactly. When you just going to be asking us for an assumption.
Why are you asking for proof? Why are you asking for proof for one core belief, which would be the God of the Bible, but that you don't require proof for other core beliefs?
Exactly.
Why?
To demonstrate that you cannot.
Why proof in order to accept the God of the Bible when you believe certain things about the state of reality for which you don't have proof? Can you answer that question?
For the first bit, you cut out a bit.
Why do you believe that you can reason in virtue of the laws of logic when you don't have proof or evidence that the laws of logic exist?
Said 1,000 times, I have to assume them.
Okay, so now you have just admitted that you have a different criterion for God than you do the laws of logic.
Right. You won't appeal
you have an inconsistent criterion.
Right. You wouldn't agree to us saying that we just have to assume God and then work from there. You wouldn't think that's logical, but you can just assume what you're saying is logical.
Okay, Rufus, the Bible teaches.
That's exactly my point. We're in the same boat. You guys make an assumption as well.
No, you see, once you say that that's an assumption.
Wait a minute.
I have
So
reason
you
to
said-
that assumption about you.
Okay, why? Wait a minute. Why? You know what? Why am I in the same boat? Are you employing the laws of logic to conclude that I'm in the same boat as you?
Yeah, I reason to that assumption about you from my basal assumptions back to me.
Right.
You can't say we're in the same boat.
So you assume that certain states of mind that we have are not an endowment of the God of the Bible. You assume that those states of mind are an assumption, right?
You asked two different things there. I don't assume that our states of mind are a result.
Well, wait a
of
minute.
the
Wait a
Christian
minute. Let me
God.
ask you this question: if the God of the Bible exists, would my basic states of mind be assumptions if the God of the Bible exists?
They would come back to the assumption that the God Bible exists. The God
No,
of the
you're
Bible
not.
exists.
You're not listening to my question.
Yeah,
In
your
your
question starts
view,
with
if in your view, if it is the case that the God of the Bible exists, because you said to me that it's possible that the God of the Bible exists. In the case that the God of the Bible exists, would the basic states of mind that I have about the nature of reality, would they actually be assumptions or a divine endowment?
No, but you have to make that assumption first.
You didn't answer my question.
question
I'll
starts with-
repeat. You see, this is why G points out I get upset. I'll ask the question again. In the case that
And
the
I said
God
I
of the
answered it
Bible
no.
exists, I'm not understanding your response.
I answered it no, but you said would the assumptions, would your mind therefore be back to
Would my
assumptions?
basic states of mind about the nature of reality be actual assumptions if it is the case that the God of the Bible exists?
They would go back to your basal assumption that God exists.
So they wouldn't be assumptions then, right?
No, but they would go back to your basal assumption.
All right, listen.
God
No, you're wrong. They wouldn't be basal assumptions by definition. They would be basal assumptions. I'm going to give you an example. Suppose the God of the Bible constructs the mind of man, which includes me and you.
So
And he
suppose,
makes
keyword
okay, let me finish, please.
Righto.
And he makes me to innately have as a basic state of mind of the laws of logic. Right? Now, can that be derived from the Bible?
I don't know.
Well, the Bible says we're made in the likeness and image of God. Right? Now, if my mind is like God's, and God's mind operates according to the laws of logic, then if he constructs the basic operations of the human mind, then that state of mind that employs the law of non-contradiction is not an assumption by definition. Now, do you understand that before I move on?
I do, but just keep in mind that your question starts with an if and you use the word suppose.
It doesn't matter.
I think it does.
Let me rephrase it. In the Christian worldview, my basic mental operations are not assumptions, but innate endowments from the God of the Bible. Okay? In the Christian worldview, my basic states of mind and basic mental operations are an endowment from God. Now, is that statement true in the Christian worldview?
Yes. But
Okay.
how do you
Now,
get to that statement?
So, therefore, my mental state of operating with the law of non-contradiction would not be an assumption, correct?
Correct.
Good. Now, you told me that I and everyone else start from the same assumptions that you do. Do you assume the laws of logic?
Can I rephrase that? Same assumptions as me, but you believe that you start from the assumption that God exists.
Okay.
That's not the same assumption.
Okay, it doesn't. Okay, hold on a second. You see, you gotta think about what my question is, not what you'd like my question to be. Now, when you assert categorically that I, in fact, start from basic assumptions, are you including in that the law of non-contradiction? Do my
That you
assume, okay, let me finish the statement. Do my basic mental states assume the law of non-contradiction?
believe that you do. I have to assume them.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
I'm
Now,
trying
would
to would
my mental operation of employing the law of non-contradiction as an assumption be false if the God of the Bible exists?
It's a nonsensical question.
No, it is a sensible question. Would my employment of the law of non-contradiction be in the Christian worldview? Would the employment of the law of non-contradiction be an innate endowment or an assumption?
If you say it is fine. You can assume all you like.
No. I said in the Christian worldview. Are the mental states of holding to the law of non-contradiction an endowment from God, or is it an assumption?
Okay, assuming the Christian worldview, it's an endowment from God.
Okay, good. If it is an endowment if it is the case that it is the endowment of God, because you stated it's possible that the Christian God exists, then your universal declaration that I assume the laws of logic just like you do could be wrong.
I don't follow that.
Well, I'll give you the analogy again with the barrel of pennies. If you tell me all the pennies are copper looking and shiny, but then I ask you, is it possible that several of the pennies are blackened on both sides? And you said yes. Then that contradicts your global declaration that all the pennies are copper looking and shiny.
It's wrong, right?
That's a contradiction. Well, the barrel and the pennies is an analogy. If you concede that it is possible that the Christian God exists, by definition, the Christian God, when he exists, gives me innately the state of mind of the law of non-contradiction. It's innate. It's not an assumption. But when you stated, no, we all, hold on a second. No, when you state that my basic mental operation of the law of non-contradiction is an assumption, that is a denial of the possibility that it is an innate endowment of God. So you cannot hold to both views. If you make a universal declaration that all the pennies are shiny, then it is not possible that one of them is blackened, because you asserted, no, all the pennies are shiny and copper looking. Right? If all the pennies are shiny and copper looking, then there is no blackened penny in the barrel. But if you concede that it's possible that some of the pennies could be blackened, then you cannot categorically assert that all of the pennies are copper looking and shiny, unless you actually examine each and every penny in the barrel. So when you assert that every human being assumes the laws of logic, have you personally examined the minds of all human beings?
No, of course I can't do that.
Okay, then how do you know it's an assumption?
I have reason to that from my own assumptions, and then I have to assume that there are other minds out there.
Okay, I'm not asking you solipsism here. So the bottom line is, when you assert that I have to start from the same assumptions, you're just assuming that.
I reason to that.
No. You didn't reason to it. You assumed it.
No. I reason to my belief
okay,
that
good.
you have the same assumption.
Okay, good. What is your rational justification? That
are we going to?
What is your? You told me you reasoned to that. What is your
from my baseless assumption?
What is your rational justification that the mental state of employing the law of non-contradiction is a universal assumption. What's your rational justification for that?
Once again, I have to assume that the laws of logic and reason.
Did you hear my question? You see,
I
G
did.
is gonna reprimand me again for getting angry. I asked you a specific question. What is your rational justification that every human being's mental operation of the law of non-contradiction is in fact an assumption and not an innate endowment?
Whatever my reasoning is, it will come back to an assumption. So can we just?
So it's not a
shortcut there? Is
rational.
that
So
okay?
you don't have a rational justification that we all assume the law of non-contradiction.
Once again, you are making an assumption in your worldview as well.
I asked you a question.
But you don't
Yeah,
live from your own worldview.
You told me. You see, you're contradicting yourself. You
Right.
told
Live from
me
your own
that
worldview.
you. Hold on a second. You told me that you reasoned to the position that we
Right.
all assume the law of
Exactly.
non-contradiction. Tell me what your rational justification is that all human beings' mental state of the law of non-contradiction is an assumption.
That my mind, there are other minds out there similar to mine.
That's inductive reasoning.
Sure.
That's begging the question.
It doesn't matter.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you know what begging the question is?
Begging the question.
Okay.
It
Wait
comes
a
back to
minute. So in other words, let me ask you this question. Suppose you walk into an Italian restaurant, and the waiter comes up to you and he says, "What would you like to eat, sir?" And you say, "Just give me a slice of pizza off of one of the already made pizzas." And he said, "Oh, okay." And he brings a slice of pizza to you, and it has sausage on it. You have a slice of one of 8 pieces. Because you have sausage on that one piece, does that logically necessitate that the remaining 7 pieces have sausage on them?
Can you demonstrate to me that your worldview?
You're not
is
answering my.
less than
I want you.
Stop.
You are now dodging. Are you logically justified in claiming that the remaining 7 pieces have sausage on it because
No.
your pizza? Okay, good. Therefore, since you tell us that you assume the law of non-contradiction, how does that logically necessitate that all of the human beings assume the law of non-contradiction?
Your inability to demonstrate otherwise.
You're not answering my. Okay, Rupert, here's the problem in this entire conversation. About 9 times out of 10 of all of the questions that I've asked you, you don't answer my questions.
That's rich coming from you, champ.
Yeah.
It's funny
So
that
you see, you're telling me you're making a global and universal claim based upon a partial observation. That's called inductive.
It's a belief,
And
absolutely.
it's funny you talk about the inability to do this.
Are you justified? Is it logically necessary that all people assume the law of non-contradiction? No, it's not. It's not logically justified.
Wait, Didi, let me ask him something. It's funny that you talk about that we have this inability to do these things, yet at the same time you keep saying we're starting from the same place. How would you know?
Can I clarify that part? I believe that you start from the same place. You say otherwise, but I believe that you start from the same place.
So you believe that we do, but you don't know that we do.
Do you have a justification for that proof, that belief?
Because I have to assume that there are other minds out there similar to mine.
Do you have to? Why do you have to?
The absurdity of solipsism. I mean, it's not.
So why is existence being absurd problematic? What if it is absurd?
It's not. It's not. It could be.
How do you? Well, existence is not absurd. How do you know that?
You don't. You have to make an assumption.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. So you see, what I've demonstrated here tonight is you are completely arbitrary and inconsistent. You say, can you prove the God of the Bible has revealed himself, or that there is a God? But the very things that you believe, you have no proof for, yet you strongly and deeply hold to those beliefs for which you have no rational justification or logic that would necessitate the conclusion. So what I've demonstrated here to you is this, is that your atheism is incoherent, Because on the one hand, you ask for logical justification. You ask for proof in order to believe in a core belief. And in this instance, the core belief is God. But then you turn right around, you have other core beliefs, that nature operates in a law-like way, that there are fundamental laws of logic, that all people's minds operate in the same way that yours do. You have no logical justification for those beliefs, do you?
I'm sorry.
Do you?
Can you
Do you?
reason to your?
Do you have, I
Like I
say,
said,
I'll ask
all
the
along-
question again. Do you have a logical justification for those core beliefs that you hold to?
They are assumptions.
So the answer is
Times.
the answer no. Wait a minute. Is the answer no?
The answer is no. You cannot prove them.
No. I'm asking you. Okay. Good. So the answer is no. You do not have a logical justification for your beliefs. Then why do you require a logical? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. You have just conceded that you don't have a logical justification for your core beliefs. Why then do you inconsistently and arbitrarily ask for a logical justification for God? Can you explain to us why the inconsistency?
That you cannot demonstrate it.
Okay, you're not answering my question. Okay, you know what? We're gonna call you the Dodge King.
Antonio's got it.
No. I didn't concede to what you said at all. I'm just saying that from what you're talking about.
Prove it.
I'm saying,
okay. We listen. Wait a minute. We've already. See, this is what. Wait a minute, Antonio. This is how incoherent. Well, hold on. This is how incoherent Ruth is. He said, "Prove it," but he's already conceded that nothing can be proven because everything is based upon assumptions.
Exactly. Not only that, he assumed I conceded. Wait, stop. You assume.
No, Ruth. What I'm trying to point out to you is this. What I'm pointing out to you is the very things, everything that comes out of your mouth rests upon certain preconditions and presuppositions, and that you're entirely inconsistent and arbitrary.
I gotta say this. He assumed that I conceded to his statement when I didn't even finish what I was saying.
Right. Okay. So okay. True or false, Rufus? Do you have logical justification for your core beliefs about the nature of reality?
As I've said 1,000 times, these are assumptions. They cannot be proven.
Do you have logical justifications for your core beliefs? Yes or no?
How is that not a no? Do you understand English?
Okay, the answer is yes. Okay, good. Do you demand a logical justification for belief in God?
Irrespective of my worldview, you're saying that you can prove.
Do you require a logical justification? Okay. Do you require a logical justification for belief in God?
I don't require it. I'm asking you whether you can prove it.
Wait a minute.
Yes, you do.
I asked you a question.
Yes, you do.
Do you desire a logical justification for the existence of God?
Yes, I desire it.
Okay, good. Then what? Then why don't you?
Can you give one?
Why? Yeah, I just did.
That?
It's called the transcendental argument for the existence of God. Okay.
Go.
That the God of the Bible is the necessary precondition for all meaningfulness and rationality.
That's a premise, right?
That's right. Now, do you want to deny that premise?
I want you to justify it. It's not.
Oh yeah, well, it's really simple. How could you have rationality, intelligibility without an omniscient, omnipotent, always truth-revealing creator who created the world in such a way that we can know some things that we cannot be wrong? How could you do so without that?
That's a question. You've asked a question.
Right. That's right. But you see, what I'm trying to show you is that the nature of justification. Are you familiar with the Munchausen's trilemma?
No.
Okay. It's a breakdown of justification for things. The first one would be an axiom or an assumption. The second would be an infinite regress of justification. And the third one would be an appeal to either circular reasoning or a final authority. Now, any appeal to any final authority will ultimately be circular. Do you agree with that?
I think so.
Okay,
Having
good.
for the first
Now,
time,
when you ask for justification for anything, like you have here tonight, which of the three legs of the trilemma are you asking justification for? Are you talking about an assumption, an infinite regress, or an appeal to a final authority?
I would say the first. I question whether the final authority.
So justification is done. So something is justified if you assume it.
Justified as in true to the point at which you get back to your baseless assumptions.
How would something be justified?
Well, you would reason from that back to your baseless assumptions.
Okay, hold on a second.
You've got things that can contradict.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay, so the point is, but you see, you're saying you're reasoning, or you're presupposing that you can reason.
Yes.
Okay.
Well done. Thank you.
Do the preconditions exist?
What do you mean?
Do the necessary preconditions for rationality exist?
I don't even know what you're talking about. I can reason. I have to assume that I can reason.
Okay. Are the laws of logic a necessary precondition for rationality?
I place the laws of logic together with reasoning. They are inseparable. I think.
Listen. You have trouble. Listen, are the laws of logic a necessary precondition for rationality?
I see them as part of rationality. So I don't see one before the other.
Are the laws of logic a necessary precondition for rationality?
I will say no. They must exist with reason.
Okay, you're totally just bonkers right now. Do you understand? Do you understand this is not a controversial question? The laws of logic are a necessary precondition for rationality, because if it is not the case that the laws of logic exist, then on what basis can you claim to be rational without them?
You have to assume.
Oh my God, this is like pulling teeth. Do you understand? So what you're now saying? So now what you're saying? I mean, you are flip flopping so badly.
What?
So what you're saying is rationality is based upon whatever you assume.
Exactly.
No. You have to assume that you are able to reason.
Okay. People wonder why I lose my cool. Okay. The laws of logic are a necessary precondition for rationality, because if it were not the case, then there wouldn't be a basis to be rational. In other words, is it rational for me to state contradictory states of affairs? Is that rational?
Are we talking about the fine line as to whether it's a precondition or whether it's the same as rationality?
Okay. Is the law of non-contradiction a necessary precondition for rational discourse and thought?
I would say they are. Like I don't separate.
Okay, so now we finally get to the point. So the laws of logic are a necessary precondition for rationality, right?
I would say no. I would say that there are.
Oh my God! Okay, man, dude, you have no idea how incoherent you are right now. If you don't affirm the law of non-contradiction, then no statement that you make can be meaningful. And do you know why? It's because then its negation could coexist. So if I said to you, I'm going to ask you a question. If I say to you, the ball is in the street, is that meaningful?
I put the laws of logic on equal footing.
I asked you a damn question, and people wonder why I get angry. I've asked you questions, and out of respect, can you please answer my simple questions? I'm not making this complicated. If I tell you the ball is in the street, is that meaningful?
Yes, because I have to assume that a reason.
Right. Now, if I say to you, the ball is in the street, and at the same time and in the same sense, the ball is not in the street, what does that mean?
It's a contradiction. It's absurd.
What does it mean?
I cannot make sense of that.
So it's not meaningful. Is that correct?
Correct.
So anytime you or I verbalize a state of affairs, if the law of non-contradiction doesn't hold, then its negation could possibly exist, right?
Just to clarify, are we talking about the fine line between logic being a precondition as opposed to logic?
You're dodging again the question. Okay, I mean, dude, seriously. I mean, people wonder why I get impatient. Do you understand? Do you understand that for every statement that you and I make, if the law of non-contradiction doesn't hold, then that means that it's possible that its negation could simultaneously be true. And if its negation can simultaneously...
Tell me what answer you want, DD.
No, what I would like you to do is answer the questions that I ask you instead of giving... No, you haven't. You've been dodging the whole time. Okay? You see, here's the bottom line. Here's the bottom line. You want to deny the God of the Bible who made you because you're unrepentant. But you want to create an alternate universe by which the nature works, and there are laws of physics, and there are laws of logic by which you can reason. But you can't justify that nature works. No amount of observation or sense perception can logically necessitate that nature works in a law-like way, because all of those sequences in nature could be produced by chance. And the only reason why you don't accept that from within your worldview is because you assume if chance were behind it, you would at least see some deviations or more deviations, but that would be an assumption, not something that would be logically necessitated. So you have no logical justification for the things that you believe in, yet you demand logical justification for belief in God. That is called hypocrisy and inconsistency.
Finished?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you prove to yourself that the God of the Bible exists? Not to me. Yeah. Don't worry about my worldview.
Right. Oh, you see, here's the mistake that you're making. You are confusing the word proof with persuasion.
You're avoiding the question, DD.
No, I'm not avoiding the question. I'm pointing out to you that you are misusing the word proof. What you really mean is persuasion. You mean persuade.
No,
I mean, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Can I prove something to somebody else?
No, can you prove it to yourself?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. You see, what you're not understanding here is you're using the word proof to mean persuasion. But proof and persuasion are not the same things. Now, let's give an example. Are there some people on this planet we could prove something to them, but they still won't accept it? Right? I'm sure you and I would agree on that. There are some people, let's say like some of the flat earthers, right? We could prove to them that the world is a sphere, right? But they still wouldn't accept it. But there are other people I could come short of proving something, but I would persuade them and say, no, you don't have to tell me anymore. Have you ever tried to persuade somebody about something and you want to give additional support for it, and they say, no, I've heard enough. You've convinced me. So proof and persuasion are not the same thing. So what do you mean? When you say proof, do you actually mean prove something in such a way that you cannot be wrong? Or do you mean persuade somebody? Well, you see, proof. Well, here's the point of view, is in the Christian worldview, the God of the Bible is the necessary precondition for all of existence. Okay? Now, is it true that in the Christian worldview that God is the necessary precondition for everything?
If I assume that, then yes.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't ask you to assume it. I said, is it true in the Islamic worldview that Muhammad is the prophet of God? The answer is yes, it is true in the Islamic worldview. Is it true in the Christian worldview that the God of the Bible is the necessary precondition for everything?
If you assume the Christian worldview, then yes.
Okay, good. So when you say prove the Christian God, well, nothing could be proven without him.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, I can. I can show you. I can show you that by your own words. You just say, well, everything has to be an assumption. By your own words, it demonstrates it to you.
You've asserted
No.
that God is the basis of all rationality. How can you prove that?
Okay, you're not understanding this. Okay, you're
No,
not
I don't think
understanding
you
it.
are.
In the Christian worldview, God is the necessary precondition for me to breathe, right?
Yep.
In the Christian worldview, God is the necessary precondition for me to be able to reason about anything, right?
Sure.
Now, if you say, can you prove God? That is a logically incoherent request, and I'm going to explain to you why. Is because when you have any final authority, and you are not it, or I am not it, then how do you prove the final authority independent of that final authority communicating?
That would be my question. That's my question, isn't it?
Okay, well the answer is you can't. It is a logically incoherent request.
Are you making my argument for me?
No, what you're doing is you're not understanding what I'm saying to you. Okay, I'll prove it right now. Do you understand that when you say, can you prove God apart from the revelation of himself? Okay, that's your question. Can you prove that God exists, or that the revelation is the revelation of God apart from any revelation of God? Is that your question?
Basically, yeah. Yep.
Okay, I'm going to make a statement and then I'll explain it. That is a logically incoherent request. And here's why it's incoherent. It's just as incoherent as to talk about show me a square triangle. Because the God of the Bible is the necessary precondition for everything. So how would you be able to appeal to some other final authority that the God of the Bible is the necessary precondition?
If you're saying that's logically incoherent, then asking me to prove the laws of logic is exactly the same.
No, it's not. Because the laws of logic would just simply be a statement of brute fact. Okay? That all entities equal themselves and cannot coexist or equal their negation. Okay? What I'm telling you is this. In the Christian worldview, God is the final authority on everything. He is the creator and the sustainer. He makes us know certain things. And without him, nothing can be known in the Christian worldview. So if nothing can be known without the God of the Bible, then how can it be coherent to know that the God of the Bible exists without God? That is a logically incoherent request.
No, it just goes back to it.
Yeah,
to your
okay,
assumption.
I'll explain it to you again. You didn't get it. It is logically incoherent.
I understand what you mean.
Okay, let's go through this step by step. In the Christian worldview, everything that exists, including knowing and proving things, the preconditions for all of that are the God of the Bible in the Christian worldview. There cannot be an independent precondition for knowledge that is independent of the revelation of God in the Christian worldview, right?
Assuming
you understand?
Sure.
No, I didn't ask you to assume it. I just said, but in the Christian worldview, just like when I say Muhammad is the prophet of God within the Islamic worldview, in the Christian worldview, all knowledge, the preconditions for all knowledge is the existence of the God of the Bible. So if you say, prove to me the revelation of the God of the Bible, independent of the God of the Bible giving revelation, that's a logically incoherent request, because there cannot be an independent logical justification for the final authority, God.
Is it possible that the Christian God does not exist?
No.
Wow. Why are we talking?
Yeah, why? It's not possible. Do you know why?
Why?
Because God is not contingent.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, if you assume that proof is possible, then the Christian God exists. Deny him, you can prove nothing.
That doesn't follow.
Sure it does.
That doesn't follow at all. All you've done is assert or assume.
Okay, all right. I'm going to ask you a question. Without the laws of logic, without the laws of logic, we cannot reason. You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Premise 2, we can reason. You agree with that?
Yep.
Okay. The conclusion necessary.
Well, I assume it would reason. I assume.
No, I ask you. I ask you. Do you accept the present premise? We can reason.
I do.
Okay. So you accept the first and second premise, right?
Yep.
All right. The conclusion necessarily follows. Then the laws of logic exist.
Sure, but you've already assumed laws of logic to do that reasoning.
No, it's an agreed upon premise. Without the laws of logic, we cannot reason.
We're presupposing logic to even do this.
Well, that's a moot point.
It's not.
No,
it just goes to show
What you don't understand is I don't have a. If I actually objected to you using the laws of logic, we wouldn't have this conversation. Of course, we in this conversation we're acquiescing a temporary allowance for the laws of logic. That's not the issue. The issue is not allowing it. The question is, how do we justify it? Okay. We might agree that gravity exists, but then we say, how do we justify that it is the case that gravity exists? Right? I'm not objecting to your temporary assumption and use of the laws of logic, because even to refute it, you would have to use them. What I'm saying to you is your worldview cannot justify in any way that the laws of logic exist. Zero. You have absolutely no ability to do so.
I would say neither do you. I can do it as far as my assumptions go.
Well, here's the problem. When you say neither can you, all you're just saying is I assume it. So when you say to me neither can you have already conceded that that's an assumption. So your statement has no more substance than you telling me that the moon is made out of green cheese. Okay? So when you say, will you assume that too? Since you stated that everything that you start from is an assumption, how would your statement, you assume it too, be any more substantive than you saying the moon is made out of green cheese?
It's about as substantive as you saying the God of the Bible exists necessarily. It's an assumption.
No. What I'm saying to you is, God being a necessary being.
But you're asserting that, right?
Okay. No, I didn't assert it. He did.
Yeah, but I get back to MP's question.
Well, let me ask you a question. Is it possible that God exists?
Yes.
Okay.
Haven't we been down this one?
If it's possible that God exists, would God exist in some possible world?
Are we doing the ontological argument?
Would God exist in some possible world?
Look, do we want to talk about that?
I asked you a question. If it's possible that God exists, would God exist in some possible world?
You've just switched from epistemic possible to
I know I did.
Cut it out.
No, that's not equivocation. Equivocation equivocation is when you use a word in more than one sense. I didn't equivocate.
Yeah. You asked me, is it possible? And I took that to be an epistemic sense.
Right. Well, I'm explaining to you.
And then you just switched to modal logic.
I'm explaining to you the God's necessary existence. I told you that God exists necessarily.
Well, you asserted it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I asked you, is it possible God exists? You said yes. Okay. Now,
in epistemic, yes.
Would God exist in some possible world?
Define God.
I mean, seriously, dude. You expect me to take you seriously? We're talking about God the whole time. You know exactly. You know. Hey, dude. You know what? You know exactly what I'm referring to when we use the word God. I mean, seriously, dude. I expect this from a 14-year-old.
Maximally great being in all possible worlds.
Dude. Would God
do you
exist? Would God exist in some? Would God necessarily exist in some possible world?
Is God the maximally greatest being in all
okay,
possible
you know
worlds?
what, dude? You know what? If you pull this crap in the future, I'm not going to waste my time talking.
We're doing ontological argument.
I have to admit, you're a very patient guy. You're very polite. I wish I was more patient like you are, but I'll tell you, you're very frustrating and evasive. All right? I mean, dodge, evade. Is it possible? Would God necessarily exist in some possible world?
Are we talking modal logic, or are you asking me epistemically?
I'm asking you the question. You said it's possible for God to exist.
Epistemically, yes.
Okay, good. Then God exists. Because if God exists in some possible world, his reason for existence would be necessary.
And you've just gone into modal logic.
And guess what? Then if he necessarily, by the way, do you know that in that argument, and there are more premises to the argument, the only controversial one in that is the first one? All the rest of the other premises are
the controversial one is axiom S5. That's the controversial one.
No, it's the first one. No, because the rest necessarily follow.
No, there is disagreement about S5.
Anyway, the bottom line is this: when you say, "Well, we all have to assume," well, is that true?
That's a nonsensical question. You have to assume laws of logic. We've gone around and around.
Is that true?
That we've gone round and round in circles?
No, is it true that we have to assume?
If you don't, then
well, wait a minute, right there. You told me. See, here's the problem. You contradicted yourself again. You said we have to assume these things, but you told me it's possible.
The consequences otherwise.
No. You're wrong, because you see, you're making a false dichotomy here between assuming, not assuming. There's a third possibility, that we exist in the world that the Christian God exists, where our state of mind, where we employ the law of non-contradiction, is an innate endowment. It's not it would not be an assumption. See, your position is we either assume or we don't assume, but that non-assumption does not include an innate endowment. So you've made a false dichotomy. Right?
You just said you have to assume that the God of the Bible exists so that you can make yourself believe that you're not assuming stuff.
No, I didn't say that. I've never said you have to assume. No, I said
it's not an assumption.
Hold on a second. I didn't say an assumption. I said it must be the case. I didn't say
can you demonstrate
assume.
that?
Okay, how do we how is anything ultimately demonstrated?
Reasoning. Back to your basal.
Well, guess. Guess. Okay, did everybody just hear that? He said that something is ultimately demonstrated by going back to your assumptions. So something is demonstrated. Okay, hold on a second. So something is demonstrated to be true because of an assumption.
Exactly. That's what you did earlier.
Do you hear what you just said? Okay, so yes, you did. You said you have to go back to your basal assumption.
It can be justified as
wait a minute.
Okay,
I'll ask you here right now. Which of the three legs of the Munchausen's trilemma are you choosing for justification? Is it a final authority that communicates? Is it an infinite regress, or is it an assumption? Which of the three legs do you pick for justification?
To justify, you can only justify as far back as your basal assumptions. So is that the answer?
You pick an assumption, dude. That's
you know what? You know what? That statement you just made is an assumption. Is that statement you made true?
can use reason to get back to my
Hey, dude, seriously, do you conduct yourself in your personal life
This
like
is
this?
crazy.
I mean, dude, is it true that we all have to start from assumptions?
believe that, yes.
I didn't ask you if you believed it. I said, is it true?
What else can I say to that?
Well, you asserted that we all have to start from our assumptions.
Right, so you must believe
and
it's
I've reason
true.
to that belief. I have reason to
Okay.
that belief about you.
No, wait a minute. But you see, your reasoning is predicated upon an assumption.
Yes.
Okay, so ultimately it's not reason, it's just what you assume.
Right.
No, I reason to that, and then I can.
Hey, dude, listen to me.
Keep circling back to
Dude, listen to me.
assumptions.
If I assume that I have $3 in my left pocket, and I assume that I have $3 in my right pocket, and then I reason 3 plus 3 equals 6, and I say, therefore, I have $6 on me, right? And you say to me, is it true? And I say, yes. And you say, well, how do you know that? Well, because I reasoned it. No, I'm assuming it. There's reasoning on top of an assumption, but it's still an assumption. So when you tell me,
can only reason as far as assumptions.
Oh, okay, is that an assumption?
Into that belief, because I can't prove otherwise.
Okay. Is that statement you made true, or do you assume it?
As far as I can go back to my assumptions.
Okay,
So it's not true, it's just an
no. So in other words, you're misusing the word "it's true as far back as my assumption." No, what you're saying. So you can't say it's true. You just said it's only as good as my assumption. It would only be as valid as my assumption.
Yes.
So it's not true. You haven't determined that it is true. What you're saying is your reasoning comports with your assumption.
Yes.
Exactly.
And my assumptions are validated.
Okay. Therefore,
by my
your reasoning is just simply a glorified assumption.
Right. Your assumptions
Yeah,
are validated by more. Your assumptions are validated by more.
Good. Then the point is this: is everything that comes out of your mouth. Then, if it's therefore an assumption, why are you trying to get us to acquiesce to your assumptions?
Sure. Exactly.
The whole thing should be.
Well, you just admitted. Well, wait a minute. Your assumptions aren't justified, and in your view, my assumptions aren't justified. So why are you Why are you trying to get me to swap my assumptions for your assumptions? Why?
Because I think your assumptions are unwarranted and not really backed by validation. Not backed by experience.
Wait a minute. You are a walking contradiction, because what you just said is just an assumption.
No, I reason to that belief. About you.
Oh my God! You
man!
You make my head want to explode. You told me that all of your reasoning predicated on assumptions.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Basically, yes. Yeah.
Okay, fine. So you can sit there and say, I reasoned to it, all that. The bottom line is it's still an assumption.
Right. You can say everything you do is based on assumptions.
So I'm going to ask you a question. Okay. All right. So I'm going to ask you a question. All right. Antonio comes over for dinner. He's invited you and me, and I'm going to be on my best behavior because you're a nice guy, and you are a nice guy. I don't want you to think I don't like you. I'm irritated, but I think you're a nice person. Okay, so Antonio invites us over for dinner, and he brings out a box and he says, "I have a present for the both of you." And he says, "What's in the box?" And Rufus says, "An ingot of Finkillium." And Antonio says, "Well, why do you say that?" I just assume it. Antonio says, "Do you have any justification for that?" "No, I assume it." Then he turns to me and he says, "What's in it?" And I say, "It's a yellow painted brick." And he says, "Well, why do you believe that?" And I said, "I don't know. I just assume it." And for the rest of the dinner meal, you're trying to convince me that there's an ingot of Finkillium in the box. But you don't have any justification for it, but you're desperately trying to persuade me why should I give up my unjustified assumption for your unjustified assumption?
Hey, could I ask right quick, because this conversation has been going on for a long time.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Evolution. What is your point of view, and what are you arguing? If you can just like a brief sentence, and also
the point is that the God of the Bible is the necessary precondition for all of existence. That includes logic, reason, rationality, science.
Mm-hmm.
When somebody says, no, I don't accept that, you need to prove it, that's a logically incoherent request, because there cannot be independent verification of the God of the Bible without it being the case that the God of the Bible exists. So when skeptics like Rufus ask for rational justification for the existence of God, and especially for the God of the Bible, they're holding a criterion of belief for which they don't believe or practice. Hold on, my mic just went out.
Right, but I don't get it. So, okay. So is he just asking for evidence for God?
No, I'm asking him to clarify, or to accept that he has an assumption.
No, your worldview in a nutshell is you use assumptions to justify more assumptions to circle back to assumptions. That's your worldview in a nutshell.
Yeah, and I believe yours is the same.
If you
also
really think ours is the same,
in other words, but
if you really think ours are the same, then why would you reject ours and accept yours?
Okay, are your basic assumptions arbitrary?
Are they arbitrary?
Yeah.
I'd say no, because they're validated.
No, that's false. If they were validated, they wouldn't be assumptions.
Exactly. Come on, man. You can't sit up here and say
you can't prove. You can't prove them.
Stop, Ruth. You can't sit up here. Wait. Hold on, Dee.
A justification of validation.
Ruth, you can't sit up here and say
they're different.
Dude, stop. You can't sit up here and say that they are validated.
Do you understand?
Turn around and say that we are starting from the same place.
Do you understand in philosophy? And I'm not an expert in philosophy, but in philosophy, properly basic beliefs have no validation. Because if they did have validation, they wouldn't be properly basic.
I'm using the word validation in terms that it means it's consistent.
No, it doesn't matter. Okay, what do you say that again?
I mean consistent.
Yeah, well, you're inconsistent.
So my experience is consistent with my core beliefs being true.
So what?
Who cares?
It doesn't.
Well, it's consistent. That's all I'm saying.
So what? So what if it's consistent? Chance can be consistent.
Less likely.
Consistent.
No. Here's the problem. When you make an appeal to consistency, you're doing so because you think that's indicative of some type of necessity. Do you understand that before I move on?
Yeah, I think it's kind of
okay. Well, that's
the definition of truth.
No. When you appeal to consistency, it is because you feel that is indicative of necessity, such as the laws of nature. But that is entirely fallacious. It is only indicative of necessity because you assume that if chance were behind it, then we wouldn't see the amount of consistency. So you see, your observation doesn't confirm it. Your
no, I agree.
Okay, therefore you can't make any appeal to consistency as a justification.
No, I can.
No, you.
If it were random, it would be less likely.
Okay, stop right there. Stop right there. When the fact that it would be less likely is not a mitigating factor that it can occur. I'll ask you a very simple question. Do you believe in the neo-Darwinian synthesis or the modern evolutionary synthesis?
I don't even know what the neo-Darwinian synthesis is.
Okay, do you believe in the modern theory of evolution?
I believe common descent is a fact.
Okay, do you believe that random mutations accrued in a linear fashion and then through a step-by-step survival produced the genome of the entire animal kingdom?
I believe that. I wouldn't argue it though. I can't
Okay,
demonstrate it.
good. Are the random mutations accruing in a linear fashion, producing long coding sequences, probable or improbable?
I can't make a statement on that. Like I said,
All right. Well, let me ask you a question. Down in the DNA cut. And by the way, I'm not changing the subject because I want to show you
I know where you're going.
that you have an inconsistent set of beliefs when it comes to probabilistic assessments, right? And I promise you, I'll be as brief as possible with this. Now, at the DNA level, there are 4 molecular units of information called nucleotides: C, G, A, and T. When mutations occur, there are additions, deletions, duplications in a linear fashion, right?
Yep.
Now, each of those nucleotides, there's only 4 nucleotides. Now, it takes 3 of those to code for an amino acid, right?
I know where you're going, so you can be a bit quicker.
So when random mutations occur, what are the odds that random mutations will produce a correct functioning coding sequence for amino acid? Well, the answer is 1 in 20, right? That's an uncontroversial number. Give or take 1 or 2. It could be 1 in 21, 1 in 19. Okay. So the second coding sequence for an amino acid for proteins will be 1 in 400. So do you see how the second coding sequence causes the improbability to grow exponentially? Right?
Yes.
Okay. So the third one is 1 in 8,000. So that when you have to, via random mutation and a step-by-step survival, have to produce coding sequences for proteins. The least complex proteins out there are anywhere from 200 to 300 amino acids long.
No.
Okay, so each amino acid coding sequence is a 1 in 20 chance. So in order to achieve the coding sequences, even for the least complex protein, you're talking 1 in 10 to the 200th power, right? That's just for the least. What?
No.
Yes, that's correct.
No.
The math is indisputable. You want me to go over it with you again?
The math is fine. The math is fine. Your understanding of the protein is wrong.
Right. Well, what's wrong? What's incorrect about what I said?
Oh, well, first of all, there's plenty of proteins around 100 base pair, 100 amino acids.
No, listen, I'm willing to be corrected on that, but that still doesn't help you out because the vast.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. I'm going to explain to you why. It's because okay, fine. You show me functional proteins with 100 amino acids, but you see, it still doesn't extricate you because you see, here are the odds for that. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that you're correct. I don't agree with that, but let's say it is. You're talking about 1 in 10 to the 100th power. That's 1 in 10 followed by 100 zeros. So is the formation of that protein probable or improbable?
Okay, let's get back to where I started.
I asked you a question. Is it
Stop
probable?
dodging it, dude.
Wait, is it probable or improbable for random mutations to produce that protein?
Cytochrome C is 100 amino acids long.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Only about 30 of those must be the actual amino acids that are in the sequence.
Is
70 of them are hypervariable, meaning that they can take on any amino acid.
Well, yeah, but here's what you don't understand. I'll ask you the question. Out of all the possible nucleotide arrangements that there could be, will the overwhelming majority of random nucleotide sequences yield functionality?
It depends how large your sequence space is.
No. The answer is the overwhelming majority of random sequencing of nucleotides will not yield functionality. Only a small. Hold on a second. Let's say that there was 1 trillion different functional sequences. The number of non-functional sequences would make that number so small it would be laughable. The point I'm trying to make to you is this: the evolution happening by random mutations is astronomically improbable. However, you believe that in spite of the improbability, due to the vastness of the universe and the age of the universe, that it overcame that massive improbability, right?
No, I've said explicitly that is not.
Okay,
I cannot demonstrate that.
No, yeah, you're still not understanding this, because you see, when you take the least complex functioning cell out there are literally, I don't know, it's beyond dozens and dozens that of different complexity of proteins that have to reside in that cell in order for the least complex cell to arrive. Each of those functional sequence have their own given improbability. Okay, the bottom line is this: even if one is an evolutionist, they can concede, and it would be ill-advised for them not to concede, that evolution occurring by random mutation is astronomically improbable. But the improbability was overcome by the number of trials and age of the universe. The reason why I raise this is because when you make an appeal to improbability, you can't hold to contradictory views. You can't say, well, all of these consistencies are the result of necessity, because if chance were behind it, it would be so improbable to see all these consistencies. But you see, it doesn't matter how I'll ask you a question. Do astronomically improbable events happen regularly?
You are vastly underestimating the probability.
I asked you a question. Do astronomically improbable events happen?
Your question has no base.
Do astronomically improbable events take place?
Define astronomically impossible.
Let's say 1 in 10 to the 50th power or 100th power.
Well, there's a big difference between the 50th power and 100th
Yeah, well,
power.
they're both unbelievably,
Both large.
unbelievably large numbers. You're dodging. The point I'm trying to make to you is this: you cannot appeal to improbability to distinguish any sequences of events, be they consistent or inconsistent, as evidence that those consistencies are the product of necessity versus chance. You can't do it, because chance could produce those same sequences. And saying, well, it's not to be preferred because it's improbable. It doesn't matter how improbable it is.
Unless you can explain the probability, which you've got wrong.
No. You see, here's another problem.
Hey, evolution, right quick.
Real quick, Kevin, hold on. I'll give you plenty of time. Just give me 10 more seconds. Okay, Rufus, when you invoke probability, you're begging the question, because probability presupposes that nature operates in some uniform way. Only if you have an underlying uniformity can you invoke probability. Can you logically necessitate that nature operates in some law-like way?
No, it's an assumption. We're back to the start.
Okay, good. Then you can't argue that any observed consistencies are indicative of necessity. Go ahead, Kevin. Kevin, your mic.
I walked away. My bad. I just wanted to ask you a quick question. That probability number that you came up with, was that with the assistance of DNA, of course, or was it without it? Correct?
No. When you take a look at what are the functional components of cells, and in this case, I'm talking about the information coded into DNA. And I'm not even including the other molecular working parts of the cell, right?
Okay, right.
The improbability of the least complex cell is mind-bogglingly astronomical, because the least complex cell it is. The least complex cell that we have has dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of a variety of different proteins. and they all have to be in those particular sequences in order for them to be.
No, they do not. Demonstrably false.
Okay,
TD.
okay, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm gonna
Demonstrably
give you an example here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you an
Yeah,
example.
Rolly, if you
I'm gonna give you don't know what you're talking about. Out of all the possible arrangements of alphanumeric characters, would the majority of random sequencing yield functional computer code?
No.
Okay, good. So the number of linear sequences of alphanumeric character codes that produce functional computer code will be infinitesimally small in comparison to the non-functional sequences, correct?
Do you know why your analogy is terrible?
No, it's not terrible, but go ahead.
That's a false analogy because the tolerance within a DNA sequence is far, far higher than the tolerance of a computer program. You put one character wrong in a computer program, it won't run.
No, what we're talking about is the linear sequence, right? That the functionality, for example, you could introduce one alphanumeric character, and it may not necessarily cause the program to crash. It can just start to cause it to not work right. But the more you start to insert random characters, it produces instability very quickly, causing the program to crash. The same thing is true with much of DNA.
DNA has a much higher tolerance, much higher.
The bottom line here is if you don't, some coding sequences can go wrong, but the majority of your coding sequences in your DNA, if they aren't almost entirely correct, you will die as an organism. And
demonstrably incorrect.
Okay, here's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a mutation that occurs after human development. I'm talking about the coding sequences when conception takes place. Right?
You are demonstrably incorrect in that.
No, it is, because you can see you could start introducing errors, and there are many of these errors will be lethal.
No, not many.
Oh, you don't. You know what? You do not know what you're talking about.
This is my topic, champ.
Oh,
this
okay.
is my
All right.
topic.
Okay, let me ask you this: what if there are coding sequences that where the liver didn't form?
So again, what was that?
What if the coding sequence disrupt the formation of the liver? What if the coding what if the coding sequences disrupt the proper formation of the heart?
Yeah, we're talking about the probability of that and the tolerance of proteins to accept change.
Yeah, you have to have most of the coding sequences correct.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
Would you like me to cite some papers on this?
Okay, so if you didn't have kidneys, or kidneys that were functional up to a certain level, you'll be dead. Okay, the state of the functional kidneys, short of dying, requires a very specific coding sequence to be correct. So if the coding sequences have mutations in it,
correct to what extent?
To where you don't die.
Yeah, but I'm asking for like a rough number. Can it be 99% correct?
Well, I seriously doubt if you got half of the coding sequences for kidneys in your DNA that you're going to live. You're going to die because your kidneys won't be functional.
The tolerance in protein sequences on the studies that I've seen is at the lower end. About 30% is required, and the higher end about.
Here's the problem with what you're saying. What you're saying. It's because you've already conceded that the vast majority of nucleotide sequences won't yield functionality in terms of the organism surviving. There's only out of all the possible nucleotide arrangements that could be, only a very tiny number of them in comparison to the non-functional sequences. Okay, when I say there's a tiny number of functional sequences, that's not to say that there aren't a lot of them, but the total amount of functional sequences in comparison to the non-functional nucleotide sequences it's infinitesimally small in comparison. And the analogy to computer code is very, very similar. You can introduce bugs up to a certain point, but after a certain point, it brings the whole system down. Here's the bottom line: is you can't even appeal. Okay, you can't even appeal to science. How could you? Does nature, Ruif, operate in some law-like way?
I believe so. Yes.
The question.
I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you if you believed it. I said, does it?
What can I do more than telling you my belief?
How do you logically necessitate that nature operates in a law-like way? Now, remember the word that you brought up,
seriously.
prove. Can you prove that nature operates in a law-like way?
No, can you?
Then why do you introduce proof for the existence of God?
Demonstrate that you cannot.
Well, then what can be demonstrated?
Oh, only things you can demonstrate as far as your basal assumptions will allow.
No. That's meaningless gobbledygook. When you say you can demonstrate something insofar as your basal assumptions, all you're just simply saying, I demonstrate things by assuming them.
No.
Yes, that's exactly what it is, Roif. Because your linear reasoning all rests upon the foundation of your assumption.
So does yours.
And you can't say no.
Okay.
Because
I wanted to get back at the.
When you say so is yours, you're just assuming that. Go ahead.
Right,
Kevin.
but when it comes to the right, I have to be honest and admit that when it comes to the DNA thing compared to a computer code, Rohith is kind of right.
No, he's not right.
Well, here's the thing. We're not questioning whether mutations can cause problems. However, the integrity of either a computer code or with DNA varies vastly. For example, if I were to write a line of code saying, if then, please draw out this object from this in like PHP or whatever type of C++ language. If that library does not exist that I'm calling out of, or that function is not there, or if I add one, even a semicolon or a period to that, it's done. It's going to say error. It's going to debug. I have to go to that line. I have to correct it.
Okay, Kevin.
One thing.
Kevin, out of all the possible alphanumeric character arrangements, in your opinion, would the vast majority of alphanumeric character arrangements yield functional computer code?
Right, ASCII. You're talking about ASCII, right?
No, I didn't ask you that. Yeah, I'm talking about alphanumeric characters.
Right,
okay.
ASCII, right.
Do the overwhelming majority of random alphanumeric character linear sequences, will the vast majority of them yield functional computer code?
No. You're right when it comes to the.
I asked you a question. Will the vast majority of linear arrangements yield functionality?
No, it would not. If you're right. If I were to
only a tiny subset of alphanumeric character arrangements will yield overall functionality.
Yeah, but you misunderstand what I'm saying.
Yeah, but no. The answer is yes.
Right, but you're misunderstanding what I am saying. Follow me here, because I actually take programming in school and I'm in IT. I'm not on the production side. I don't deal with the programs, but I deal with a lot of the issues that are in Visual Studio to deal with those things. I wrote code before. What I'm saying is this: your approach is saying that according to the ASCII scheme, anything from semicolon to dot, the alphanumeric characters, any of the special characters, all of that.
I mean, it could be hexadecimal for all we care.
Right. Anything. Or hexadecimal. It could be hexadecimal. It could be binary.
Yeah, I'm just using that as an example.
Right. What I'm saying, slapping these things together will not create anything functional programming. You are absolutely right in that regard. However, when it comes to an actual programming language, such as, let's say, HTML, right?
No. We're talking about a random generation.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
We're not talking.
HTML is not random. It's put together by people.
I understand.
Computer code.
You have to listen to what I'm saying.
You're missing the whole point of why I invoked the probability of the DNA code.
I'm not questioning the probability.
The reason why I invoked it is because he holds to two contradictory notions. He wants to believe that in spite of the high improbability of random mutations producing functional computer code, right, that it still happened. But he wants to believe that due to the improbability of chance producing consistencies, therefore the consistencies are indicative of necessity. Those are two contradictory ways of thinking.
Right, but that's where I agree with you with. That's not what I'm arguing. What he responded to was when you said if you were to make one mutation in DNA, you cause problems. He says no. There's more integrity.
That is not what I said.
Okay, so
I said nothing of the kind.
You didn't say that there is, if you make one change to the DNA code, you can kill it.
No, I did not say that.
Then why would he respond by saying
that is not what I said?
So I understand. I understand. If you did not say that, then why did he?
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Right now, in my DNA code, there are errors, but those errors are non-lethal. Okay.
Right.
Now, what we're talking about is the total number of non-functional sequences versus the sequences that will be functional. The sequences that are functional can include certain characters that are in and of themselves non-functional. Just like in computer code, you can have certain alphanumeric characters that are not going to cause bugs or bring the system down. Those would be a part of the functional sequences. Even those specific shorter sequences themselves are non-functional. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand the new point that you're making now.
All right,
but that's not what was stated.
You're missing the big picture.
No, I understand what you're trying to.
Okay, the issue is this. Listen, if I was
Darwin, man, is you gonna let somebody else talk, man? Or are you gonna let anybody else talk?
Yeah, I'm talking with Kevin.
Hey, Antonio, is you gonna let somebody else talk?
If I was gonna randomly generate alphanumeric characters, what would be the likelihood that it would produce functional computer code?
Right, but again, I'm not questioning the randomness of asking.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right, and I said I agree with you on that.
Then what's your objection?
That's not what I am talking about. We can leave that alone. What I am questioning is when you said when you made a comparison about the amount of errors that will be necessary to disrupt the computer code, and then equivocated that to DNA. Rohith responded by saying, no.
There wasn't equivocation.
Okay, you got to let me finish.
What wasn't an equivocation?
Well, why would you question on me? Well, you know what equivocation is?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so why would you sit there and try to?
Because I made no equivocation.
Yes, you did.
Okay, did you not say that you adding one character to the computer code?
I did not say that.
Let's say that you did not say that. Then what reason would there be for Rohith to respond by saying DNA has more integrity than that?
Right, because he was responding to something that he thought I was saying that I did not say.
Okay, so did you seek to correct him, or did you move on to explain the argument?
Yeah, I did. But have you been listening the whole evening? Okay, have you been listening the whole evening? This guy, every time I've asked him a question, has answered questions that I don't even ask. That's the problem.
Right, but he says that I can show you papers showing that DNA's
right, and those would be in the domain of functional sequences.
No, what he was showing was that he was talking about
you're not understanding my point. What I'm
I
talking about.
I understand your point.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Out of all the possible nucleotide arrangements that there could be, only a very tiny subset will produce functionality and survivability. Now, hold on a second. Hold on. I'm not done yet. Okay. Out of the very tiny subset of possible nucleotide sequences that will yield functionality where the organism lives to replicate itself, right? Those functional sequences can and do contain errors in them. That's not an issue. Right. The issue is the majority of possible nucleotide arrangements do not would not achieve survivability in the organism. The point is this, is that the improbability of random mutations to produce overall functionality only is in a very astronomically tiny subset of the total set of sequences that will yield non-functionality. This is a completely uncontroversial statement.
Oh, okay. I like to respond to that. Now, as you were talking, I actually wrote it down as you were talking, and I looked it up. So I don't know if you want to question my memory, then you will have to question what I typed in my search bar in the URL after you said what you said. Now, let me respond to everything you're saying. Yes, you are correct that there's only a portion of the genome that will code for functional protein. For instance, if we're talking about the human genome, only 20% will code for actual functional proteins, while the other 80% is considered to be junk DNA by evolutionists. This I do not agree with.
That's false.
Well,
that's entirely false, and I'll explain to you why. Prior to the ENCODE project, it was a very ubiquitous belief, even on the part of Francis Collins from the Human Genome Center, that 80% of the human genome was junk DNA because it did not code for proteins.
I just said that.
Okay. Yeah, I know that. I'm pointing out to you that has now been debunked. It's not true.
Right, I know that. I'm telling you what they based that off of. That's not my argument. That's what they said. I just said according to evolutionary biologists.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. All of that stuff I agree with you on. What I looked up was the probability of errors that could be caused in DNA replication versus what you said concerning computer code. And all I wanted to do was point out that computer code is actually a lot more sensitive to any change than the DNA code is. The DNA code actually has more integrity and more resilience to change rather than the computer code. Like I said, if I wrote HTML and if I were to do not open bracket, but a bracket.
You're still missing the analogy.
Okay, listen. I understand your analogy. I just acknowledged that 3 times already. That's not what I'm talking about.
So all of this is a moot point.
No, it's not. It's you interrupted me when I'm.
I'm not gonna waste my time any further. The point is this:
let Kevin finish.
Rufus. Right, no, it's fine. It's fine. If he wants to continue, that's fine. But
he can't make it. He can't make as an atheist. He can't make any claims about the nature of science.
Evolution. You're right. I'm not defending his position at all. I'm not. I don't know if you know my philosophy, what I believe in, everything else. And I even acknowledged 4 times already that you are right. What I was getting at was the contention of the integrity of DNA errors versus ones made of computer code.
We're not. Here's the mistake that you're not understanding. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about the errors in when DNA replicates. That's not what I'm talking about.
You were, because you made a
wrong. I'm not talking about the replication.
I understand that.
I'm talking about the origin of the linear sequences.
I agree with you, and I understand
not the replication. The issue of errors after the replication occurs is not what I was talking about.
Okay.
We're talking about the origin of those information sequences.
Okay, I can rewind the video on one tab and play it back for you if you like. But here's what I'm talking about. Again, once again, for the 6th time, I am not questioning your statement.
Get to your point.
Okay.
Get to your point.
I will if you stop. Really. I am not questioning your arguments on probability. As I said, you are 100% correct on that. However, a statement was made showing the examples of the integrity of computer code of one character being added to a fixed code and causing an error versus one mutations. Rohith's response was, no, it doesn't work like that. It could take a lot more than that. You said no. So you're saying one mutation wouldn't cause a problem, it wouldn't cause the organism to be dead? Rohith said no, it would not. I got papers to show you on that.
That's not what I was talking about.
I looked it up, and I was trying to, and because of the reason why I already knew for a fact, but I wanted to look it up because I know you seem like a guy that wants to look for sources to be cited in order for me to back up my claims. So all I was coming to say is, hey, I want to make a comment. I agree with you on the randomness and the chances of it coming together by chance. However, the comment on the errors is not accurate. I said Rohith is right. DNA does have more of an integrity when it comes to errors.
Hold on a second. Was I talking? Was I talking about error?
I'm cutting in. Stop.
About error checking and DNA replication, Kevin?
I'm cutting in. Let me ask you something, Kevin G.
This is a waste of time.
If Rufus was correct about the alleged error that DD made, what would that mean? What would be the implications?
Could you repeat that? Because it sounds like you're echoing. You're in a room or a bathroom or something.
All right, I'll just get closer to my mic. Does it sound better?
Yes, it does. Yep.
Oh, yes. If DD was incorrect about the alleged error that Rufus pointed out, what would be the implications?
The implications wouldn't have been serious at all. Actually, all I was saying was a comment. Right. What made this whole what made this whole thing as big as it is was the amount of contention, interrupting, and the growing of talking over each other. That's making now. This is what happens in Hangouts. And then when a person is interrupted enough and it gets this big, then someone will question, well, out of all of this, why is it so important? Why does it change the argument?
He was rebutting something I wasn't arguing for.
Right. It wasn't really me rebutting. It was just saying, hey, I have to say,
he's talking about the tolerance that DNA has in terms of replication for error checking and survivability with mutations and replications. I'm not even talking about that.
I understand. But
so his rebuttal falls flat on the floor. That's not what I'm talking about. The point, what I'm saying,
but I'm not rebutting you. I agree with you.
He can't appeal to probability on one hand in the form of an argument, and then switch to believe in something that has the opposite view on probability.
So the implications are like basically.
You guys are okay, brother. For instance, if you're having a fight with somebody, and you guys are fighting. You're wearing green gloves. The other one guy's wearing red gloves.
I'm not really, unless you have a salient point to make, I'm not interested.
Right. It was the only point that I wanted to make was that Rohith was right about that one facet of the argument. Whatever else that you're arguing,
right? But here's the problem. Here's the problem. His rebuttal. Let's assume for the sake of argument that what he said. Kevin. Let's assume for the sake of argument what he said to me was correct. It would still be wrong, even though what he said was correct, because it was not a response to what I was talking about.
But you, in response, said that he was wrong.
I'm not talking about the when errors occur in DNA replication or that. All right, so we're done with this. I don't need to be lectured any further. The bottom line is, Rufus wants to sit there and says, "Well, I reason this, I reason that," and then he admits, "Well, it all starts from his assumption."
Okay.
So the point is, why?
No, just go ahead. Just continue with him.
Here's the real simple question, Rufus. When I gave you the analogy of being at dinner with Antonio, why should I comport my thinking about the contents of the box to what your thinking is in the box? Why? Because that's exactly the position that you're in when you say that every bit of your reasoning ultimately begins with your basal assumptions. Okay, so why should I accept your assumption about what's in the box?
Is that a rhetorical question?
No, it's a serious question.
You don't have to.
Okay, good. Then why should I accept your assumptions and the reasonings that you build upon those assumptions when you assert, I have to do this, I have to do that? Why do I have to?
I've never said that you have to. I'm asking you to demonstrate that your assumption is correct.
Well, you see, but when you ask me that,
we don't have to accept.
Okay, Antonio, hold on a second. When you ask me that question, There's a hidden proposition in that question.
Yes,
That-
very well spotted.
Okay. The hidden proposition is that something is demonstrable, right?
So can you?
Okay. I'm asking you the question. Your question presupposes demonstrability for something. Can anything be demonstrated to be the case that doesn't ultimately rest upon an assumption?
We're going so far around in circles. We did this like 6 months ago.
That's a question. Yeah, that's a legitimate
again.
question. When you ask, can you demonstrate something? Are you not presupposing the possibility of demonstrability? Yes or no?
I'm presupposing reason, yes.
No, I didn't ask you if you were presupposing.
Dude.
I said, okay, dude, you
You've
are
done this about 100
You know what?
times.
You are a dishonest person. I'll ask the question one more
Wow.
time, and if you don't answer the question, then there's no point for me remaining the question. When you ask me to demonstrate that God exists or that the God of the Bible exists, are you not presupposing that demonstrability is possible that doesn't ultimately rest and rely on assumptions?
Sorry, am I assuming that reason? Am I assuming reason? Yes.
I didn't ask you that question. What are you so intellectually dishonest? I'll ask the
Let's
question
just move
again.
on.
When you ask me to demonstrate the existence of the Christian God, or God for that matter, does not your
Yeah, you demonstrate things
doesn't
for
you
reason,
does not your question presuppose that demonstrability can be had, that something is the case that doesn't ultimately depend on an assumption? Are you presupposing that?
It does rest on assumptions, yes.
Okay, so demonstrating is just getting someone to adopt your assumptions.
No, demonstrating is
Yes, it
justifying
is.
from your belief.
Okay, and Tony,
Yes, it is.
either
Yes, it
this
is.
guy, either this guy is either intellectually dishonest, or he has fundamentally comprehension problems.
Yeah, I agree, man. This is stupid.
It's funny. It's funny that you say that about everyone, DD.
No, I don't say that about everyone, but I do say it about the most hardened skeptics when they always speak in double talk. When you ask me if something can be demonstrated, that question presupposes demonstrability. In that case, demonstrability will entail that something can be demonstrated to be the case that either ultimately rests upon an assumption or it does not. So I'll ask you the question. Does demonstrate? Okay, I'm going to ask you a yes or no question. Does demonstrability entail that something comport with an assumption or not?
Presupposes that it presupposes your assumption of reasoning.
So demonstrability equals just getting somebody to accept your ultimate assumption.
No, demonstrability is like you have a belief and you can work that back.
What if I don't?
You can only work it back as far.
Well, if I don't share your basic assumptions, then it's not demonstrable to me or you.
Sure.
We have to have an agreed upon set of basic assumptions.
Yes, we do.
Right, and so how is it the case that your assumptions are that way in reality?
What is your assumption?
You didn't answer my question. How is it the case that your assumptions are the case in reality?
I've asked you about 20 times this hangout what your assumption is.
I don't have basic assumptions. What I have are basic state of mind that are an endowment by the God of the Bible, who has made me in his image.
I explained this to you before.
Stop right there.
When
you say that's an assumption, you are denying that it is possible that the Christian God exists.
No,
you
I don't think
understand that. Okay. Know it. I mean, really, you're really. I'll tell you, you're a very frustrated person. Look, in the Christian worldview, the state of mind where you employ the laws of logic are not an assumption. Is that true in the Christian worldview?
Antonio, before you boot me, you do know that everyone thinks DD avoids questions.
Stop doing that.
You know what? I had no problem with that. This is a classic example
Hey,
of somebody.
I wanted to apologize.
Don't worry about it. Well, just let me finish, then you can talk. This is a classic example of some guy who is intelligent. Rufus is a very intelligent guy. There's no doubt about it. He's a very nice person. He's much nicer than I am. He's a very patient person, right? But I find it highly offensive that he's so intellectually dishonest that when I have asked him several dozen questions that are non-loaded, they're not equivocating, and then he doesn't answer any of them. He's not an honest player. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, have you changed your avatar recently?
I have several. I usually use Darth Dawkins.
Okay, I knew you sound familiar.
Yeah, it's the same sexy voice, just different hairstyle.
Here's my thing, man. I agree with you a lot on your arguments for intelligent design and things of that nature. So I didn't want you to think that I was taking you the wrong.
No, it's okay, Kevin. I can tell you're a good guy.
All right. Well, I mean, that's enough on that.
I mean, I don't like that smirk in your avatar, but we can work on it.
Hey, hold on. Well, I don't know whose channel is this. Is this Antonio's channel?
Yeah,
that's a great expression. I love that.
But here's my thing.
Kevin, you know I'm kidding you, right?
Yeah. I got that. I mean, trust me, man. I'm good. Right. Okay, so here's the thing, though. So I heard you the other day with true empiricism, and you brought out some real good points concerning chromosome number 2.
Right.
And how all it proves is that humans may have had 24 and 2 have fused, but it does not show that it was a fusion from a common ancestor with chimpanzees and apes and other things.
And the fusion and the fusion is in question as well.
Right, because it's a telomere to telomere fusion, not a satellite to
right. Okay. You got to remember, when people who are advocates of evolution, assert that something is true, you got okay, oh yeah, how many times they've done this in the past? They'll say, 80% of the human genome is junk DNA. Really?
Okay, so we have Stuart in here.
So let me ask this question. So when they say that we have a 90+% match with the chimpanzee, are they just comparing those parts that code for proteins?
That is correct. But even those parts, some of them they have to shift in different directions to get some of them for the similarities to align. Okay.
Okay.
It's
because
just like
so what's the true percentage that of the matchup between if we include everything?
There hasn't been a comparison because the 80% of the genome that doesn't code for proteins is still there's still an enormous amount that we don't know about DNA, and the non-coding protein regions, based upon the ENCODE project's research, is that these have highly regulatory functions. So you see, look, we were told, growing up, here are signs of evidences of evolution. You got an appendix, you got your tonsils. These are all vestigial organs. We now know definitively that these are not vestigial organs, that these are critically involved not only in the development, but in the ongoing immune system. So when they tell you certain things are evidences for evolution, it's not the case.
Right.
Anyway, Antonio was speaking to Stuart.
Well, yeah. Well, you wanted to come in here, Stuart. Did you have something you wanted to talk about?
Hey, what's up?
Nothing much, man. What's happening?
Hey, sorry if I'm new to this. I was just stumbling around the internet. I've never done this before. I've never asked someone if I could join their hangout before.
All right, well, what you have to do is you have to send $25 to my PayPal account.
Right. Nice.
Yeah.
$50 to mine. $50 to mine. Yep.
Yeah. What you saw right there was a classic, highly intelligent, but rarely nice skeptic, such as Newif, or however you ever say his name. But who was intellectually dishonest. I asked him several dozen questions, and just about every time he was completely evasive. But
Yeah,
I do have to give him credit. He was very, very polite and patient, unlike me.
he was. I think he probably could have stood up for himself. I don't think he probably gave his own position enough credit, but I know you don't give his position any credit. So
he was entirely contradictory. He's flip-flopping all over the place.
yeah, he wasn't doing a very good job.
How can you claim that something can be proven when it's an assumption?
Yeah, it's a weird situation to flirt with that epistemic limit.
See, here's what he didn't understand, and I think I made it really clear. When you assert that we all start from the same basic assumptions, that is a de facto denial of the possibility that the Christian God exists. Because in the Christian worldview, our basic states of mind are not assumptions. They are a form of revelation. They are our innate ways of thinking are an endowment by God because we're made in the image of God. So they're not assumptions. So since he stated that it is possible that the Christian God exists, then in the case that it is that the Christian God exists, then my basic states of mind are not assumptions, but endowments by God. Okay?
Yeah.
So you see, it may be difficult to understand at first, but I think I made it very, very clear to him, and I have to others. You cannot boldly assert that everyone's basic states of mind are assumptions and simultaneously state that it's possible. Because if it's possible, then my basic states of mind are an endowment from God and therefore not an assumption. So to assert that it is these are assumptions is to rule out the possibility of the Christian God.
Well, I think that's a stretch, and I want to be forthcoming right here because Antonio was gracious enough to let me on. It's my first time. I'm an atheist, so I want to let you guys know that I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to have a nice conversation. Then 30 minutes later, you find out I'm an atheist.
Okay,
so
that's fine.
I think
Antonio
deserves that. I think. Right.
Okay. All right. So, what kind of an atheist are you? Are you kind of the atheist that denies the existence of God, or do you just have a lack of belief in God?
Yeah, I would qualify myself as an agnostic atheist, but I wanted to speak on what you said about that. It seems like his assumptions you could challenge, and he could challenge your assumptions. Anyone could challenge anyone's assumptions past any epistemic limit. And really all you're doing is you're finding no common ground and cutting off both your legs.
Well, there is no common ground.
Right. Either the Christian God exists or it doesn't.
There's no neutral ground with the God of the Bible.
Well, certainly you and I could find common ground in certain things. Like we could find common ground in we exist, and we could find common ground in that we know things.
No, that's incorrect, and I'll tell you why.
You don't think you know things?
No, here's the problem. The reason why I know some things that I cannot be wrong about is due to a type of revelation of God. When God endows my mind to operate in a basic way and have a basic understanding about reality, that is a form of revelation, right? It doesn't mean I'm getting special messages from God, right? But when you come to me and you make statements about the nature of reality, you're going to tell me, how is it that you arrived at that is the case, right? So when you start talking about science, life, reason, I'm going to ask you, how is that the case? If you ask me that question, I can say to you, it has been revealed to me by the God of creation, both through natural revelation, innate revelation, and special revelation, that certain things are the case. But since you don't accept that, when you make statements about the nature of reality, you're going to have to explain how it is that you arrived that it is the case. Okay?
Sure. Can I respond?
Sure, sure.
So,
yeah. By the way, feel free to interject any time you want. Right?
Okay. I'm not going to interrupt you. I will try not to interrupt you. I hope you don't interrupt me, but I understand I'm a guest here. So I think his beliefs, that was a good thing. And whenever he would like to challenge you on your beliefs, he could bring you to a point where you would have to admit that they were assumptions as well.
When did I do that?
Like I was saying,
when did I do that?
No, I'm not saying that happened. I'm not saying that happened, but you are admittedly at an epistemic limit when it comes to, it's an epistemic limit that we share.
Here's
let me
right.
keep going with this.
Right. All you're simply doing is you're saying in a slightly more intelligent fashion that you have to assume things like I do. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, pretty much.
Maybe.
Right. If you say I have the same epistemic limitations as you do, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think that's the
Okay.
end we would have to conclude.
Okay, good. Okay, so let me ask you this question: epistemic meaning
there first.
How? Yeah, sure.
Okay, so as I was saying before, with things that we could find common ground on, things that we do share, like just know things, admitting that we have
tell me what you know.
Admitting that we have epistemic limits, we find, and then once we start positing things, I think I can know things because a God allows me to know things. I'm endowed by a God.
Right.
There would be basal assumptions that would have to undergird that that postulation.
Well, what do you know?
So if God reveals something to me, does that mean it's a basal assumption?
Well,
yes or no?
So when you ask when God tells me something,
if God reveals
the
something, is that an assumption?
I wouldn't know that God had revealed something to you in the first place.
Okay, I'm saying to you, if God revealed to me that nature operates in a law-like way, is my state of mind that nature operates in a regular way an assumption?
So I think you're bringing in a different topic here. I'd like to stay on it.
No, it was a question. If God reveals something to me about the nature of reality, and I retain that state of mind, is that state of mind an assumption?
You wouldn't be able to know.
Why wouldn't I? If God revealed something to me, then if the God of the Bible, who is omniscient, omnipotent, and always truth revealing, can't reveal something to me that I can know it, then by what means can I know something?
Because you wouldn't be able to know, because in order to force the hand of someone appealing to a God for revelation to know something, you would have to undercut your own.
Can God make me know right now how many bars of gold are in Fort Knox?
You wouldn't be able to know.
Why not? Is God omniscient?
No, because since you're not omniscient, you would not be able to know.
I didn't ask you that question.
No, he didn't ask you that, man.
Okay.
No, that's fine. I'll do my best to answer.
Is God? Yeah, he's. I don't mind him disagree. He's a nice guy. Okay. The problem, what you're making, is you're saying that human fallibility is an insurmountable obstacle for God's omniscience and omnipotence to reveal certain things. Then you have a faulty notion of omniscience and omnipotence. Right? So, so
Okay,
in other words,
keep
so,
going.
I think something happened to his mic.
Yeah, I'm losing him. I don't
Yeah,
want to talk
I don't
over
hear
him. I
him
want
either.
him to finish.
Yeah, his mic went out.
Yeah,
That's all
he may
right.
have to refresh or something.
So, oh, now he's been.
No, he's gonna come back in. He's just refreshing.
All right, that's cool. So what I was saying was, in order to force the hand of someone to need to appeal to an external epistemic feeder undercuts the ability to decipher whether or not this external epistemic feeder is credible.
Based on what?
Based on the premise that we need an external epistemic feeder in order to know anything.
Well, here's the thing. Is this external feeder limited by our imperfections?
No, we're limited by our perfections in discerning whether or not it would be credible. Hey, he's back.
Well, just because we're limited by our imperfections doesn't mean
somebody, hey, listen. If I get ejected again, you have to invite me back. Somebody booted me.
what?
Yeah, said somebody removed me from the hangout.
Hold on. Let me check this out.
Look in the side chat.
Hey, the tag that says multiple personalities, speak up right now.
Okay, remove them. Hello?
Yeah,
Hey,
I got rid of them.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Stuart.
All right. No, you were going, but what I was saying.
Yeah, what I was saying, and I'll be brief.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that when you raise the issue of human fallibility, that's only a problem for a God that is not omnipotent.
I respectfully disagree.
Okay, then tell me, what is your definition and understanding of omnipotence?
Well, my understanding of omnipotence is all powerful, but that's not the end of my answer.
All right. Okay, well, if that's an okay, when you say all powerful, does that mean that God has no limitations?
So let me can I go back?
Okay,
can I step back to one step, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
So what I was saying, I said it briefly while you dipped out, was premise that we require an external epistemic feeder in order to properly know things, our ability to decipher whether or not this external epistemic feeder is credible or not.
Say that
That
again?
was my point.
Say that again.
So yeah, so if we were to form it in a syllogism, we could say premise one, you know, we have a real hard time really pinning down that we, and I'm not, this isn't a formal logic, but just in the context of the conversation, we have a really hard time pinning down that we can really know things.
Okay, so an omnipotent God cannot make me know anything?
You wouldn't be able to know if you depend.
Why not?
Because you're depending on the premise that you need him to know anything.
No. You're not understanding something. Okay.
I am.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Omnipotence is defined in different ways, but I'll just give you a working definition. Okay. It can be amended, correct, or whatever. But the God of the Bible is omnipotent, is that he can bring about any state of affairs were he to choose to do so, that is not inconsistent with his nature. Okay. Now, many people have the notion that omnipotence means that God is all powerful, meaning that he has no limitations. But that definition is incoherent. It's self-contradictory. So when what is your understanding? What is your basic idea of omnipotence? Because you stated earlier that the God of the Bible's omnipotence cannot make me know something.
Well, no, I don't think the God of the Bible is omnipotent in the classical sense of.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, like you said, there are lots of definitions of omnipotence.
In biblical theology,
sure,
the God of the Bible is omnipotent insofar as the Bible defines it. He's not omnipotent to mean no limitations, because that's an incoherent notion.
Okay, cool.
Because if you say God has no limitations, then God can fail. But if he can fail, then he can't do all things. It's a contradictory position.
Right, and which is the problem with omnipotence in the first place.
How is my human fallibility? Why is that an obstacle to God's omnipotence?
Okay, so give me a second here. The omnipotence, we could probably have a whole nother talk about that, and I don't have all night, and I got in here late.
That's not a problem. You're a good guy.
Yeah, I think there are two prongs to communication. Would you agree that there's two prongs to communication? There is the telling and the listening and comprehending prong of communication, right?
Are you talking about human to human communication? Or are you
No, I'm talking about any communication.
Well, some communication is omnipotent and some is not.
Okay, if there is no communication that is omnipotent besides God, then we're going to have a special pleading problem. But what my point was,
how is it special pleading to say that the God of the Bible's communication is a product of his omnipotence?
To say all communication has to be a certain way except for this special thing that I would like to fix.
I said that the God of the Bible's communication is a product of his omnipotence. That's not special pleading.
Well, we were trying to define communication. So,
well, yeah, some communication is done through non-omnipotence, and some communication, namely God's, is done through omnipotence.
All right. So now we forked again, and I feel like we need to get back. But I'll say two things real quick. Between two agents, communication needs to happen. There are two agents where communication would need to take place in order for it to be called communication. If one of those agents is inherently faulty and relies on the other agent and wouldn't know anything without the other agent, it couldn't even know if it was getting credible information from the other agent. The premise that it needs another agent
but you see,
undercuts its ability to tell if it's credible.
That's an assumption, dude.
Yeah, the problem with that is that's an incoherent notion, because what you're saying is that an omnipotent being cannot overcome a particular obstacle.
Okay, so
and in this case, God making me know something does not contradict his nature.
If there is a being giving one revelation, and it has the ability to give the revelation in such a way that the revelation is clear, the being could be successful in giving that information, but the receiver from which it got
I really
wouldn't be able to know.
I really can't buy anything that you're saying right now, and the reason why is you're a fallible communicator.
Yeah. Right.
And therefore, there's no reason for me to put any stock in what you say, because you're a fallible sender and I'm a fallible receiver.
That's great. So
therefore,
and then the other,
I'm using your position in a reductio ad absurdum.
yes,
Okay? I've just showed you that you say that knowing cannot be done because of the fallibility of a sender and or a receiver. Therefore, since both of us are fallible, I can't possibly know anything that you say.
well, my
Exactly.
position.
That's ridiculous.
No, that's really good. I'm glad you went there.
By the way, fallibility would have to do with particular instances.
Right.
Fallibility does not necessitate that all instances are mistaken.
Sure, exactly.
Okay. So fallibility is suppose I forgot my lunch money when I went to school. That doesn't mean tomorrow I'll forget my lunch money. It just means that there are instances of fallibility. So the fact is that since I have instances of fallibility does not entail that all instances that I have are fallible. So what the mistake that you're making is that I think you're committing the fallacy of composition. Or just because some instances are potentially faulty, therefore all of them are. I don't know if that's exactly what you're doing, but okay.
Sure.
So I can be fallible in some of the things that I believe, that I think that I know, but that is not an obstacle or something that blocks an omnipotent God from making me know some things.
Right.
So the argument,
I think that's a really good point. No, I think that's a good point.
The argument from human fallibility just collapses in the face of divine omnipotence.
Well, I'm not arguing from a position that we are all fallible. I was saying that if we take the premise that we require an external epistemic feeder in order to know anything, we would not be able to trust that epistemic feeder in the first place.
Guess what? And
so it's not my position that you and I can't communicate.
You're pretty much almost becoming a Vantillian here. Okay? The fact of the matter is, since you do not hold that it is the case that the God of the Bible exists, you therefore have no basis to know anything. If you know nothing, then there's no point in me listening to the sounds that come out of your mouth.
Okay, that's fine if you want to be like that, but
no, I'm not insulting you. No, I'm applying your reasoning to what you're saying. Okay, it's kind of like have you ever heard of a self-refuting statement?
Yeah, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, I have.
No there are no absolutes. That's a self-refuting statement. No 5-word sentences exist. Okay,
I agree.
Okay, so sometimes when we make statements, if they're self-referential, then sometimes it can be a problem. So that when you say we can't know things because we're fallible, either the sender or the receiver is fallible, therefore what you're saying to me has no more value or substance, and this is not an insult, than Charlie Brown's teacher talking.
I'm not saying that we can't know things because the sender or the receiver is fallible. I'm saying that the argument that we require an external epistemic feeder because we're fallible would be your position, correct? And that's the position that you and I both agree isn't correct.
Yeah,
and I agree with you. It's not correct.
Only in the well, how can you determine that anything is correct?
Well, I mean that's a whole nother bag of
Well,
potatoes.
if you say something is
It can't be
incorrect, if you say something is incorrect, you're presupposing the law of non-contradiction. Number two, you're also presupposing that there is a state of affairs that is true in such a way that you cannot be wrong, and that state of affairs stands in contradictions to what I say.
Okay, so we're into a new.
Do you?
We can go to
know-
this topic.
Hold on a second.
I'm fine with going to this topic, but
Do you know that there's a particular state of affairs is true that contradicts something I said?
Look, I want to go to this topic with you, and we can go there, but can we agree that the last appealing to an omnipotent God does not work?
Why doesn't? What do you mean it doesn't work?
Well, I feel like I just demonstrated to you that.
No, I just rebutted what you said.
From your worldview or ours?
From yours.
Okay.
You said that
so an omnipotent God cannot make me know something.
He could make you know something, but you wouldn't know it. You wouldn't be able to know it, and that I think that's what
Well,
both
hold on a second. Is there a means by which anything can be known?
Can you phrase that in a different way? Like,
well, you said I wouldn't know it. Well, by what means could I know something?
What means could you know anything?
Is there a means by which we can know that something is the case?
Well, I was of the impression that the beginning of starting with an omnipotent God as the presupposition required that you had to.
All right, listen, you're not answering my question. Okay,
I am.
No, you're not.
Okay. You're really not getting any of this. I'm just being honest with you.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm open to it. Yeah.
When you say that God in his omnipotent, always truthful revelation, omniscient revelation, cannot make me know something specifically, then what precondition can make me know something? If an omnipotent God cannot in a specific instance, what preconditions could make me know that something is the case?
So the precondition that would be required for you to be able to know something is the case is if you had the ability or the awareness to know something, to have the ability to know something is the case without appealing to this.
Okay, so I can only know that something or anything is the case if and only if I'm omniscient.
Right.
No, I said without.
No, that's a question. I'm not. It's not a trick question. I'm just asking you: is this your position that I?
So this is a different.
All right. Can I know something or anything if and only if I'm omniscient?
I don't believe so.
Okay, good. Then on what since omniscience wouldn't permit me to know something, then what precondition would enable me to know something?
Well, you just said omniscience wouldn't be the precondition for knowing something.
No. You said no. Stop. You said that. I did.
You said omniscience is not a requirement to know something.
You said if I was omniscient, meaning if I know the truth value of all propositions.
Sure.
And I couldn't know the truth value of some proposition. That's incoherent. That's a logical incoherency here.
Right. So if you need
do you understand that that's a logically contradictory?
Yeah, which is why I think your argument is not good, and I'm trying to help you through that.
Listen, you must be tired. All right.
I'm tired, and I'm through half a bottle of wine. So.
So you're intoxicated. That explains it. Okay.
I'm not intoxicated, but I have had a few glasses.
Oh well, you're intoxicated then.
Oh.
Intoxication is not defined by slurring of speech or falling down.
Okay.
Okay. It also inhibits your ability to understand communication. So right now, your reasoning and your hearing are quite fallible, being that you're influenced by alcohol right now.
I wouldn't say I'm quite influenced. I'm just drinking wine, buddy.
Right, and you said you've had several glasses, right?
I didn't say several. I said a few.
A few?
Yeah.
What's the difference between several and a few?
I would put several at 7 to 8, and I'd put a few at
listen.
3 to 4.
At least when you're intoxicated, you're a nice guy. Do me a favor.
Thanks, man.
When you're not drinking wine, come back and we can chat some more, because it's a little bit difficult communicating with you since you've been drinking.
Oh, I think we're getting somewhere.
No, Antonio.
Here's the thing, man. If you continue to drink more, your communication skills are going to get worse.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. This will be my last, and I'm not going. This was going to be my last anyway, and it's almost gone. So
now I listen. Being that I'm an Anglo-American, I deeply need my beauty sleep, so I'm going to have to call it a night. But if you want to come on tomorrow night or the next night, we welcome you to these chats.
Sure. I'll be doing hangout tomorrow night.
Just lay off the bottle so we can have a little bit better back and forth.
Cool.
Yeah,
well, I want to say thanks, Antonio. Antonio, thank you.
Welcome,
I hope I was good and not you were afraid I was a troll. So
I appreciate it, man. You're a nice guy.
No, he is. Yeah, he is nice.
Cool. Well, cool. Maybe we'll talk again.
All right. Thanks.
I'll be doing hangout tomorrow, so if you're on tomorrow, feel free to come by.
Cool. See you guys.
Yeah, I gotta.
In the hangout, folks. Thanks for watching.
I gotta go to sleep. Isn't that funny though? When someone says God's omnipotence can be blocked by human fallibility.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Good night.